Από πού θα βγω, καλημέρα. Καλά, καλά, ωραία. Καλώς ήρθατε. Από πού θα βγω, παιδιά, από το... Καλή σας μέρα. Καλό...
Good morning, welcome. Dear Mr. Minister, dear Mr. Pamelos, dear representatives of the entrepreneurial world and of the stockholders. So we would like to welcome you to this renewable and storage conference, the third one in a row. Unfortunately, again, not organized in the way we would like, with a number of participants we would have liked to have, but a number of participants are already connected online, as according to the information our colleagues are giving us. So the conference it has a good attendance already, even online. At least it's better than last year. This year, we can have some people with us. We don't have to have an entirely digital online conference, and we would like to thank both the participants, the audience, and the companies that have supported us once again, the groups that have supported us again. I think that's the best possible point in time to organize such a conference. The subject is extremely relevant, especially in view of what we have been experiencing in recent weeks, the so-called energy crisis, with a sharp increase in energy prices, in fuel prices, which of course has to be borne by the consumers, and which affects the economy as a whole, and not only the sector of energy. I hope and I believe that this will come true, and it will be a conclusion of the discussions that we're going to have, that renewable energy resources, also with regard to energy prices, energy price increases, will actually be the solution and not the problem. A solution that we cannot oversee, and of course, in view also of the big skeleton in the closet, which is of course climatic change. We have in our program, which has been actually posted online. We have planned to discuss, in addition to climatic change issues, environmental change issues, which of course are relevant also to the issues of energy price increases, market models, PPAs, which of course have also already been discussed recently. Also issues regarding renewable energy resources, storage, such as storage, for example. And especially developments and in the institutional and administrative level, the issues of offshore energy resource stations, which is a completely new sector that will become one of the main highlights of the market. New resources such as hydrogen funding, which of course are very relevant with regard to the development of the sector, and also issues, and I suppose that you will see these issues regarding the reactions linked to the participation of our country in the renewable energy resources market, which of course are quite absurd and should be we should find a way to deal with them. This is more or less what I have to say regarding our two-day meeting agenda. And I must say that I'm quite pleased I'm quite pleased to comment on the fact that when renewable resources were not so trendy, we were already persuaded that they were the solution to the problem, and we provided as much support as we could. Today that renewable resources are at the fore, we hope and we believe that the results will soon prove that we were right already back then. And of course, this the good developments in that respect are obvious by only looking at the sponsors of this meeting. The whole the whole of the economy has actually turned towards renewable energy resources. So I don't want to tire you more. I would like to thank again the keynote speakers from the world of politics and also from the world of the economy and the market. I wish you a lot of stamina in this race, and I would like to call to the floor the Managing Director with Europe, who is with us online. Yorgo, can you hear us?
Καλημέρα σας. Είναι μαζί μας Giles Dixon.
Καλημέρα σας. Με ακούτε? Χαιρόμαστε ιδιαίτερα που είσαστε μαζί μας σήμερα. Κύριε Dixon, ο κύριος Dixon είναι ο Διευθύνων Σύμβουλος της Wind Europe από το 2015. Και από ό,τι γνωρίζουμε είναι η φωνή της αιωλικής ενέργειας, προωθώντας την αιωλική ενέργεια σε όλη την Ευρώπη. Αυτή τη στιγμή Wind Europe έχει 400 μέλη. Είστε ο πιο κατάλληλος να μας μιλήσετε για τις ανανεώσιμες ενέργειες και την εξέλιξή τους. Έχετε το λόγο λοιπόν. Σας ευχαριστώ πολύ. Ευχαριστώ πολύ κύριε Κορακά, αξιότιμοι βουλευτές, κυρίες και κύριοι, καλημέρα σας. Χαίρομαι πάρα πολύ και με τιμά ιδιαίτερα το γεγονός ότι μπορώ να μιλήσω κατά την έναρξη αυτού του συνεδρίου, αυτής της διημερίδας, και ήδη νομίζω ότι έχετε θέσει το θέμα επιτάπητος. Συζητάμε το θέμα των ανανεώσιμων πηγών ενέργειας σε μια πολύ κρίσιμη καμπή, όταν η ενέργεια βρίσκεται στην κορυφή της ατζέντας στην Ελλάδα, αλλά και σε ολόκληρο τον κόσμο, σε όλη την Ευρώπη βεβαίως. Σήμερα η Ευρωπαϊκή Επιτροπή θα δημοσιεύσει την εργαλειοθήκη μέτρων και πιστεύω ότι οι εθνικές κυβερνήσεις θα πρέπει βεβαίως να το χρησιμοποιήσουν αυτό για να αντιμετωπίσουν την τρέχουσα κρίση. Μάλιστα τα θέματα αυτού και της εργαλειοθήκης θα συζητηθούν στο Ευρωπαϊκό Συμβούλιο τις επόμενες εβδομάδες. Η Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση είναι πάρα πολύ σαφής για το τι έχει προκαλέσει τις υψηλές τιμές ενέργειας. Καταρχήν η πολύ μεγάλη αύξηση των τιμών φυσικού αερίου και που βέβαια δημιουργεί ανισορροπίες μεταξύ ζήτησης και προσφοράς. μεγάλη αύξηση επίσης κατά την τελευταία τριετία των τιμών του διοξιδίου του άνθρακα από πολύ χαμηλό επίπεδο σε πολύ υψηλό επίπεδο. Η αιωλική ενέργεια και η βιομηχανία της αιωλικής ενέργειας γνωρίζει ποια θα πρέπει να είναι η απάντηση σε αυτή την τρέχουσα κρίση που επικρατεί στον τομέα της ενέργειας. Καταρχήν σαφώς γνωρίζουμε ότι το επίπεδο των φόρων επί της ηλεκτρικής ενέργειας είναι πολύ υψηλό στις περισσότερες χώρες της Ευρώπης. Οι περισσότεροι καταναλωτές πληρώνουν αυτή τη στιγμή περισσότερους φόρους στην κατανάλωση ηλεκτρικής ενέργειας από ό,τι στην κατανάλωση φυσικού αερίου, και αυτό πρέπει να αλλάξει. Και αυτό το βλέπουμε ήδη αυτή τη στιγμή, καθώς πολλές κυβερνήσεις χαμηλώνουν την φορολογία στον ηλεκτρισμό. Η Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση έχει ένα πολύ σημαντικό ρόλο να παίξει. Καταρχήν στην ευέλικτη τιμολόγηση για τους καταναλωτές. Οι εθνικές κυβερνήσεις θα πρέπει να εφαρμόσουν αυτούς τους κανόνες, έτσι ώστε οι καταναλωτές να μπορέσουν να ωφεληθούν περισσότερο από μέτρα δυναμικής τιμολόγησης που θα τους επιτρέπουν να πληρώνουν λιγότερο όταν οι τιμές είναι χαμηλές. Τέλος, η τρέχουσα κατάσταση στην τιμή της αγοράς τονίζει την σημασία της Πράσινης Συμφωνίας της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης και την μετάβαση την ενεργειακή, έτσι ώστε να μειώσουμε τις ανάγκες μας σε εισαγωγές ορυκτών καυσίμων. Αυτή τη στιγμή πληρώνουμε 5 δισεκατομμύρια ευρώ εβδομαδιαίως για την εισαγωγή αερίου εκτός Ευρώπης, καθώς αυτή τη στιγμή το αέριο είναι ο κύριος πόρος παραγωγής ενέργειας σε όλη την Ευρώπη. Η Ευρωπαϊκή Επιτροπή και η εργαλειοθήκη της θα υποστηρίξουν όλες αυτές τις εξελίξεις, θα ενθαρρύνουν τις κυβερνήσεις να συνεχίσουν να μειώνουν τους φόρους στις κατανάλωση ηλεκτρικής ενέργειας. Οι κυβερνήσεις βεβαίως μπορούν να υποστηρίξουν τις εξελίξεις στην αγορά για τον έλεγχο των τιμών. Οι κυβερνήσεις μπορούν να υιοθετήσουν στοχευμένα μέσα για την υποστήριξη των νοικοκυριών, χρησιμοποιώντας παραδείγματος χάρη το σύστημα ανταλλαγής πόντων που εφαρμόζει η Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση. Ήδη η κυβέρνηση η ελληνική το χρησιμοποιεί, έτσι ώστε να μπορέσουν να βοηθήσουν τους καταναλωτές να ρίξουν τους λογαριασμούς ηλεκτρικής ενέργειας. Τέλος, οι κυβερνήσεις θα πρέπει να εφαρμόσουν μέτρα έτσι ώστε να μπορούν τα νοικοκυριά να πληρώνουν τους λογαριασμούς τους με δόσεις ή να αναβάλουν να είναι ευέλικτες τις πληρωμές, έτσι ώστε τα νοικοκυριά να μην μένουν στο σκοτάδι, να μην υπάρχουν αναγκαίες διακοπές αν θέλετε ηλεκτρικού ρεύματος. Τέλος, η Επιτροπή σίγουρα θα αναφέρει το γεγονός ότι θα πρέπει να επιταχυνθεί η ανάπτυξη νέων ανανεώσιμων πηγών ενέργειας, έτσι ώστε να ελεγχθούν οι τιμές που βλέπουμε αυτή τη στιγμή στην αγορά και να υπάρξει στην Ευρώπη περισσότερη αξιόπιστη, φτηνή και καθαρή ενέργεια. Η Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση βεβαίως έχει προτείνει την αύξηση του στόχου της ευρωπαϊκής ενέργειας για τις ανανεώσιμες πηγές ενέργειας του 2030 κατά 32% και βεβαίως ήδη το ποσοστό βρίσκεται υπό διαπραγμάτευση από το Συμβούλιο των Υπουργών. Πολύ σημαντικό είναι το γεγονός ότι παράλληλα με αυτές τις προτάσεις όλες οι ευρωπαϊκές κυβερνήσεις θα πρέπει να πάρουν μέτρα για να απλουστεύσουν τις τρέχουσες διαδικασίες και τους κανονισμούς για την εφαρμογή και την εγκατάσταση νέων ανανεώσιμων πηγών ενέργειας. Χαιρόμαστε ιδιαίτερα και πιστεύουμε, κύριε Κορακά, ότι οι προτάσεις που θα καταθέσετε σύντομα για την εγκατάσταση νέων ανανεώσιμων πηγών ενέργειας θα είναι προς αυτή την κατεύθυνση. Ο στόχος μας και βεβαίως η πρόκληση είναι τεράστια. Ένα στόχος 40% ανανεώσιμης πηγών ενέργειας φυσικά απαιτεί την παραγωγή 30 γιγαβάτ σε όλη την Ευρώπη από αιωλική ενέργεια και μόνον. Και καταλαβαίνετε βεβαίως ότι αυτό σημαίνει ότι θα πρέπει να διπλασιαστεί ο αριθμός των ανεμογεννητριών που υπάρχουν στην Ευρώπη. Η Ελλάδα έχει τεράστιο τέτοιο δυναμικό τόσο για εγκατάσταση επίγειων αλλά και θαλάσσιων, εξωθαλάσσιων, εξπαράκτιων, εξώακτιων αν θέλετε καλύτερα, σταθμών παραγωγής αιωλικής ενέργειας και περιμένουμε πραγματικά να δούμε τις αναλυτικές προτάσεις του Υπουργείου έτσι ώστε να δούμε ποιες εναλλακτικές λύσεις έχουμε για την εγκατάσταση και την ανάπτυξη τέτοιων εγκαταστάσεων. Το κανονιστικό πλαίσιο είναι πάρα πολύ σημαντικό. Όλες οι κυβερνήσεις θα πρέπει να απλουστεύσουν αυτό το κανονιστικό πλαίσιο αυτή τη στιγμή. Αυτό δεν σημαίνει βέβαια ότι θα πρέπει να ολοκληρώσουμε όσο πιο γρήγορα γίνεται την εξέλιξη και την μελέτη κάθε πρόταση που υπάρχει αυτή τη στιγμή για τις ανανεώσιμες πηγές. Σημαίνει ότι απλώς θα πρέπει να ολοκληρώνεται η έγκριση σε εύλογο χρονικό διάστημα, το οποίο αυτή τη στιγμή είναι 2 έτη. Και έτσι ώστε να μπορούμε να αποφεύγουμε αν θέλετε υπερβολές της τάξης των 9 ετών που πρέπει να περιμένουν αυτή τη στιγμή οι επιχειρηματίες στον τομέα της αιωλικής ενέργειας για να μελετηθούν οι αιτήσεις τους. Είναι βεβαίως όλα αυτά πάρα πολύ σημαντικά. Πολύ σημαντικό είναι και η τήρηση των προθεσμιών. Τονίζω, δεν ζητούμε αυτή τη στιγμή πολύ γρήγορες θετικές απαντήσεις. Ζητούμε όμως απαντήσεις σε εύλογο χρονικό διάστημα και αυτές οι απαντήσεις να είναι ναι ή όχι, εντός διετίας. Μας ενθαρρύνει πολύ η εξέλιξεις που έχετε σημειώσει σε ορισμένους τομείς τα τελευταία χρόνια. Το γεγονός ότι αυτή τη στιγμή έχετε υιοθετήσει μια πολύ πιο ευέλικτη και αποδοτική διαδικασία για τις ανανεώσιμες πηγές ενέργειας, το γεγονός ότι υπάρχει μια ψηφιακή πλατφόρμα η οποία διαχειρίζεται η ρυθμιστική αρχή, μια εξαιρετική ψηφιακή πλατφόρμα που αφορά τον περιβαλλοντικό αντίκτυπο και πιστεύουμε ότι το ίδιο μπορεί να συμβεί και με τα υπόλοιπα προϊόντα. Πιστεύουμε ότι θα ανταποκριθείτε λοιπόν στην πρόκληση αυτή όσον αφορά την απλούστευση του κανονιστικού πλαισίου και την επίτευξη της ολοκλήρωσης της μελέτης των αιτήματων εντός ευλόγου διαστήματος. Θα ήθελα επίσης να σας διαβεβαιώσω όλους εκ μέρους της αιωλικής ενέργειας, βιομηχανίας αιωλικής ενέργειας, ότι θα θέλουμε βεβαίως να εξασφαλίσουμε την καλύτερη δυνατή συμβίωση μεταξύ των τοπικών κοινοτήτων και των εγκαταστάσεων αιωλικής ενέργειας. Πιστεύουμε στον καλό σχεδιασμό, στην εγκατάσταση και στην μελέτη των αιωλικών μας πάρκων, έτσι ώστε να μπορέσουμε να αμπλύνουμε οποιοδήποτε αρνητικό αντίκτυπο έχουν αυτά αν θέλετε για την βιοποικιλότητα, γιατί πιστεύουμε στην βιοποικιλότητα και στην προστασία του περιβάλλοντος. Θέλουμε παραδείγματος χάρη να ελαχιστοποιήσουμε την σύγκρουση των πτηνών με τις ανεμογεννήτριες και μελετούμε συστήματα όπου αν θέλετε μπορούν να σταματήσουν την κίνηση των πτερυγίων της ανεμογεννήτριας όταν διαπιστώνεται ότι πλησιάζουν σμήνη πτηνών. Οπότε από την δική μας μεριά, αγαπητέ κύριε Υπουργέ, θα φροντίσουμε έτσι ώστε να υπάρξει πάντα αγαστή συμβίωση μεταξύ των τοπικών κοινοτήτων και των αιωλικών πάρκων. Σας ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ για την προσοχή σας. Σας εύχομαι, αν θέλετε, μια καρποφόρες εργασίες και σας ευχαριστώ και πάλι.
Mr. Dixon.
Ευχαριστούμε κύριε Ντίξον. Ήσασταν πολύ ακριβείς στα σχόλιά σας. Δεν έχουμε πάρα πολύ χρόνο, οπότε θα ήθελα μια ερώτηση μόνο να θέσω. Ένα σημαντικό θέμα στην βιομηχανία της αιωλικής ενέργειας είναι οι τοπικές αντιδράσεις σχετικά με την τοποθέτηση, με την εγκατάσταση ανεμογεννητριών, είτε παράκτιων είτε υπεράκτιων. Ποια είναι η εμπειρία σας σχετικά με την Ευρώπη? Συζητάμε για ένα παγκόσμιο φαινόμενο ή όχι? Θα ήθελα ένα σύντομο σχόλιο από την πλευρά σας. Σε κάθε χώρα στην Ευρώπη, οι πολίτες γενικά λένε στις δημοσκοπήσεις κατά 70-75% ότι υπάρχει υποστήριξη για την συνέχιση των εγκαταστάσεων των υπεράκτιων. Γενικά το επίπεδο της υποστήριξης είναι τουλάχιστον αυτό, όπως έχουμε διαπιστώσει και εμείς, μπορεί να είναι και υψηλότερο ακόμα. Φυσικά απαιτεί από τους εργολάβους που αναλαμβάνουν τα έργα να υπάρχει μια συνέργεια, μια συνεργασία με τις τοπικές κοινότητες, να εξηγήσουν τι περιλαμβάνουν τα έργα, να ακούσουν τις ανησυχίες και τους προβληματισμούς τους των ανθρώπων, των τοπικών κοινοτήτων. Είναι επίσης σημαντικό να υπάρχει όφελος για τις τοπικές κοινότητες, οικονομικό όφελος από την παρουσία των ανεμογεννητριών. Σε όλη την Ευρώπη οι ανεμογεννήτριες πληρώνουν φόρους τοπικά προκειμένου να υποστηρίζουν τις τοπικές κυβερνήσεις, τις τοπικές αρχές. Και αυτό είναι κάτι πολύ σημαντικό. Γιατί πρέπει η τοπική κοινότητα να καταλαβαίνει πώς επωφελείται από αυτά τα έργα. Γίνονται επενδύσεις στις αγροτικές κοινότητες μέσω αυτών των έργων και αν δούμε την παγκόσμια οικονομία, δεν υπάρχουν και τόσες πολλές βιομηχανίες οι οποίες επικεντρώνουν τις επενδύσεις τους όχι στις μεγάλες μητροπόλεις, αλλά στις αγροτικές περιοχές. Και είμαστε περήφανοι για το γεγονός ότι δημιουργούμε θέσεις εργασίας σε αυτές τις περιοχές, σε πολλές αγροτικές περιοχές, σε όλο τον κόσμο, σε όλη την Ευρώπη. Ευχαριστούμε κύριε Ντίξον, ευχαριστούμε πολύ για τη συμμετοχή σας στο συνέδριό μας. Ευχαριστώ και εγώ για την προσοχή σας. Καλή συνέχεια. We give the floor to Theodoris now. Thank you, Mr. Dixon. Now, it was very interesting to hear from you, and it was an honor to hear from you. It's also an honor to have the minister, Mr. Skrekas, with us, and I'm going to call him right now to the stand. Mr. Famelos will follow. Just let me ask you a kind request. We need to keep our times today, so please keep your comments on time. Welcome, Mr. Minister. Good morning, everyone. I will try to be brief, but useful in what I'm going to say. And I will try to enlighten you as well. First of all, I want to congratulate the Energy Press for this institution, this conference, that is discussing topics that are so crucial and so topical right now. In a time where the energy prices are skyrocketing in Europe and worldwide, there's a lot of concern about the future. We also have this extreme weather conditions that we now see more or less quite often in Greece, or whether we're talking about heat waves or about water showers. All of this does affect our everyday life, does create problems for the agricultural production and the prices of the agricultural products. Of course, there's also an increase in the demand of natural gas because of the weather conditions, because of the harsh winters. And it's really difficult to say what's going to happen with the pricing of natural gas. We see that the inventory that Great Britain has is very low, and there's a low offer and high demand everywhere in the world. So the Greek government right now is called to take some measures, immediate measures, in order to support on the short term the consumers of energy and the consumers of energy products in general, whether they are households or, of course, companies. And on the other hand, we have to prepare a strategy for the midterm and long term that will ensure low pricing for energy on the one side, and on the other side, a reduction to the CO2 emissions, which is what is causing the climate change that unfortunately has brought on this climate crisis. The reaction of the Greek government in terms of this never before seen increases in energy demand and pricing, our reaction was immediate. The Greek government was one of the first in Europe that reacted immediately and has taken measures to support the households. Why the households? Because a household cannot transfer this increased energy cost that they consume to someone else. A household consumes electricity or fossil fuels to heat their homes. On the other hand, the businessman determines their energy costs, their production costs for the services or the products that they produce, depending on their cost centers, which in the end define the cost of the provided service or product. Of course, when it comes to professionals, to businessmen, we prepare some permanent solutions for them so they can be, to make them sustainable before the challenges of the climate crisis. And this is why we have submitted for discussion and to vote a bill, the European legislation. We are using the money of the European Union for energy savings in SMEs or larger businesses. We have promoted a number of measures in order to use RES or photovoltaic energy so that energy consumers or producers can have permanently low prices for green energy. We have designed a framework for gradual reduction of the taxes that businessmen are paying, the companies are paying. Different types of costs such as insurance contributions, so that all the companies can actually be sustainable in the future. So we have an entire support frame for the businesses. We're trying to achieve our goal to become more competitive in the future and more resilient and more adapted to the challenges of the climate crisis. In terms of the energy transition in Europe, the latest developments with energy prices, unfortunately, have given rise to popularistic voices. People say that the increase is caused by the European strategy or regarding the green transition. And this is a mistake. This is something that we need to stop right now, because if Europe had taken the steps, or the world had taken the steps 10 years ago, now today we would enjoy lower energy prices and we would have had less pollution, less emissions, and we would have helped the planet more. Today, 70% of energy demand in Greece, when we will have energy supplied by 70% by RES sources, then we will be more self-sufficient, more sustainable, and we will have better pricing. But in order to achieve that, we need monetary tools in order to make the necessary investments and upgrade the infrastructure so that we can have better penetration of the RES. This is why we're using $1.5 billion from the European funds. To modernize and decarbonize. We're using 16 million euro from the NRSF funds. We are expediting the procedures for RES so that we can achieve better prices for the energy and the electricity system up to 2025. We are expanding our scheme for the tenders with energy packages close to 30 gigawatt. And part of that will have to come from wind energy. We will see the results of the RES tenders so that we can have a balance between wind energy and photovoltaic energy, and we will have better provision of electricity. We have established safeguards to ensure that these projects are going to be completed through a guarantee, a performance guarantee by the contractors. We are upgrading the electrical grids. It's necessary. We cannot achieve our goal for 2030 for 70% penetration of RES if we do not upgrade our infrastructure, our national grid. We have to interconnect the non-connected islands. The benefit from that will be very significant. We are going to ensure sustainability and energy for the islands, and we will also have a benefit for the consumers. We will lower the pricing. The electricity bills will be lower because we are not going to be using the expensive diesel engines to produce electricity. And the islands are going to benefit from the same energy mixture as the continental Greece. And we expect in 2022, 100 million euros a reduction in fees, in taxes and fees, and 238 million in 2023, the reaction for the fees for the usage, and 385 million in 2025. 1.1 billion euro will be the reduction for the usage of the grid for the fees, and that will go to the bills, the electricity bills of everyone, the households, the businesses, and that's very positive, especially now that we see this this rise in energy prices. So we are proposing solutions that are balanced and have been designed with a very serious cost-benefit study, so that in the end they will be beneficial for society, for the environment. We also promote, and we're trying to use RES for our industrial units, for our product producers, for the business. So we have increased net metering from 1 to 3 megawatts, and we are promoting a bill in the next days where we will give the opportunity to consumers of electricity to construct, to build a plant to produce electricity, RES, wind farm or a photovoltaic plant, and they can use this electricity without only for self-consumption, without sending anything to the grid. They can be connected through an electricity interconnection with means of production, and that will give them the opportunity to reduce the energy cost, the energy that they consume, of course, at the time that they need it. And on the other hand, we will not burden the general electricity system, and that will give the opportunity to points where the grid is saturated. We give them the opportunity to construct, to build such a energy production facility, and they can immediately consume what they generate without sending anything to the grid. We're supporting and promoting the installation of energy storage means. We cannot ensure the stability of the system unless we have such storage facilities. And it's the only way to benefit from our solar power as well. So we need to invest in energy storage means, whether they are batteries or hydroelectric plants, and that's why we are using the money of the European funds in order to proceed with such investments. We have made the pre-notification for the first tender, about 700 watts power for battery systems. We have notified the European Commission about this, and we are in communication and negotiating in order to proceed with the tender. And we also expect the final decision, the approval for the hybrid stations on the Greek islands that will give us the opportunity to reduce the carbon emissions and improve the level of services that we provide to the local communities and the visitors, of course, that come from everywhere in the world. We are revising the National Plan for Climate and Energy. We want to proceed with this revision. We need to reduce the carbon emissions by 55% compared to 1990. This is the new European ambition, and we participate in that. We also promote the legal framework and the means to support offshore parks. We estimate that until 2030 we will have more than 1.5 gigawatts of offshore energy, and a lot of that will be floating, because we believe that they are a lot friendlier to the environment. They do not affect the sea bottom. They do not create any visual problems. They are friendly to the environment, and they will be able to contribute a lot, since we have a lot of wind offshore, to the energy mix of our country. Of course, such a national ambition, a national strategy, also includes things that have to do with production of green hydrogen. It is the fuel of the future. Hydrogen, it will help us ensure the absolute stability for the grid, for the electricity grid in our country and in Europe in general, and in the whole world. It will give us the opportunity to use solar power and wind power to the absolute degree. So this green energy will also be available to us whenever we need it. So we are finalizing now the preparation of the climate law that will be up for public deliberation soon. We want to be ambitious there. We want to place the foundations about the future of our country, and this is our way to stand on the side of our citizens, next to our production base, and not leave anyone behind, and always supporting the most vulnerable ones, the weaker ones, in order to plan an energy policy that will truly be able to help us move ahead, be innovative, and be a resilient society in the next decades. Thank you.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ τον Υπουργό.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. I have noted the fact that you have given a number for the positive contributions of, you said 1.1 from the reductions of electricity bills as a result of the interconnections. Thank you. Now I will call to the stand Mr. Famelos, the Shadow Minister from Syriza for Energy and the Environment, and former Deputy Minister for the Environment and Energy. Welcome, Mr. Familos.
Να βγάλω τη μάσκα εδώ.
Let me take the mask off. I think it's okay now. Thank you for the invitation for another year, and I want to wish that everyone is healthy, and your team, the Energy Press team, because it is truly a very important forum that you are organizing, and with a high degree of participation. We are jealous that we cannot actually sit for the entire thing. We have to go to the parliament, but you have doing something very important here, and I want to congratulate you. Unfortunately, it's a very critical time that we're having this discussion. It's an energy crisis that we're going through. The high prices are threatening the sustainability of our households and the businesses. But as a country, we are also still in the midst of the economic crisis. There's a lot of in the midst of the health crisis. And I have to say that we have made a lot of mistakes there, and that also creates problems for the economy. Of course, in Greece, the matter of the price increases is not something new. The first choice that the government of Nea Demokratia did 2 years ago was to increase prices. And the way that they saved the power corporation there, having the consumers paying for it, has led to more increases for the use of oil, for the RES, and has created a high price in the market. And we need to keep that in mind. The choice to increase prices limited competition, and that did not benefit the consumers. And that's a different strategy than the strategy that we had and that we have. We think that the government needs to lower prices, so we have a different strategy. And of course, that was not the only case, the only incident from Nea Demokratia. The balancing market also experienced an increase. We had price manipulation incidents, and it's something that we discussed in the parliament, the fact that the government of the country does not participate, does not take any action when we have such complaints about price manipulation, about trusts being created, monopolies. But this situation, I think, will become worse in the future through the crime of privatization. But it's not just a Greek matter, I must say. It's something that Europe is facing. And aside from the matters of the contracts and the price that some of you know better than I, we also have a political deficit in Europe, excuse me. Greece is trying to deal with its problem. And now we are facing this price increase when we were already had such increased prices. So Europe is not doing its best right now, because it's not just a matter of contracts and the facilities and infrastructure. It has to do with social and economic tools as well. It seems that this new liberal, I would say, model of the private companies is not successful, whereas the municipal or national schemes from Los Angeles to Munich appear to be more sustainable. In any case, we are seeing that the government has to be very strong and take action and not leave everything to the market. It's good that we discuss about things such as the vulnerability of the consumers, but we're not doing enough. The government is not hearing our pleas right now, and they do not accept the law amendment that we're proposing, based on what now the European Commission is discussing. The government tells us that they are taking measures, but which they do not actually take, but they do not accept the measures that the European Commission is proposing. And that's very strange. And I'm only talking about the energy sector. But I should also explain what I mean when I say that the government does not go forward with the measures. They are not implementing them. And this regulation does not affect the entire percentage of the increases. It seems that there's no preparation being made, that we are following behind developments. And we need to see all these things in a ministerial decision. But at the same time, we see, I think I read that in the energy press, and I mentioned that in the parliament, a law amendment for the reduction of sources in order to cover the deficit, but that will not reach 80% and that will not involve all the consumer base. So you see that this is not a complete solution. There's also a matter of where is this money coming from? It will come from the account for the climate. We're talking about RES, we're talking about savings, and we're talking about climate resilience. And we will be short there. There will be, and we don't know exactly what the amount is going to be. We have not seen the balance, but it's the RES special account is in trouble right now. I don't want to see it fail again. Mr. Staikouras has already announced the suspension for financial tools. They have announced for a very small amount that they are going to give for as an aid for to help households with the heating, but they have suspended that, and that's something that concerns us, especially because the legislation is not actually in step, in line with all this. So our concern is even higher because Mr. Hatzidakis has announced that the sources for ECO will not go to these accounts. But Mr. Skrekas commented and seems to, the position of the government seems to change in that. We are dealing with irrational measures in order to handle this deficit. But we're also concerned about the matters of privatization that I would also like to discuss today. 100% of the monopoly of the natural gas is being sold because the Greek state cannot have a share. That's irrational. Second, 40% of the distribution grid is being sold to a fund that, as we learn from the contract, does not have a penalty clause for investment, but has a penalty clause for income, which is not an encouraging sign, not something that makes us optimistic about the future. And we also have the wrong choice to have the owner make a capital increase, but they do not participate in that, the Public Power Corporation. The largest industry that is supplying the rest of the industry do not participate in the capital increase. We believe that this must change right now, immediately. There are also another few concerns. First, the move away from using lignite. We are now solely dependent on natural gas, and now we see that this is very painful cost-wise and creates an energy insecurity. The second thing is energy storage. We are behind on that front. In the summer, when we needed energy storage, it was obvious that we were behind. The same thing with the offshore wind parks. And I'm not going to conclude with last comment here. All the special planning issues have been underestimated. We have not completed the spatial planning issues, and unless we do that, we cannot proceed with offshore wind parks. We need to have sea spatial planning. We are canceling tools that we have, such as green maps, and that creates problems that stalls the investments. Of course, we support having fast procedures and fast investments, but we also want clarity. It seems that what the government says about fast-tracking areas has failed. The government has already proven that. Also, I applaud the recent comments by Mr. Dagoumis that the recent law has created problems from local societies, and that we need to expedite the special planning. I think this is understood by everyone. We were saying all these things all this time, but they were ignoring us from Nea Demokratia. The government now is creating the opposition from the local societies. Without transparency, without rules, they will have the people against them. It's true that we have taken a stance in favor of green transition. We need to move through decarbonization. So far, the move away from lignite was mistaken, was unplanned, and has led us to the vehicle of natural gas, which was a mistake. We want to involve society. We want to move towards green energy with the society with us. We need to establish climate laws. A plan for adopting the framework. We need this climate law, and we're behind on that too. We need to be accountable to the market. We need the oligopoly that we have in the market now is not good for anyone, this monopoly, and we need to redraw the funds. The NSRF funds need to be restructured. We are behind in using them. And as a last comment, we need a recovery fund that will also help small businesses to recover. And so the discussions that you're having today is going to be very important, and it will give information to everyone, to us as well. It's not a good time right now. We have a lot of problems. And I think that we are always on the side of solving things. Like we solved the problem with the energy and environmental plan. We are always on the right side of history in order to help everyone. Thank you very much, and I hope you have a fruitful conference.
Έχουμε διανύσει χιλιόμετρα σε θάλασσα και στεριά. Μέρα νύχτα δουλεύουμε σκληρά. Επενδύουμε. Μεγαλώνουμε. Για να σας φέρνουμε κάθε στιγμή την ενέργεια που χρειάζεστε. Για να ζείτε το σήμερα όπως το ονειρεύεστε. Για να σας φέρνουμε σήμερα το αύριο. Ένα αύριο πιο σίγουρο, πιο πράσινο, πιο φωτεινό. Εδώ και 15 χρόνια είμαστε δίπλα σας με όλη μας την ενέργεια. Ελπέντισον, δίπλα σας με όλη μας την ενέργεια.
Επανερχόμαστε αυτό που...
And I think we should be back by now. I think that you shouldn't worry about the online transmission because what you hear here now cannot be heard by the online audience. I would like to thank the Minister, Mr. Famulous, and now we're going to have a round table, a discussion with the President of ISIAPE, Mr. Yorgos Peristeris, and Mr. Ifandis of Terna SA. I think that Mr. Peristeris is with us online. Dear President, good morning. Can you hear me? I would like to welcome you. Thank you very much for your presence. What more, because from our first conference, you have been here to support us. We have been with us. You said that this initiative was direly needed, and you congratulated us for this. And thank you very much for your presence here again. Thank you very much for your invitation. The successful continuation of this conference shows that it is really very important and interesting for the audience, and I hope a fruitful meeting and a continuation also in the future. Dear President, I think that we should start the discussion with the very let's say important and relevant issue of the energy crisis, the current energy crisis. I would like to ask you, therefore, whether the recent rumors, especially during the last days, whether this expediency for us to leave lignite and go on to renewable energy is one of the reasons why prices have soared and that the consumers have to pay much more now. First of all, I would like to prioritize the issues. If we all accept that both for the benefit of the world and for our own benefit, we should actually take measures to prevent climatic change or stall climatic change, and because everyone in the world right now agrees that renewable energy resources are important. If we take these as granted, I would like to answer your question as follows. We have been hearing a lot regarding this transition to renewable energy resources. That it is too expedient, it is too fast, it is not well planned, etc., etc. However, one should be concerned and should think about why the prices of energy have soared so much. This is not the first time this happens. Energy crisis, world energy crisis, were very frequent during the 80s. And the green transition is not at all to blame for the reason for why some production countries have decided to increase gas prices, not only in the States but elsewhere. Also, the green transition has not brought about the recent negotiations in a very difficult atmosphere about the prices of gas. You know that there are, let's say, permanent interests of certain countries regarding gas prices, and not only gas prices but generally speaking fuel prices. We should find a solution for our country, for ourselves. We're a country with a lot of wind, a windy country, a very sunny country, and should profit from that. So, given the fact that this is going to be very difficult winter, we should not make the mistakes of the past. We should try to foresee, anticipate what the future will bring in the area of energy. In order to achieve some measure of energy security in the coming months and years, we need to enhance renewable energy resources energy production, and also improve storage capability, which unfortunately is an area where no measures have been taken at all until today. Having heard what the minister, Mr. Famelo, said, I would like to add that a clear position is required at this point, despite any reactions of the public opinion, which of course are, in my opinion, not entirely understandable, because rumors go from one place to the other in Greece and cause reactions. So we need a clear political decision, which of course would actually be in favor of renewable energy resources, and this should go should actually include, let's say, regional and local authorities, because there is no other solution. It is the only solution that will work now and in the future in the field of energy. The only solution is renewable energy resources. I do agree with you, dear Mr. President, and I believe that whatever pressure can be exercised by the political forces should be exercised to that end. But regarding natural gas, we do have an increased demand for natural gas, especially due to the fact that base units are required. So, given the fact that natural gas is a necessary evil, what should we do? Unfortunately, excuse me, Mr. Panagoulis, but I would like to say that the penetration or increased penetration of renewable energy resources does not increase the need or the demand for gas, natural gas, but reduces it. The more renewable energy megawatt hours we produce of renewable energy resources, the less we are going to depend on natural gas. So this is not true. It is not true that the more energy we produce from renewable energy resources, the more dependent we will be on gas. Also, the fact that we have not been doing anything for renewable energy resources for at least 10 years is a mistake, because we could have already reduced our dependency on natural gas. The fact that the wrong projections regarding the natural gas prices have already increased our expenditure for natural gas to 300 million euros instead of the 120 million euros which was the initial projection. So we need to turn to other energy sources. We should never lean on only one energy source. We should try to organize ourselves to produce energy from solar energy, to install both land wind farms and offshore wind farms, and expand our production, renewable energy resource production as much as possible. And of course, we should never see things in the short term. We should always act in the long term with a good planning. And this entails for us to also create storage capability. Speaking about storage capability, let me tell you two things. First of all, it has been mentioned by distinguished personalities that we need increased capabilities to store energy, which of course right now the current technology regarding batteries is not capable to provide. So we need storage capabilities, large-scale storage capabilities that are safe and secure, in order to promote renewable energy production at low cost. Are you saying that in the sense that not only batteries should be used to store energy? I'm saying that right now batteries are right now used to store energy, but we need to find other ways. For example, we need to find safe ways, long-term storage methods. And what more? In this country, where the balance of payment is a constant problem, we should try to find ways to store energy in a way that does not affect that. Batteries, for example, are such a way. And they are useful for that reason. Let us go back to the previous issue. And let me add something else also, which I think has been mentioned already. There are already two big installations, storage installations in northern Greece, established by the BBC. These stations could be used as hubs in order to connect the entire grid. These stations will then be used when the system is installed, and I think that the economy achieved will be impressive. I would like to go back to the issue of the reactions, which I personally believe very important, because I have often met people that are genuinely interested and not, let's say, have other agendas or hidden agendas, let's say, or are simply, prejudiced. They are genuinely interested about the environment, about their local community, about their country, and are mainly against wind turbines, wind farms. I would like, therefore, to ask you, is there no reason why these reactions are caused in various areas of the country? Is there no truth to them? Has all the measures been taken? On the contrary, what is happening right now, in my opinion, is that there are serious reactions against wind energy of two types. The first type is when we have wind turbines that do not blend, are completely incompatible with the landscape and the surrounding area. And the approach is that we'd better not have any wind turbines. The best solution is to install wind turbines, but wind turbines that blend with the environment. For example, what would have been the state of the region of Arcadia today if we didn't have the power station of Megalopoli that raised quite a few reactions when it was established in its time back in the 60s. So I do admit that there are reactions, and these reactions are serious reactions from serious people, and that they are right. On the other hand, we need wind turbines because there is no other solution. We should not just react and refuse without offering another solution. Dear Mr. President, you said, and you spoke about interconnection, a large-scale storage and renewable energy resources, which are the three very important pillars of long-term energy security. Do you think this could be achieved without renewable energy resources? I should say that renewable energy resources are necessary to dramatically reduce the cost of energy. So to really reduce the cost of energy is necessary, and then renewable energy resources create jobs, not only low-profile jobs, but also medium and high-profile jobs. And that also should be taken into consideration. For example, in offshore wind farms. This should be, let's say, manned by high-profile specialists, which of course will bring back people that have been working abroad for years and years, Greeks that have been working abroad for years and years, and now they can come back to their country and find a job. And this will affect also other sectors of our economy. I have been hearing also people say that renewable energy resources and the green transition will affect consumption, because all the consumers will try to be, let's say, to find energy from renewable energy resources, and what are we going to do, etc., etc. These are absurd things. They have no sense. You should know that EPAs, so contracts of a supply of energy from renewable energy resources are already on the market. So anyone can find energy from renewable energy resources already. So understanding the need of the country, of the government, to support the consumers in the view of the current energy crisis, we should not we should avoid to any hasty and unplanned moves. We should organize the development of energy renewable resources in a structured way. And we should also clear some misunderstandings. For example, the fact that renewable energy resources are subsidized. It is true that in the beginning there were subsidies, but let us not forget that according to an IMF study regarding fossil fuel energy production, costs $5.9 trillion. We have seen that. So there's no comparison with renewable energy resources and their subsidization. Naturally, financial health and viability is, of course, an issue, but I think there's enough information about that. We don't have any more time, Mr. President. If you want to close with, I think that what we have heard already from previous speakers has been quite enlightening, but let me say one more thing. I think that renewable energy resources will reduce not only dependency, but also our, how should I say, our need, our servitude, let's say, to other countries or from specific energy resources, and this should be taken seriously into consideration. Thank you very much for your presence, even online, and let us hope that next year we are going to be here again to discuss in the same conference. Thank you.
Πόση ενέργεια χρειάζεσαι για να αντιμετωπίζεις προκλήσεις και να κάνεις άλματα? Πόση ισχύς απαιτείται για σπουδαία κατορθώματα? Ήδη από τη δεκαετία του 1990, στην Δέρνα Ενεργειακή, οραματιστήκαμε την παραγωγή και αποθήκευση καθαρής ενέργειας. Και από τότε, τις κάνουμε πραγματικότητα. Με πρωτοποριακά έργα για ένα βιώσιμο μέλλον για όλους. Με αιχμή την καινοτομία και τις πιο σύγχρονες τεχνολογίες. Στον αγώνα κατά των επιπτώσεων της κλιματικής αλλαγής, υλοποιούμε μεγάλες επενδύσεις που προστατεύουν το περιβάλλον και κάνουν καλύτερη την καθημερινότητα και τη ζωή όλων μας. Χτίζουμε στενούς ανθρώπινους δεσμούς με έργα που μας δένουν με τις τοπικές κοινωνίες και συμβάλλουν στην κοινωνική πρόοδο. Ενισχύουμε την ανάπτυξη και την οικονομία της Ελλάδας, δημιουργώντας χιλιάδες θέσεις εργασίας. Συνεισφέρουμε στον πράσινο μετασχηματισμό και την ενεργειακή ανεξαρτησία της χώρας μας, αποτελώντας τον κορυφαίο Έλληνα επενδυτή στις ανανεώσιμες πηγές ενέργειας στην Ελλάδα, αλλά και διεθνώς. Και είμαστε ακόμα στην αρχή. Τέρνα Ενεργειακή. Ηγέτης στην καθαρή ενέργεια.
Έχουμε διανύσει χιλιόμετρα σε θάλασσα και στεριά. Μέρα νύχτα δουλεύουμε σκληρά. Επενδύουμε. Μεγαλώνουμε. Για να σας φέρνουμε κάθε στιγμή την ενέργεια που χρειάζεστε. Για να ζείτε το σήμερα όπως το ονειρεύεστε.
Το κινητό είναι δικό σου. Καλό μεσημέρι και από εμένα. Είμαι ο...
Hello, for me, I'm Mr. Yorgos Fidikakis, and the topic of our next panel in this Energy Branch Conference is something that concerns everyone these days. The fact that this increase of the energy cost, is it structural or conjunctural? What's the solution and who's going to be burdened by this very complex energy transition? A lot of people see that this crisis is the first in a series of many, and this does not have to do with with a rapid increase due to the recovery of the economy. It's something that's more complex. The fact that there are no alternative roads for the supply of natural gas. There are no mechanisms for price balancing. There's better regulation of the pollution exchange. There's a sense that Europe has established this transition without having fixed everything together. These topics and many others we're going to discuss today with our guests. We have Mr. Pantelis Kapros with us, Professor of Energy Economy at the NTUA, Mr. Nikolas Nasariadis, who's the CEO of Elpedison, Mr. Konstantinos Mavros, CEO of PPC Renewables, Mr. Panagiotis Ladakakos, the President of LETAN, and Mr. Antonis Kondoleon from the Unison, Hellenic Union of Industrial Consumers of Energy. Now, I'm going to give the floor first to Mr. Kapros. Good morning, Mr. Kapros. I'm going to give the floor to you. Good morning. So you can give us an idea, the first teachings of the energy crisis to date. Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation as well. I have a few slides to show you as well. I hope you can see them okay. Yes? This is truly, this is a very strange situation. That's not, we have not seen before. This is graph shows you the value of natural gas in Europe up from 1990 to this day. The apex is now today, as we have seen it in Europe, in Euro of 2021, and we have our own forecast that most of the analysts today agree on up to 2023, where we see de-escalation of pricing starting from 2022. Now, you see that there are cycles. It's not something unique. It's something that has happened many times before, but the range of this last cycle from €4 per megawatt hour to 95 is really unseen. Of course, there are many factors that we have already analyzed. It has to do with very high deepening of the cycle due to the COVID. It has to do with a slowdown of investments in the hydrocarbon market upstream. It has to do with geopolitical factors, such as, for example, the Ukrainian problems. It has to do also with a transformation in the global gas market that has to do with the fact that natural gas became a global commodity thanks to the liquefied, to the LPG, and the stock and the exchange of the markets, the market exchange in Europe, which is something that was very conscious as a move. And we had in the previous crisis, a few years ago, in 2010, we had this dependency from oil, and we tried to move away from that, and we have achieved now that we have this crisis of the natural gas is an autonomous crisis. But of course, it would be silly to say, let's go back to oil. But what's more cumbersome is the fact that natural gas right now in Europe and most of the markets is the only deciding factor when it comes to limit prices for the wholesale markets. And I am using throughout my speech the power exchanges. We need to forget the concept that we had in Greece, this mandatory wholesale market. We only had that for certain reasons in order to develop competition, and its purpose is now complete. It's over. But in essence, it continues to represent almost 100% of energy in Greece. But power exchanges should deal with part of the markets, not the entire market. They need to be the financial, the exchange transaction, for unexpected developments, and that's where natural gas is the deciding factor. But the crucial thing is how this definition of exchange pricing passes to the price that the consumers are paying. Now, in the actual energy cost, a deciding factor in order to mitigate and limit these prices and the fluctuations comes from RES. Renewable sources, however, have not increased so far to date to the point that they can counterbalance the pricing of natural gas, which is something that we expect will happen in the next 5 or 6 years in the context of the energy transition in Greece. So it's a combination of these factors that are deciding this crisis. A lot of people may say that Greece was very hasty to move away from lignite. Of course, that's something that is happening. This haste is something that we see all over Europe, and it's not really a haste. It's something, this phrasing is something that people say whether because they don't know any better or because they have perhaps a political agenda. And I'm very clear on this. Because if you see the actual rate where this moving away from lignite has already started since 2012 in Greece and in other countries, you see how rapidly the participation of lignite has dropped. And this started, let me remind you, by the fact that the cost of this, the lignite mines, and the cost of all these economies of scale started to increase. You see, since 2018, how far we have gone until we saw the signal of the carbon emissions in ETS. So it was a predetermined course. And of course, the ETS values made the Greek production completely not viable. They gave a signal to Europe, and now in Greece or in the Balkans, no one thinks about continuing with lignite. So there's no logic to the saying that we need to go back or slow down the delignitization process. It's a decision that was very, very correct. Now, the critical topic right now is, of course, you have heard that natural gas is the bridge, and of course, Even the National Plan for Energy and Climate and the European scenarios predicted that there will be a period of about 5 years where the contribution of the natural gas would increase in the energy mix until it would be replaced by renewable energy sources. Of course, right now we have this pricing crisis in this short window of time for the energy transition, where we have the dependency from the natural gas. You see in Greece as well, this is a scenario of development that is in line with this, the national plan for climate and the energy. This is the period in time. This is the period of the greatest dependence, but that will reduce in the future. The contribution of the natural gas will, in the energy mix will reduce in favor of RES. So this meantime, this 5-6 years where we are vulnerable to natural gas, we need everywhere in Europe some counterbalancing. We need methods to mitigate the effect on the pricing for the consumers, and this is where we have this deficit of energy policy from the European Union that has not adopted hedging measures to counterbalance this risk. And I want to stress the fact that how we move from energy pricing, exchange pricing, to the consumer pricing. This graph shows the condition today, the status today, and the forecast for the future in the context of the National Plan for the Environment and Climate. For the average cost of electric supply without the grids, just the energy. And you see with different colors the contributions from different types of energy, lignite, oil, because we also have the islands, natural gas, hydro plants, RES, etc. The full cost includes the capital cost and the fixed costs, maintenance costs, etc. So you see that the average cost has increased up until 2021, more so than in the past, and it will continue to be like that until it drops. And you see that the average long-term tendency as of 2025 and beyond will be a lot lower than the lignite era. So this, you see that RES, along with the storage and the contribution of the natural gas, will ensure in the long term the lowest possible cost. So this concurrence right now, you see, we mark it with this broken orange line. You see a forecast for the limit cost, the exchange cost of electrical energy, and that is sometimes lower than the average cost and sometimes higher. If you remember, recently and for many years, the exchange price was lower than the average price, and this is why we had a deficit in the total earnings of the different producers in order to offset their cost and recover the cost. And this is why we may had some techniques, some mechanisms, but today this limit cost is a lot higher than the average cost, and the forecast is that in the future that will also be the case. However, when we have, in order to maximize the benefits for society, the price for energy has to reflect the average full cost, because that's the fair cost that all producers recover. The full cost, that also includes the capital cost. But when the limit cost is higher than this average cost, then the difference, in essence, is a windfall profit that when we have this maximization of social benefit, these windfall profits should not be paid. So that's a very, very key point, and this is something that needs to be ensured through healthy competition. Here you see a forecast, a prediction regarding pricing again that says that increase of renewable energy sources from the NECP, the National Energy and Climate Plan, will be able to offset the prices of the natural gas. And you see a scenario where hypothetically we will continue to see these high prices for natural gas, but if we move with RES, you see this green line, in the end we will also have lower exchange pricing compared to the red curve, the red line, which follows the NECP line, meaning less RES, and theoretically higher prices in the future for natural gas. So there is no doubt that RES storage and the flexibility of the system are the only way to offset the risk from the dependency of the natural gas pricing. Now, I want to also stress this point through another example from recent data from the Greek exchange, energy exchange, and the ADMIE. I have calculated the mean income from lignite in the wholesale market of gas, hydro, RES, and imports. These are round numbers, 140 euro per megawatt hour, an average of 2 months. The actual average cost in during the same time, where we had the high prices of EDAs, was approximately 115 for lignite. Let's see the same price for natural gas, because we had the ETS and the increased natural gas prices. Hydro has a capital cost. RES is an average at a 55 also capital cost, and also we paid for imports. Now, if we make the calculations and we multiply the average unit cost for each energy source by its share in the market, you see the share in the market for lignite. And despite the fact that it was cheaper than natural gas for so many months, it stayed at 10% as it was before during the previous years, 37% for natural gas, 32% for RES, 11% for RES, and 11 for hydro, and we get the average fair price 101 and not 140. So any form of energy has a windfall profit, unexpected profit, and in total it's 39%. So if consumers pay 140, they pay 39%, which is not fair. So to summarize my conclusions, we knew that we would be vulnerable for 5 to 6 years, dependent from natural gas in the context of the National Energy and Climate Plan and the European scenarios. The deficit from the European Union side is that they did not organize in time and did not include in their policy packet mechanisms, hedging instruments to deal with this risk. In our internal market, it's impossible to create such mechanisms, hedging mechanisms of this price fluctuations if the exchange prices, the energy exchange deals with 100% of the market. Healthy competition means that the exchange deals with a small percentage, 10, maybe 20%, and the rest is the transactions are two-party contracts, long-term contracts that reflect the full average cost of the portfolio and offer stability of pricing for the consumers in this way. So this combination, long-term as well, to expedite the use of RES and storage is the permanent answer to counterbalance these risks and stabilize prices. So we need to expedite taking policy measures as well, the portfolios that are based on RES and storage in Greece, and offer in a private manner contracts, agreements that are long-term and lower the cost for consumers. The structure of competition right now, the structure of the businesses, of the producers, did not favor the development of these two-party contracts, and that could actually counterbalance the exchange pricing. And now we are suffering from these windfall profits that we need to deal with. So we should say that the immediate problem that we're facing right now in Greece is mainly due to the conditions of the competition and not in any case to the green transition, which we should actually expedite instead of slow down so we can have a permanent solution. Thank you.
Εμείς σας ευχαριστούμε.
Thank you as well. It was a very interesting presentation and gives us food for our discussion. I will start with you, Mr. Zachariadis. Mr. Kapros said that aside from all this discussion about the pricing that will stay high for the next year, I'm talking about the fact that we need to move to a point where only 10 or 15% of energy goes through the energy exchange, and the rest has to do with agreements, two-party agreements that reflect the actual cost. But we have not seen this to date. Do you think it's feasible? When do you think we're going to see that happening? I assume you think that you mean that these agreements will also include RES so that we can reduce the pricing. I think it will take some time to do that. And one of the reasons that personally I do not agree with Mr. Kapros, when you are trying to make a change, a transition, you need to know where you're starting from and when you are going. And you also have to think about the cost. And this cost right now is all being passed to the citizens. I have this information in a presentation. Should I proceed with the presentation or not? No, let's answer first and let's explain about this point where you disagree with Mr. Kapros. Okay, let me answer the question then. When you are making such a contract, two-party agreement, especially with an RES producer, and then you have an RES consumer, right now the way the market is, Europe and in Greece, we have a problem. The problem is that we don't have storage, and because the producer wants a long-term contract at a fixed price, one party is requested to take the entire risk for this constant price, and this party is also called to take the risk, to assume the risk for selling potentially RES at a capture price, which means that this is a price that's been used in order to make RES more attractive. But right now, even if someone tries to make such a contract, two-party contract, they will not be able to provide the risk for the price for the system without assuming a huge risk. This is why we are starting now the discussions, but we are rather a long way. We need to do a lot of things before we are able, because no one is able to assume this risk right now. In the past, the government, the state, was promising a stable fixed price and assumed the risk, but now we're looking for a way to do that. So you can proceed with your presentation.
Λοιπόν, ακούμε να μιλάμε το κόστος ενεργειακής μετάβασης.
We're talking about this cost of energy transition, but we need first to define the cost of the energy transition. These are the first two slides, things that we all know about, but sometimes we neglect. What is the cost of the energy transition, where we are trying to go from one point to the other? We create an additional cost to create the conditions to make the investment attractive. So we have the entire cost of energy, but during the transition time, we have this cost minus the cost of the investment. So practically, when we're going to some place, we create a motive artificially in order to create in order to make the transition attractive. The shorter the period, the lower the cost, but we need to clarify this. This is a diagram, a graph, that people that know about cost and budgeting are aware of. It includes all the costs when you're trying to make this two-party agreement in order to promote RES. On the left, we have the things that producers of electricity want. They are going to make an investment, so they want to use the cost of energy and make it, it has to be attractive. But in order to deal with all the intermediate costs that we forget sometimes, we artificially try to create costs in the market. The marginal price that right now is defined by gas, it used to be defined by carbon. Between these prices, what are the costs? The cost that RES has to close the balances. The second thing is that we usually forget is the fact that we need to convert the fixed cost into the cost that we're going to sell, which is changing. We need to be able to hedge with the forward market, but you cannot do that long term, so it's a risk you're going to assume. Now, in the RES captured price, that's the price where we are selling RES and not the marginal price. Why? Because in the between, you have the capture rate, because RES are selling at times where the energy price, the energy cost has changed. Now, everyone I think agrees that we are now at 95 or 96%, but moving forward, we will have photovoltaic at 50% and wind at 95%. So in the end, we're going to sell at a price that's a lot less than the marginal price of the system. So this cost in the future will be replaced by the energy storage cost, because everyone's talking about storage, but will not be for free. Storage has an investment behind it, it has a cost, and sometimes we forget about it. We are thinking that we're just going to get free power from the sun. So people that are going to draw up the contracts today, not having the storage capability and with this uncertainty, if they make the calculations, more or less you arrive at the same price that the system defines. So someone should examine what this system price depends on, and if you do the calculations, you see you have this the sum of all these risks and imbalances. So in the end, the risk is a dependency of the natural gas, of the carbon dioxide, of storage, and some other smaller parameters. So what is the conclusion? The lower the system price, the lower the energy transition price. And given that marginal price depends on the price of the gas, the lower the gas price, the lower the cost of the energy transition. Therefore, any decision regarding energy transition should be costed based on the price of the natural gas. Did this happen today? The answer is no. Let's see what happened in Europe. Even though this is published information, this comes from a study of McKinsey. What do we see in the graph? We see on the black column the demand from Europe for the first 6 6 months, different sequential years. On the blue, we have the mining, meaning the capabilities to produce natural gas. We see a drop, continuous drop in the production of natural gas. That's to be expected. And we also see this 6-month demand is constant. Do you see the effect that COVID had? Because we talk a lot about it, but it's not that important. What is important? What did happen these 6 months? What happened was that a lot of decisions were taken during this period, pressures to expedite RES. This was not the case the years before. Of course, the RES were there, but not in the same rate, at the same rate. So that created a high rise in the demand for the gas. And we talked a lot about the geopolitical games, the Russian games, but in the end, the Russians actually covered the need, the demand. They increased this year by 7 BCM. They met their contract obligations and more. Maybe they could have they could have done more. We don't know. It's something that needs to be explored, perhaps, before proceeding with this increase for the RS. So what caused the increase in the gas prices? Europe requested 32 BCM more due to the PTG, power to gas generation. The fact is that we are in the right direction, but moving in the right direction, but perhaps not with the best avenue. So the gas came, the price was established due to the LNG market price, but a lot of people confuse between the markets LNG and natural gas, different pricing. The additional quantity that we requested, which was more than any additional import requirements. If we add everything together, South Asia, China, all the other markets, what Europe requested was more than all the others together. So what happened in the end? The LNG request was more than the available LNG global production, and that led to an increase in the prices and an consequent increase in the energy transition cost. So let's see in this graph. A lot of people think it's a transient phenomenon, that the prices will drop and that everything will resolve itself. But what happened, taking into account that production, this is the LNG market. So production of LNG, the producers of LNG delayed the investments either due to COVID, due to other reasons, perhaps because they experience hostility from different carriers of LNG. The fact is that you see with the red line the demand for LNG. With the blue, the light blue, we see the capabilities that we have today, the capacity, and with deep dark blue, we see what things that are in a program. So you see that we have moved into an area where if we do not take measures, either by taking gas from different sources or by mitigating perhaps this transition to renewable, to RES, if we stick to the policies that we have today, this situation will continue until 2023-24, and then we will go through a period where, of course, the LNG production is going to be implemented. We're going to go into a period where the market will be balanced, but if we continue to be hostile, to continue to pursue the reduction in carbon pricing, carbon emissions, this situation will continue. No, what I want to say is that the cost of energy transition depends on the marginal clearing price, which depends on the price of natural gas. This is the marginal clearing price, not the average price. expediting this energy transition has led global LNG demand to a level that surpasses the availability for supply, and that created problems in the supply chain and energy poverty. If we do not take measures to support investments in natural gas, and I'm talking about production, distribution, and CGTs, because we need to look at least 10 or 15 years ahead of time in order to rationalize the energy transition graph. In the end, we will have energy poverty and a great delay in the energy transition. I hope with my presentation I was able to answer a lot of questions. You have given us some material for further questions. Mr. Mavros, Mr. Zachariadis said that a problem, a difficulty with two-party contracts has to do with the fact that we don't have storage and one of the two parties has to assume a great risk. So, as a question, let's say that storage technologies are delayed in the next years. For example, I hear that at the end of 2022, we will have a framework for storage in the market reform, but we're a long way to go. So if that is true, this scenario, maybe we don't actually succeed in this green transition. That's one question. And the other that has to do with the title of our panel. This energy increase is structural or conjunctural? First of all, I want to disagree and agree in order to change a little bit the discussion. First of all, structural or conjunctural? Some say it's a black cycle, some say we expected it. The fact is that energy goes up and down. That's how it happens. We are going through an energy transition, and that creates some special conditions. And I want to disagree with Mr. Zachariadis respectfully. And let's put things in order. You had a lot of interesting information, but I've also seen the presentation by McKinsey, and I do disagree. Simply by reviewing information from 6 months and without actually taking into account the energy transition itself, perhaps the situation becomes a little warped. But in any case, I do not agree with what I saw, especially for natural gas, since we don't have a very good forecast for RES. I agree with Professor, with what he said at the beginning. We have a one-way street. If we had done these things that we're talking about today, we have done them 10 years ago, we wouldn't be talking about it today. It's that simple. So RES is a one-way street. And let's not forget that the basis of all our discussion is the climate change, and we cannot ignore it. Second, we talked about the de facto digitalization. It was the case. It continues, but now it's actually the euro. We are proceeding. We are not going back, no way. And the reason is that we are already paying the consequences of our delay. So we either proceed very bravely ahead by creating and implementing this plan, or things will get worse. And perhaps the scenario that Mr. Zachariadis mentioned will become true. So that's a general comment. Now, the market. Can it incorporate the lower prices from RES? That's where the two-party contracts come into play, the agreements. RES will not be subsidized, so the sooner, in the long run, so the sooner we move into these two-party agreements, the better. You know that we are constructing right now the first project in Megalopolis with a two-party agreement. There, yes, someone is assuming the risk, but if we don't do that, then we will never get started. So we assume the risk, we assume the cost, we take the decisions, and we proceed to make this. Storage. RES, without storage, we will never gain the full benefits, because there are two. We talked about volatility. Everyone talks about that. On the side of the RES, there's this stochasticity in production. I think everyone agrees to that, and that will be counterbalanced by storage. Which storage technique? We're talking in general, with any storage technique. We need them all, or a good mixture of all. Is there a volatility in fossil fuel? Yes, we are experiencing it right now, and that was always the case in the 80s, in the 90s, in the 2000s, and today. So, in order to move to an effective way to combat climate change, which is the main problem, and in order to deal with the pricing issue right now and benefit from the energy transition in full, because we're talking about a reduced cost that will help the industry, to all that, the solution is RES and a good mixture, storage, and let's not forget the grids. And it's a one-way street, there's nothing else. And an answer about whether or not this crisis is structural or conjunctural, I said that from the beginning. We're talking about differentiation in the market, where there's an up and down fluctuation. This is a special condition right now, high demand, and that affects the prices of the natural gas. But looking about this is something that, in my view, in my eyes, will be improved in the next months. Perhaps we see some more increased prices in the short term, but in order to deal with that, we need to construct more RES. So we have many views, many ideas. Some say that this is not going to be a transitory phenomenon, that these cycles of high energy prices will be repeated in the next years, that we will continue to have high prices. Some say that prices will de-escalate and we will move into a more normal situation. And everyone talks about storage.
Good morning. Congratulations for this conference, which is one more step to organizing a conference with everyone present here next year. I would like to say a few things about what I have already heard. First of all, let's talk about the crisis. The crisis is a conjectural crisis, and what is sure is that it should concern us. It is a worrying event. It should, let's say, function as a wake-up call. It can be conjectural, but it is conjectural, but it could become structural. It is something that we are going to see more and more frequently, and we should, I would like to underline the word wake-up call. How did wind energy start to develop? At the beginning of the answer is at the beginning of the 70s, when some pioneering Danes decided that the crisis of the 70s had to be tackled in a different way, and actually planned and created the guidelines for the development of a vast industry that today provides us with tools that enable us to tackle this crisis, which is due to our dependency on fossil fuel. The crisis is not caused by renewable energy resources. It is a crisis that has been caused by natural gas, which is a fossil fuel and which should prompt us to pass on faster to green energy. The thing is that this transition into green energy has been planned by the European Union without any plans regarding, let's say, alternative routes. This is another thing to discuss. It's another issue altogether. How we should transit, the way to transition, the way to green energy is something completely different. We need to examine all the options open to us, but the time we have to or to transit to green energy is something which is out of this, it should not be discussed anymore. We need to start immediately because we have to spend a lot of time. It's not something that will happen in one night or in one day or in one weekend. It's not something easy. It's something which requires a lot of work and will take quite a few of the coming years. And we have to speed up. The minister is right. Storage, we have already spoken about that. It has to go fast. Networks, there's no renewable energy resources without networks. We need smart networks, we need low voltage networks, we need all these networks together. This is very important. We need offshore wind farms because they have less volume, they take less space, and that's very predictable as far as their production is concerned. And of course, we need a mixture of technology because a land wind farm is not the same thing as an offshore wind farm. We need a mixture of energy, and we need storage capabilities, and storage capabilities cost. The cost of electricity production right now is 2 to 3-4 lower than the cost of operation of a wind of a fossil fuel, let's say, unit, and even more, 4 to 5 times the cost of an electricity power plant operating on natural gas. All this together should lead us to achieving a cheaper power production cost. And naturally, we should transit, we should go on to green energy, and we should do it faster. I don't think that we should even mention the fact that we're now in this predicament because we are going very, let's say, faster, because we're going very slowly, and we need to actually give space and give opportunities to the more vulnerable among us. And to do this, we have to boost our industry. Let us go on to Mr. Kondoleon now. Thank you very much. Good morning, good afternoon rather. I have a question for you regarding this very difficult days. What is the Greek industry afraid of? We have long-term agreements with stable power prices for 3-4 years. The tariffs are closed. Why is so much uncertainty on all levels? Why consumers and end users feel so much uncertainty? First of all, thank you very much for the opportunity giving us to participate. It's very interesting discussion. I have actually been feeling very pleased to hear a lot of God's truth today, which of course have been something that we experts have been reiterating for many years. As you know very well, 90% of the production in Greece is exported. So what we are interested in is to have a competitive cost versus the Germans, the Italians, and the Spanish. We are not talking about now our neighbors, Turkey, because we cannot compare with them. But what decides whether we have an affordable cost is the operation of the Greek market. And unfortunately, the Greek market, due to structural problems, is not competitive. These structural problems have been actually have been known to us, and unfortunately, our industry is now paying the cost of the crisis. our small industry is at the, let's say, at the center of a storm. We unfortunately do not have the ability and the means to do hedging or long-term agreements, and that is why we are paying the cost. And we are exposed to enormous risks, because when medium voltage has been let's say has to face with a let's say termination of all the contracts during the second quarter of 2021, which of course has been already exposed by us to the independent authority, and we requested measures to be taken. One of the previous speakers said before that the current prices have windfall profits. This is a very important conclusion. When we say that renewable energy resources are the solution, we should also have it very clear in our head, and we are for energy transition, that we have already we're already ready, and we're already planning for the future based on renewable energy resources. We participate in all efforts. There's no question of whether we're going fast or slow, and very soon you're going to see in practice how we are doing. But unfortunately, the market in Greece does not support us. Unfortunately, right now we started from a monopoly, and we're now with an oligopoly in our hands. A bilateral contract requires two parties. We can't have a bilateral contract with just one party. So right now in the Greek market, there's no possibility for us to hedge. Not by us, not by small suppliers. On the contrary, for the four big producers, do not worry. Or whether they are going to sell their production, because instead of giving us long-term contracts, they do other things. We are used to taking risks. This is our work. We are taking, we are going on long-term contracts, and we hedge what we can. But in Greece, the only possibility to hedge is to go to the European Stock Exchange, which of course has certain limits for the Greek market. Of course, therefore, we're open to green cottons, but unfortunately, the conditions today are not favorable. Renewable energy resources are right now turning towards the public. We actually know that the calls for tender will continue until 2025, but if there are no incentives, or if you want deterrence to achieve stable tariffs for renewable energy source produced power, because we have various types of costs that are inherent to renewable energy sources. There's going to be difficulties. We are ready to play, but we cannot play by ourselves. And let me say something about the European Commission. The European Commission has just issued a toolbox, which of course ignores the fact that the markets in Southern Europe are not the same as those in Northern Europe. For example, that energy here goes through the wholesalers. The Greek wholesalers. So when Spain went on to enforce an obligatory 62% daily supply on renewable energy resources, it already knew that it realized what the professor said, that we have to find ways to pass on the mean consumption cost onto the consumer. I think that you have already been quite concise, but because we don't have very much time, I would like you to comment on, rather, I would like a few comments or very brief comments on the remaining speakers. Well, I need some time because I haven't had time to, and I did speak less than the others. So, one, two sentences, please, not more. Can I open my presentation? I think that the question today is who will pay the cost of the current crisis. This crisis will actually return, will be recurrent. And it of course affects investments. Investments have gone down, sharply down, and therefore this affects the costs of natural gas. Now that all the contracts are with a variable market cost, means that no risk at all for retail. So as producers, they can save the cost at the level of wholesale, and obviously to make profits. Wins on profits 39%, as the professor said. Have we the necessary technology for green transition? Obviously no. Do we have the necessary resources? In Greece, we don't even have the possibility to store natural gas. So the so-called 50 to 55 includes also to a considerable extent the so-called electrification of the market. So which company will and which economy will invest in electrification? There are gaps in every strategy and in every method. We think that the five-party agreement that was recently signed and is a very good idea. The professor has already said the rest. I don't think that I have anything to add, but you will also see how the European industry centers will respond to recent developments. CO2 levels have to be controlled, and will be controlled, and we will not have excessive increases. I have to be strict because we don't have time. I think that you have already said what was to be said. We could be speaking for hours on end. We all know that, but the industry will again have to pay the cost, and of course the losers will be the consumers. Okay, this is what I would like to keep from what you have said, and from this very interesting discussion. We have to go fast on. We have to rush on to green energy. I think there's no doubt about that. We need a more competitive market. we have windfall profits. We needed to correct any distortions in the market. We need to understand that marginal prices are not something purely conjectural, and that they will be with us also in the coming years, and that is why we need to offset these increases by with bilateral contracts in following, for example, the example of the Germans, or generally the example of Europe, where part goes through the stock exchange and the rest of the energy goes through bilateral agreements. And of course, storage is a big issue, and the question is, when are we going to have this framework, this famous framework, which of course we hope will happen, will be established in Greece soon. I would like to thank our distinguished speakers and wish them good luck.
Hello, we are moving on to the next panel. We will deal with issues about target model, about energy storage, the energy exchange, the new area special account, of course, always keeping in mind the developments with the energy prices and the measures that are being taken. We should have had the General Secretary of the Ministry of Energy, Mrs. Duku is in the US, but unfortunately our connection was not possible. So we have with us Mr. Giorgos Ioannou, CEO of the Energy Exchange, Mr. Yannis Yaretis, the Chairman and CEO of the DAEP, Mr. Stelios Lumafix, President of SPEF, Mr. Lucas Dimitriou, Manager of TEN Energy, and Mr. Victor Papakonstantinou, CEO of Motor Oil Renewable Energy. We will start with a few general comments from our participants in the panel on the topics that we talked about today. Mr. Ioannou, in this year, with target model and the energy exchange, how has everything gone? What are the conclusions to date? Thank you very much for the introduction. Thank you to the Energy Press for this conference that you have organized. It's an honor to be here to talk about what is happening in the energy exchange. It is true that we are almost a year in now. We started in November 2020, transitioning from a system that we had for a long time, the EEP, and adopting the European model, the target model, which started operating without problems, continued to work, and I would say that by adopting this model, we have achieved at this point to give the pricing signals that are necessary in order to have the efficient operation of the energy market, and not only in our country, but at any given time, we can compare to what is happening to the other European countries. This is what we started in November 2020. Then we had other facts that were very important, developments that were very important, such as the connection with the Italian market, which gives us this interaction that helps with the homogeneity of the prices, and then the connection with our northern borders, with Bulgaria, that also helps a lot to what was our target, the target of the target model, the unification of the European market, so that we will have balancing of the prices, shaping of our prices, and this differentiation will be based on a reason, and we are able to understand why they occur. Of course, even before we had a year that we operated, we have seen this huge increase in the demand that you explained quite well, why we have this and how it proceeds. But this did not particularly affect us in the energy exchange, because what we achieved from the first time was we were able to define our role as an institution, and that shields everyone who participates, all the participants, and consequently the market and the community, the society in general, against all those fluctuations. We see so that payments are being made, we see that all transactions are concluded, we see that everything proceeds in the right way, with the help of the liquidation company as well, that helps us. The model that we have adopted in our country, the target model, what it provides is transparency, even at the level of the generating plan. And that's very important, because we heard a lot about potential transitions to other models. But I would say that especially for a market that has suffered a lot by the existence of a player or a dominant player. This model provides a certainty so that we can move step by step to implementing the RES and storage, which is the main part of this conference, the main topic. As the energy exchange, we already have all the tools that are necessary, and we also have the RES. We have the RES and the storage. We have that included in the operation of the energy exchange. And I think that we can help this transition because we need the pricing signals so we can make decisions regarding investments and understand the risk that these investments involve. Let me say a couple of things that I think are very important regarding RES and regarding storage, things that will happen in the future. The first thing is that in the energy exchange, we have the intraday market, aside from the forward market. This is the day that this is the market that anyone that deals with RES has to work with, and of course anyone who deals with storage, because it helps, it allows the position of a change of position during the day. This happens with regional auctions at this point, and in the future it will happen through a continuous negotiation system, the XB, which means that anyone who has RES can better have a better understanding of the actual condition, and they can also enter into the balancing segment, and that will be very important for their presence and their future development. So we have a market right now that's not very fluid, and it's not very, there's not a lot of liquidity in the market, and the more RES become part of it, the more the liquidity will increase. And another important issue is hedging, risk hedging. From the very first, from the start of our operation, we used hedging tools for everyone, all players in the market. We have time hedging, but unfortunately, those who need it the most do not use it. Is it our fault? Perhaps. Is it that we need to do a lot more in training and promoting these tools and helping people understand them? Perhaps. But let me also note that we do have the tools. And to give you just an example, someone last year, a few months ago, could have purchased an agreement at 60 euro. And today, they purchase at 200. Of course, no one could have forecasted this, could have predicted, but we all need to understand that in order for the target model to work, in order to give all it can give, we need to use all the tools that are available to us. That's my initial comment. I hope I did not bore you. These are a lot of issues that we will be discussing about with our questions as well. Let's now move on to one of the issues that we touched upon regarding the RES special account. Some measures have been taken, but how is this special account going? We also have the changes, the structuring ahead of us, the old RES account, the new special account. So you went straight to the point. First of all, let me say three things to start with. First of all, congratulations to Energy Press for hosting this conference for the third consecutive time. It's very important, and I want to stress this point, the fact that in these 2 days we hear all the voices, all the views. We hear from people that have things to offer to contribute to this energy transition. Second, I would like to publicly congratulate Yorgos Ioannou, who's the leader of the Energy Exchange for the last 2 years. Yorgos Ioannou and his team, the Energy Exchange team, have fought very hard to bring to Greece something that was already present elsewhere in the world, this reality, this actual operation of the market, because the market operation in essence is what will actually provide the sufficiency, the energy sufficiency, and will reduce markets in the long run. Let's not focus on the current situation. This market operation will help reduce the energy cost, which is something that the industry wants, but the consumers want as well. And in the end, it's what everyone wants, not only in Greece. The third thing that I want to say to start, starting remark, is I want to thank you on behalf of the Renewable Energy Sources and Guarantees of Origin operator. We want to thank the government for the recent assignment to the PEP to manage the Energy Transition Fund. That's very important because this fund will support the energy transition in total, which is not a small thing. We will see it becoming even greater in the future. The fact that this energy transition becomes the same with the management of RES, which is what we do at the PEP. It's not by accident. It's something very important, and supporting the energy transition is linked to the RES. And we will see that not only in the next few years, but in the long run as well. Now, to talk about the issues that you mentioned, a lot is being said about the RES special account, and I have next to me great colleagues and friends. People who represent the RES. I also have many colleagues with me, and I want to say that in the next few days we are going to conclude another bulletin. It's a matter of the last hours to have the bulletin for June and July. These 2 months, because of the summer, will show very clearly that the RES special account is very, very robust and healthy. The recorded results to date and our forecasts, our estimates for the year end agree that we will have a very good positive balance. I've said it before, I'm not very keen on using the word surplus or deficit because it points to company balance sheets. The RS account is something wider and we need to use different terminology. So what do we see? We expect what will be made public in a few days as well. We see that this RS account, based on our projections, which are conservative, we will have a good positive balance, and that will continue the trend that RES that are here to stay. and will continue to contribute to the energy transition. You've asked how much money. It will be more than 250 million, taking out the below for the 70 million euro, and also including all the contributions from the guarantees of the producers, from the fees for the green diesel, which is something that we expect to be legislated and used. That's a 92 million profit. And in the end, or generally, do you also include in that reduced contributions for pollution rates? Listen, the RES Special Account Bulletin is not just a press release. It's a study that takes time to create, to prepare, and it's always based on very valid and accurate information. What do we have at this point? We have a law that says that the RES Special Account will receive 60% from the rights, the pollution rights. So this 60%, if we have a law, and this law will come from the government or from the parliament, they are to decide about that. So if they decide that this 60% becomes 50%, or maybe 65% becomes 78%, if there are such changes and decisions, we are going to adapt our figures. But we have a surplus which is sufficient to fund the Energy Transition Fund as well. And I want to say something about the Energy Transition Fund. Why do we need it? Why is it here? It comes to support the consumers. It comes to support the consumers, the low voltage consumers, the small businessmen, the households, the small enterprises, those who have low consumption, and those who suffer more from this high increase in the wholesale market. The connection between this support and the contribution from the pollution exchange comes to give a clear message that all these systems that we have in Europe, such as the pollution trading system, all these things come to support the simple consumers, the small consumers, when needed. It's the implementation of what is included in the 55 that was published in the summer, that forecasts, that clearly predicts that any country can create this climate social fund. It makes provisions, everything is provided for in the European directives, and they agree, and all these things come together to a simple conclusion that this energy transition combined with RES will support simple and small consumers. And not only that, they support the entire course of the country towards 2030, towards 2050, if you want to see it like that. And what is the ultimate goal? Clean, green Europe with zero pollution. So we heard about the RES surplus. Mr. Nomakis, what is your comment? And I also wanted to hear from you with regards to what we are going to see. We heard a lot about big investments. What are the benefits and the value from the contribution of small producers?
Thank you for the invitation to the Energy Press Conference. I believe that this is a very useful discussion for our industry, and I hope that next year are going to be even freer than today. And let me start with a phrase that is going to be giving the focus of what we have heard already. We don't want to let RES to bear the cost of natural gas. If there are any super profits, the ones who get it are the ones who export gas and not the importers like Greece. The second thing is that I do agree with Mrs. Kalfos's presentation, but I'm afraid that tomorrow somebody is going to misinterpret what we have said, and either on purpose or accidentally, the windfall profits concept means that there is no windfall profit at all. The RES are regulated. Regulation is better than competition nowadays in modern markets. The windfall profit is taken by the LAPE that gives it to the producers. No, as the president said, if there is any surplus, the state provides this amount to support the consumers. Already there is a discussion to see how much is going to be the decrease of the pollutants. Now it has reached 60. The ministry discusses the amount of 50. We want to support the PEP because we believe that they will include in their projections of 2022 and show us whether there are any margins, so that the difference in the price, which is named windfall profit, meaning whether RES sell at a lower price than the cost, than the value of the energy in the market. So if this difference, if it is not required by LAPE, it could be given towards directions of the consumers that need some support, financial support, due to the increased prices in electricity. Now, as regards your question regarding investments, big or small or whatever, we need all kinds of investments. What we say is that small and medium add to the GDP of the country, and it is not very easy for them to be bought out by foreign funds. But this is a dowry for the future of the country. As regards large investments, I believe that the government has taken a very nice initiative. We, in our Article 41, we supported that the RAA, the RAI tenders be protected, the regulatory authority tenders. If we see too low prices, much lower than the cost that could be documented due to the increase of technology, when we saw that some years ago, we said that there's an alarm here. We have to protect the tenders. We don't want the tenders to be taken over by the big players that can enter the market and then leave aside the contract and get the windfall profits, as they are called. And I do repeat that it is not the companies that have a contract with OTEP that take these windfall profits, but some big speculators. So let me repeat that there is nothing better than long-term contracts for the RES in order to keep the consumption prices low for the consumers, be it the PEP or the consumers themselves. Also, in a technocratic way, I would say that we have a question. Why has so much time passed and we haven't bridged the gap in between the producers and the consumers? We have seen last year a period where in February 2020, the prices were very low. Before the function of the market, we had bilateral contracts, which were at very good prices. So the market could close 2 years long contracts. If the market was at 30, 40, or 50, or even 55, then it would be good. But of course, we wouldn't know how would the things evolve. But nevertheless, it is indeed a case. The small consumers cannot have the foreseeing instruments that the big players have that follow the stock markets, the valuations, etc. So the small consumers cannot benefit from these kinds of discounts or long-term contracts. But nevertheless, when we had 27 euros last year, we had a good opportunity for bilateral contracts. I don't understand why we lost this opportunity and now we're at 250. As regards photovoltaic systems, if we see the curve of consumption, every day we see that the yield is indeed very stable. At noon every day we see a fall 50 to 100 euros per kilowatt hour. This is a huge amount, especially during the summer months. We don't have any other option in some cases in the summer, especially during the peak hours. Only the RES gave us a solution. As regards storage now, the report by the project management team, where our association was a member, has expressed their concerns, and let me share one with you, which will be the limit of power for storage units in order to participate in RES portfolios or not. This is of great importance. If a certain unit is beyond this limit, then this unit is going to be autonomous within the system and will offer its services. So its services are going to be taken by all those that participate within the system, both producers and consumers, and the reshaping is going to be benefiting all of them. However, if certain storage unit over the gauging metering is below the metering limit, then this will have the opportunity to be introduced within portfolios that will function as distributed units. We have to see how we can set the limit at such an optimum point so that we can project the best curves for all of them. We want the system to be benefited because we want the best performance, but also we want some to be inside some portfolios so that the first distributed RES portfolios be exposed within the market. But of course, those over 400 kilowatts will have some issues in the beginning in terms of how they will be able to be introduced within such portfolios, including such as a storage unit that will smoothen out the production turbulence. It's very important for the storage success to take this into consideration. Nowadays, we speak a lot about the various dimensions of the RES models. Now that storage is starting, we have to enter in this all together so that we can benefit from these consequences. So energy cost, participation of RES, energy transition, all these are the issues. To our next speaker, Ms. Yarentis, what is your comment? Thank you for the invitation in this energy forum, which is a point of a meeting point for all the energy players. It's true that we are meeting today in a very interesting coincidence. We have an RES model that has been established, and at the same time we see a transition, an energy transition that will change the whole picture of the energy world during the end of this decade. All these things happen amongst turbulent situations, an energy crisis, changes in prices, changes in production rates. And within this situation, we need to see how we're going to reach the next day and in the best way. The only certain things is that we have to remain within the game. I believe that all of us consider that in order to mitigate the consequences of any high prices of this transition, of this vulnerability of the market, volatility of the market, we need to be more faster in the penetration rate of RES. We have seen, nevertheless, that the consequences are beneficial when the RES reach the market, especially during the peak hours, in midday, for example. But don't forget that the whole market has put all its hopes in the DBAs that will stabilize its energy cost schemes. I think that all these things will show us that we have to act fast so that we can decrease the increasing trends in natural gas prices. I believe that gas has to exit the scene slowly, but of course we have to wait to see how soon storage units will be established. Of course, RES plus storage will be the two dimensions that will make us independent from the natural gas prices and will make us independent in the case of natural gas deficits in the area. As we see, the RES have entered the market smoothly. We don't have any problems, and we nowhere did we need any big interventions in order to smoothen their entrance. We see that we don't need to fix the system for the smooth operation. The only standing question is how fast they can function, which is translated to how fast licensing can be accelerated so that the whole system can function properly. As regards the various measures to protect tenders, I don't think that we need any important interventions here. We do have some corrective. We have proposed some corrective measures, as Mr. Loumakis mentioned, so that we don't have any manipulation, if I may use this word in this context, of the tender outcomes, and when some players leave the PPAs outside the real market. I think that regulation has to be stricter here in order to reach the results that we want to reach, in order to define which exactly is going to be the manipulation margin. As regards the market, I think that we don't need to be hasty. That's the only thing to do. I believe that balancing prices will happen. So we have to be very careful not to create any further turbulences in this volatile market. And when the RES units will be fully integrated, we need to find a way to channel this modification of the system in a smooth way so that we can manage the operation in the best way. Now, as regards storage, I think that this is an open question. A lot of things have to be done, and I think that many things have already started. I believe that the situations are going to be fast. I think that pumping and batteries are the two main solutions today. I believe that hydrogen is going to play its role in the future, and I hope that we'll have more solutions to choose from. As regards greenhouse gas emissions that have to be lowered, we have the Fit 55 target for Greece, which actually means that RES are going to enter the energy consumption landscape by 80%, 80%. This is impressive. How can we speak about RES increase if we don't have extended infrastructures to store the energy? Do we consider that the buffer of the system will always be natural gas? I don't think that this is a plausible, feasible alternative. So I believe that this is not the correct solution. So in my opinion, batteries and pumping are the two main solutions. So if penetration is to be smooth, as the 2030 targets are, in 2025, it is going to be very expensive not to have storage. In 2025, if we don't have any storaging solutions, we will not be able to operate, because the framework has to change and include these pooling methods within it. That's the only way that we can absorb the turbulences of the transition period. But of course, turbulences have to lead to a better situation, not a worse one. Now, as regards ELAPE, we heard Mr. Loumakis and Mr. Teretos. We don't know how the operation of this scheme will be in the future. As regards the old organization, we do understand that when we have a positive balance, it's going to be good to use it in order to smoothen the consequences after the high prices. It's a mechanism to get the benefit from RES back to the consumers. Indeed, but it is true that the consumers supported the RES through their payments throughout these years. So now this is going to be paid back. But nevertheless, it is important to know that we have reached this balance at the high cost for the consumers in the past. This is true. We also need to find the best configuration of the pillar that we are going to determine in order to have an alternative in case of problems. Mr. Papakonstantinou, you are from Motorola Renewable Energy Organization, and your organization is very much connected to the traditional energy sources. What is your estimate for the future? Sometimes we wonder whether we act as we should, or maybe we are faster or slower than we should be. And I'm speaking in European terms, not national terms. So what about the risks of this transition? What do you have to say? First of all, let me thank you for inviting me in this very important panel. Also, the previous panels posed very important issues. Let me say that it is a fact that we are going towards a certain direction. If we want to leave a better world to our children, we have to act fast. The situation today with high prices and with the dimensions that have been described this morning, are influenced by geopolitical decisions and also by the fact that investments for this transition are not being encouraged. For us, the secret is technology, and it's going to be the solution as well. This transition has to be supported by technological progress that will manage to provide lower costs for the end consumer. That's how it functioned with the renewables in the past. A consumer today who has started understanding that energy transition is costly, and they saw, the consumers saw this with the increase in the dioxides recently, and of course this is not causally related, but it is a dimension of the problem. So the consumers understand that they participate in the whole system, so they need to pay. But if they ask, where does the money go today? The answer will be the producers and the traders, not projects that will support further future developments. Thus, we need to accelerate and support our projects on technologies and leave margin for future technologies. The mature technologies of today are the RES, the renewables, that give us lower costs in a transitionary period. That's what we need to support quickly. The state, the administration has to create the framework, the context to encourage this development, whatever this may mean, and all of us should be sure that this development will continue quickly. If we have a low support by the state, the renewables would need technical capacity and support and financing in order to continue operating within the market. Bank financing demands the other two dimensions to be present. Otherwise, they won't give any amounts for any investment. They need to know that you do have an off-taker for your energy as a producer. The projects have increased the technological complexity. The connection to batteries or storage unit in the future is a complex technical matter. And the opportunity to partner with credible off-takers is limited. So my proposal would be that public administration should soon create the context, the frameworks. I would personally prefer that renewable costs remain low. Storage, I do agree with Lucas, at any form should support the preconditions, and the market should be left free to utilize technology to the benefit of the consumers. Mr. Ioannou, I would like to ask you about a philosophical issue, rather. The energy exchange has operated for a while, and we have seen certain issues, for example, the operation of the stabilizing market and the issue that you described related to the lack, the inexistence of market, secondary market. What about the market? Is it self-regulated or not?
I need to be careful. Of course, there is the regulator, the RAE, and of course the regulator has the rights and obligations that have to do with smooth developments in the energy market. On the other hand, the market always finds balance points. So this is a form of self-regulation. Why? Because you can see that in the exchange, because there is the offer and there's the demand, and these two things come together in a place where they have to be tied together in a way, and in order to create the price that will lead the market in the end. So, of course, the market is being regulated. We do have the regulating authority, but also the market itself has its way to find these points of balance. And even so, though we have these changes, fluctuations, changing in pricing, what we see is that through the target model, the market gets the signals and proceeds, moves forward. We have not seen any points that are the fault of the market itself. The main signals give us the tendency, and the system proceeds. Let me talk about derivatives as well. It is my sense, with regard to the derivatives market, that the participants were not ready to get into this logic because there was a different philosophy, a different approach. But I think that this crisis that we are going through now will make everyone use these tools. They will be acquainted with them, and they will start acting as true participants and true players, because this situation will continue. We will still have fluctuations in the future, and we need to find the ways to not be exposed to such, vulnerable to such fluctuations, especially when we create long-term contracts with our customers. In your view, as Mr. Lomakis, last year the prices were very low. Why did we not have contracts being made with such favorable prices? Was it a matter of demand or offer? I'd say because we see it now and it's something completely different. I think that then a lot of players were expecting great drops in the pricing due to this transition to the target model, due to this change. And so they were not very keen on entering into contracts. That, by the way, the market maker quotes prices, and they can see how this thing goes. So I would say it was a matter of people expecting different things, and people not being able to actually see and evaluate the potential of these tools. Where do you think the Greek market will reach the state of maturity where right now 70% are derivative contracts and only 30% is the market? I would say something that we discussed a lot in previous panels. It's easy to have bilateral contracts, OTC contracts, right now, and it was easy to have them 6 months ago. All we need is two partners to enter into the contract, and these two go into the market, and the energy exchange does not care with what exactly the agreement between the two parties says. So we do have those tools, and it's not the model, the target model, that limits them. Maybe we want to go into something different in terms of those bilateral contracts. I don't know about that. But let's say, how much time do we need to get to a balance in the market? I think that, first of all, not all the model is complete. So we are a bit behind. We don't have the continuous negotiation in intraday market. That will be concluded within 2022. And I hope that until that time, the derivatives market will pick up. It does seem to start right now. But the intraday market is very important for me in order to actually have a complete model, and then we are able to say that yes, we are operating in the entire range of the target model. So let's wait for the start of 2022 and get a better idea of where we are going. Before we move on to the area special account, I want to stay a little bit on the subject. Terna Energy has closed the first bilateral contracts with its customers. How difficult was it from your side, an RES producer, to find customers that would accept, and industrial customers or medium voltage customers nonetheless, people who would accept such contracts? Listen, it's a market that's now beginning to operate. It's newly developed market. It's far from being a mature market, and customers are not really keen on making long-term commitments. It wasn't an easy feat, but we do have a supplier in our group that does have access to final consumers. We have Iran in our group. It wasn't easy, and it wasn't easy in terms of the duration. It wasn't possible to have PPAs, purchase agreements that are there long term, and consumers were not did not opt for such long-term contracts. But I would say that things matured rather quickly from the first discussions that we had maybe 4 or 5 months ago. Now we do have these bilateral contracts, these agreements with final consumers, that we pass the benefit from RES to those agreements, and that gave us a lead. The fact that Terna Energy has a very wide portfolio, has a lot of projects that are being developed, so it was possible for us to make contracts with a significant amount of power. Mr. Constantino, you also have a large portfolio, Mr. Papakonstantinou, a large portfolio of development at Motor Oil. Do you plan on making contracts with your customers in order to present them to your banks or whatever for funding reasons? Yes, of course, that's the way forward for us. And in fact, the largest part of the portfolio that we are developing right now in our initial planning was not included in a fixed tariff or any of the RAE tenders. So we believe we're going to go through contracts. The market is still developing, it's not mature, like Mr. Loumaki said, but from both sides. On the side of the developer, it's clear, because they cannot fund such contracts if they don't have, if the agreement is not in place. On the other hand, the customer right now is asking for those bilateral contracts because they are facing very high costs. And seeing the prices that we heard recently, as Mr. Loumaki said, 30s and 40s, they think that such contracts will give them access to such energy costs. Whether or not the customers are mature enough to be committed long term, or whether or not the developer is mature enough to accept a fixed tariff at such levels when the market is now giving a different price, that's something that needs time. And that's where we have these organized markets, the energy exchange, to facilitate this process. They provide the liquidity, the necessary liquidity to help us assume the risks that we're facing. And I also want to comment on what Mr. Ioannou said and add that we are going to capture the market when we move away from the limitations that we are seeing right now, when all the products are part of the market, and when we have more liquidity so all participants are comfortable enough to participate. All that are based on the time axis. Everything is going to, in the end, it's going to happen. But our need is for it to happen fast enough. When all the limitations are out of the way, then we will not be talking about regulation or self-regulation or anything. Time is pressing us, and it's pressing us when consumers are start to have complaints, and they will become bored or tired very shortly and say, okay, energy transition is one thing, but I need to heat my home in the winter. Now, what is the role of the energy exchange on the next day, the day after? Right now, you're regulating the market, but what's the role, excuse me, of the RES special account? Well, we're a significant player right now in the energy exchange, but the problem is that we represent perhaps the largest portfolio and the most gigawatts in the intraday market, but we have difficulties in participating. How can we participate in a market when the rest of the players, to put it like that, have all the resources they want, whether they are forecast systems or prediction systems or financial forecasts, analysis, or whatever type of banking support or any other assistance they may get, because they are private companies, and we are called to participate, and we have all these difficulties and the rigidness of a public company, but that's how it is. There are solutions, however. The solution is that the PEP, when it comes to issues, the Renewable Energy Sources and Guarantees of Origin operator, the PEP, we need to participate on equal terms in this market, this energy market, whether it's the intraday market or later the derivatives market. What I want to say is that we have the solution for public companies that were deregulated and free, that were free of this problems. We have the model of LD. Even if it is a public company, it has a freedom of movement. They can sign contracts. We cannot do that. And that is the main obstacle for us in order to have the free operation of the intraday market. Now let's talk a little bit about the new RES special account. And I want to make clear that this new RES special account, it's a term that came to be from the proposal that was given to the Recovery Resilience Fund, and when the RRF, we needed to give a name, we needed to submit a proposal that said, in order to get the funding, the grant, 200 million, which we needed and we need to get, and this should not appear small as a number compared to the total area special account fund, which is more than 2 billion. We need these 200 million. So we had to create this new account in order to make this proposal. In essence, it is not a new account. Let's say it's a sub-account of the area special account. It's something that will be managed in the same way as the other columns of the sub-accounts that are part of the area special account. Same as we have a column, let's say a factor, in this very complex equation that has to do with the old contracts, the PA contracts, or with differential surcharge contracts, we are going to have a new dimension here added to the RES special account. So let me clarify that it's not the old RES account and the new RES account. It's a new, a single account with an addition, another addition in its sub accounts. Just to clarify. Though perhaps there's a question of whether or not the new RES special account will have better response and the old players will have problems. No, it's going to be one single treatment on the part of the renewable energy sources and guarantees of energy operator for everyone, for all producers. We pay with no delays and the market sees that. It's part of our total effort in the last years to modernize and transform the PEP. So the health and the sustainability of the special account is something that is an intricate part of our efforts. But I also want to say something about storage because the RES special account monopolized the discussion and the prices in the market. But truly, the object of this conference is storage. And I want to say that whoever is fighting the renewable energy sources, because there is part of, there are some people who don't want to deal with RES, don't want it. Those say that RES are good, but they have this stochasticity. What happens when there's no wind? What happens when it's the night and there's no sun? This uncertainty that is scientifically called stochasticity, it's the weak point of RES. Well, this weak point is covered, fully covered by storage. This is why storage is tied to RES. Storage and RES, storage as an independent production unit. For example, a thermal production unit could be considered a storage unit, but the point is to have storage in order to solve the stochasticity problem. That's very important, and it is something that we need to include in the legislation, in the provisions that we make for the future. We will come back to this matter of storage, but Mr. Loumakis, you have criticized, you have said some comments, made some comments on this new and old RES special account. Well, what we heard now is very, very good information. The fact that this new RES special account is simply a new subdomain of the special account. There was even, we have even heard things about the bad and the good special account. So it's not just us that have our anxieties about this. Now, with regarding those people who are not interested at all in RES, I would call them right now. I would call them, they cannot, and I would say to them that they cannot expect that the market is always exactly as it suits them. The market maker has made a difference. So right now we have a positive momentum for RES in terms of bilateral contracts, because on the one hand we have many projects that are mature, becoming mature in terms of licensing, and we also have very low prices for RES, perhaps because some were maybe exaggerated a little bit at the tenders. So we have a very low price at RES. There's a great deal of high offer. And in terms of the large consumers that don't have their own production, they should try to get into the first into this PPS instead of throwing stones at RES. That's the first comment. The other thing is that I've seen a change in the state, a very positive change. Before the target model started, everyone wanted a market that would be just a SWOT market, especially for RES. They would say that the market is used to having these very cheap contracts from DAPEP, the Renewable Energy Sources and Guarantees of Origin Operator. But with the target model starting, they were expecting that to say that, okay, you are now going to the wholesale market. But they see they have to go back now, back on their words, because the market with all the ups and downs, this roller coaster, cannot be sustained by anyone except from the very, very small producers. If you have to make investments, then it's impossible to sustain it. So let me just say that I'm very happy with these clarifications of how the new RES special account is going to be operated. So let's not call it the new RES special account, just a part of the special account. Mr. Dimitriou, you have a very wide investment portfolio in terms of energy storage. Unfortunately, we don't have Mrs. Duku with us. Perhaps she could have shed more light to the intentions of the ministry, but what do you expect in terms of the legislative initiatives from the Ministry of Energy and Climate and the Environment? What do you see in order to have energy storage being productive? Well, energy storage is very important. It's a technology, of course, that needs to be supported in order to be able to penetrate into the system. That does not mean that it does not have benefits and that does not offer a cost reduction. It's a very typical case where OPEX becomes a CAPEX, which means that you have to spend money at the start, but then the amortization is very fast for the system. So we need to create a very cohesive framework, regulatory framework, a pricing framework that will make provisions for transparent and equal participation in the market to the day market and all the individual markets of the target model, and something that will forecast in a fair and reasonable way and cost, price, and pay the services provided to the system. Now, if we talk about between pump storage or battery storage, pump storage can offer what we say as what we call as energy services, or succeed in arbitrage, or perhaps not more than one day balancing energy balancing and price shaving can be used as backup in the system. Batteries have a very fast response and can offer their services like that. So this set of services is very important for the system. It has high added value. So to conclude, this is a framework that will need to determine the way the storage will participate in the market, will be costed, and will be paid for. And when we talk about the RES portfolio and storage systems, which has its use, of course, because we have a synergy between the two technologies, so that will highlight its value even more. We need to iron out all the technical details and determine a few things that are to know exactly how this will operate. Mr. Papakonstantinou, does Motor Oil examine the prospect of investing in storage, and under what conditions? We are already getting started. We have locations in Greece where we are examining the installation of battery banks when the legislative framework is announced. To answer quickly, we also expect from the legislation full inclusion in the target model, so it's clear how it operates, how it is costed, how it is paid for. But I will also say that for motor oil, storage is not just batteries. Storage also comes to support and resolve this stochastic problem with the RES, but storage also needs to work for a peak shaving. We have short-term storage, batteries. We have mid-term storage with pumped storage, but we also need to have long-term storage, and that we will achieve through hydrogen when we have it. But right now, today, the only form of long-term storage that we have is natural gas, and we need to say that we are investing very consciously to the FSRU at the Agioi Theodori, because we think that natural gas is the transition fuel and will continue to be until the technologies are mature enough to support the energy transition. It's necessary in order to keep pricing low, but to do that, we need to have storage in natural gas with infrastructure that are expensive, are complex, are not supported by the European Union or by the banks, but as we have seen, without them, it will not be possible to buy the time that we need in order to achieve the energy transition. Maybe we need to wait for the European Union toolkit. Maybe there will be a change in the way they deal with natural gas. I'm not very optimistic. Maybe, but I'm not very optimistic. They are not going to make too many waves. They have set a policy, a strategy, and it's not easy to deviate from that. In the framework of this strategy, however, we as a country and we as investors also need to do what has to be done so that the market can operate in a healthy way. We need to make our investments at the same time that we invest in RES. Mr. Ioannou, will it be possible to include storage in the target model? Yes, I think that I said that from the beginning. All these pieces, all these parts could be included in the operation. We don't know exactly how, but we have the intentions, and we are discussing with all the involved parties so that we can find the best possible way. We do have the tools. It's not something new. We have the tools to do it. So we're not talking about storage only, but even the dynamic participation of many small players in the operation, from cars, vehicles that will need charging, or from other players. But that needs to be a little bit more mature so that we are certain that we are not going to create more problems than we solve. So indeed, storage is a very important tool, because for the first time it will give us the opportunity to see electricity as to have an inventory of a stock of electricity, because so far what we know is that electricity is produced, goes to the grid, is consumed, that's that. Having storage, we will have an inventory of energy, not only to balance these ups and downs, but also to participate actively in forming the price. this concept of the inventory will give us new tools so that we can find the ways to manage the market. I think that this wraps up our discussions. We heard very interesting things, all the hot topics right now and the prospects for the future. Thank you very much, everyone, and hope we have a good conference ahead of us.
Since 1995, Vestas has been on a journey to make offshore wind more accessible, driving down the cost of sustainable energy. As industry pioneers, we remain true to this commitment. With a proven offshore track record, we know what it takes. Innovative and reliable technology, continuously optimizing reliability, availability, and power output. More than 25 years experience and the ability to put it to use. Together with our trusted partners, we install turbines better, faster, and more safely. Fleet-wide service you can trust, backed by unmatched experience and data insights, ensuring our service turbines perform at their best. From Tuno Nob in 1995, the oldest commercial offshore wind farm in operation, to our latest turbine, V236 15.0 megawatts, designed to deliver industry-leading park performance globally. Vestas remains the leader in sustainable energy solutions, driving change and setting new industry standards on our journey to a fossil-free world.
Καλησπέρα σας, είμαι η Νεκταρία Καρακατσάνη.
Welcome, I'm Nectaria Karakatsani, and I'm very happy to be here to coordinate as the moderator of this panel with 6 speakers. I think that our section here is very topical, very current. We're going to talk about PPAs. We're going to analyze them in terms of the structure, of the technical details, the legal details, financial details. I want to thank the organizers for hosting this conference, and I want to welcome Mrs. Argyro Banila. She's from the National Bank, Head of Structure Financing, Corporate and Investment Banking. It's a very impressive title. Mr. Christos Nakos, the Head of Proteria. Mr. Konstantinos Eleftheriades, a partner, energy industry leader of Deloitte Greece. Mr. Andreas Petropouleas, energy management director of Elpedison. Hello. Mr. Apostolos Panos, head of energy management at the Enel Green Power Hellas, and Mrs. Stella Zacharia, CEO of Optimus Energy.
So this panel is has very well good knowledge of the LG criteria, and I'm very glad to see some women in this panel because the quotation has to rise. So I'm going to start with an introductory comment. Let me just say that the PPAs are one of the accelerators actually of the green transition into a new landscape with new data, new uncertainties, and very strong climate ambitions. The RES support systems are being transformed worldwide, and we're going towards their abolition. At the same time, the old contracts fitting tariffs, the guaranteed prices, are coming to an end. Only in Germany, 4 gigawatts in 2020 are included in this category. And we expect that we're reaching 2.5 megawatts in Germany soon enough. So we see that the RES are fully participating in the market. This has new challenges. There is a balancing cost, and at the same time, we also have the cannibalization effect. What does this mean? That the RES, which are subsidized, compress the prices, and this is a challenge for the sustainability of the various investments in new RES projects in an era without subsidies whatsoever. So financing is the new trend for the bankable projects that will be able to manage all the challenges in order to stabilize money flows. On the other hand, we have the consumers, major companies, major enterprises, commercial players or industrial players that adopt ambitious decarbonizing objectives. Also, the banks turn towards green indicators. For example, the investment bank wishes to become the first green bank. So we see that the consumers wish to proceed to hedging solutions in order to stabilize as much as this can be done to the prices for a large percentage of their consumption for long periods, usually up to 15 years. So parallel to the benefits of the PPA from this hedging and the potential decrease of cost, we might have some additional benefits. And the RES directive amendments goes towards this direction. So the companies, the enterprises today feel that they add to the development of the new RES. So which is the structure of the new contract? I'm sure that our panelists will give us a lot of details. So we can have natural delivery or virtual delivery, a virtual financial product within a contract today. There are many risk parameters, and usually in a negotiation, the two parties need to have a common understanding with this golden balance of the risk parameters. So we have a fluctuation of prices, both in costs and guarantees. For example, a PV has a 60% of consumption guarantee, and the rest will come from green certificates from the energy grid. We also have volume fluctuation from the RES systems. Financial risk is an important parameter too, the volatility in markets, and also the consumption profile. So we have additional costs and the profiling or shaping cost, and all the risks hedged is a challenge, a new challenge. So we have a plethora of new products. One can buy a percentage from a certain RES project or a baseline from a specific consumption profile, or an indexation based on the market with certain safeguards. What is important is that now we have reached the standardization of such contracts with several platforms in Europe, as you see on the slide, and the contracts allow individualization, personalization of the configuration. The aggregators play a very important role, and the banks as well. From my academic experience, especially in London, I have seen that nowadays we see more and more examples of companies that turn into renewable retailers. So they create consumption assets. As for example, Tali in Spain that develops a 3.3 gigawatt PV park to cover fully throughout Europe the green activities until 2025. We also see vertical integrated players that enter into other companies' RES projects for a better risk allocation. Also, we can have multiple off-takers, while we also see municipalities entering these PPT schemes in various ways. Financing is always critical. That's why mechanisms are important. One such mechanism was in Norway in 2016, then Spain, and then Greece now has a scheme that will boost the market. We see that storage is the main issue here, and also renewable gases. As regards demand, the colossal companies worldwide wish to provide 24/7 green energy. This can be a reality. We see this in Norway by exploiting electricity and RES energy. And also we see swaps, volume thermic agreements, especially via the Microsoft solutions, in order to ensure the whole system. When we compare a PPA against the retail prices, we need to understand that we reduce the costs down to the projections of 10 years after today. This includes uncertainties, of course, and the cannibalization effect has to be considered here. It is indicative that only last September, the European Exchange, the EEX, introduced a decade indicator that will let the hedging proceed to PPAs. So after my comment, I would like to give now the floor to our first guest, Mrs. Banila from the National Bank of Greece. Good afternoon. I would like to thank you for the invitation. Let us congratulate the organizer for this very nice conference. I hope that all will find the issues of this conference very interesting. Let me start by speaking about what the National Bank is doing in the energy map of the country. In various cases, we have seen that the National Bank nowadays is pioneer in the Greek market as regards financing energy projects. Our energy portfolio nowadays reaches 2.6 billion euros. If we consider the approved, the non-approved limits due to maturity reasons, we manage a 5 billion portfolio. During the last year, we have expanded to 9% plus, and since 2019, in aggregate, a 26% expansion as regards the RES sector. The National Bank has a long story in financing investments in this sector beyond for more than 25 years. Nowadays, we have the largest financing share in the market, 40%, and we are present in all types of technologies. We also include innovative technologies in our portfolio, like, for example, CCP or LNG. So traditionally, for us, in brief, you understand that energy transition is a long-term development target where we want to further enhance our presence and be besides our customers in order to support their development plans in the new situation and the new target models as has been legislated recently and started operating in November 2020. Now, as regards the pillars of our credit expansion, we have two dimensions. The first regards the continuation of the very competitive financing schemes or in the form of subsidies in the framework of RAE tenders. Here we expect the expansion of the scheme proportionally to what happens in the European markets. Until 2025, we expect we'll have to tender approximately 3 gigawatts. This is what we expect in this transitional period. At the same time, we deepen our technical knowledge as regards PPAs, essentially in order to understand deeply which are the functional dimensions as you described them in your introduction, in order to introduce them in our financing solutions. That transition is necessary, is the only way towards the sustainable future. So we believe that the PPAs are the very functional tools to use towards this direction. The Greek banks introduce a know-how from other countries or continents. Know-how exists. And let me give you an example. In 2019, we had a global 19.5 billion contracts. And in 2020, we had further repos at a similar amount for 24 gigawatts. Nowadays, we are changing from the one model to the other in terms of financing schemes. So I would like to focus on the two main trends in the market. Of course, we have seen a de-escalation of the previous models, as we saw in the recent tenders, in combination to the limited quantities, urges the transition to the target model, so the banks have to adapt very quickly to the new market situation, conditions. The second trend that we see in the new framework is the so-called technical pooling of projects. In other words, the creation of portfolios that include subsidized projects and projects that will be under PPA schemes. Actually, this mixture ensures the possibility to utilize all the instruments in the market and all the types of financing that are traditional or innovative. Based on the previous models that we have used until today. As you mentioned in your introduction, the financial institutions have to be adapted to the technical characteristics of the PPAs. Here we're not speaking about broad, rather standardized contracts. We speak about customized contracts that will cover specific needs of the contracting parties. Thus, we don't have the one rule fits all recipe. We need to become more inventive as to how we can tackle the various risks. I don't want to be very technical in my speech. You already mentioned some of the critical dimensions. I'm just saying that the market has been very aggressive in financing projects up to marginally 20 years of time with very competitive interest costs and with a good quotation of borrowing percentages. But I believe that we need to find ways in order to remain competitive as regards the offered financing in a way that will ensure paying back the capital of the financing schemes. As you mentioned, the life of duration of the contracts is one parameter to consider, the off-taker's capacity another, as well as their history in previous projects. Obviously, the Greek banks in this area has also to tackle the results, the outcomes of the financial crisis in the country, where many of the off-takers have turned to external financing solutions. So the cyclicity that this creates has to be managed. Also, we need to see to foresee the flows of paying back the financial instruments that will be utilized, that this has to be also considered. You mentioned the balancing mechanism, so that we can balance out the provisions to include within the sensitivity scenarios in our contracts based on the conditions in the market, the equipment of the project, the weather conditions, etc. Last but not least, we need to consider the set of legal safeguards, like, for example, reimbursement clauses or the off-takers balancing clauses that have to be considered in considering the risk of financing, plus the configuration of the specific loans so that they reach sustainable solutions both for the loan takers and the banks. The National Bank of Greece supports green energy. We want to invest in this sector. We want to be pioneers in this industry. We have invested a lot, both in terms of money and human capital. We have a very dynamic team that follows the developments in this industry. So we believe that we are very ready. We are ready to enter a new future for a green economy. In conclusion, in trying to differentiate ourselves in what we offer to our customers, I would like to focus on the fact that beyond the typical financing that we offer to our customers, we have invested in a new exchange banking division with a specialized offer of offsetting and hedging instruments in order to cover all the needs of our customers. The National Bank of Greece is the only functional member of the clearing commodity system, which is an important thing to consider, and we are the pioneering bank in non-stock exchange solutions related to electricity or gas or other solutions. Thank you very much. We're going to give the floor now to our next speaker, Mr. Christos Nakos, from the aggregator of Protergia.
I'd like to thank you as well for the invitation in one of the most interesting conferences in the year in the field of RES. My presentation starts a little more generally, and then we will talk a little bit about what we can offer as an aggregator and as Protergia and as Mytilineos. First of all, since we have used this term a lot, PPA, the partner purchase agreement, it's a long-term contract for the purchase sale of electricity. It's something completely new. No, we had such contracts in the past as well. Had to do with conventional energy generation methods, but this is the first time that we're using this in RES. In the end, it's a hedging tool. It's something that sometimes we forget is about the pot markets, the potential profits, and then the levelized cost of electricity, the full cost for electricity generation from a certain technology. But what is the contribution of the PPAs in the system? In the end, the fact is that markets, the potential future profits are a lot of vulnerability, so they're not constant, and the PPA comes to balance this, make it more stable, and that makes it easier for the banks to actually finance such projects. Practically, a long-term contract like that, an agreement, can be either a virtual PPA, or if we include natural delivery terms, in this case, however, we need to have one or at least two entities and an aggregator and a supplier company that services the consumer, and the aggregator who services the producer. In terms of the definitions, we have the corporate PPAs that are directly between the producer and the company, and the PPAs that have to do with the consumer and the producer. It's interesting. This slide is interesting in my view. It shows us how risk is split, but also because it numbers the risks that are involved in a specific PPA. Let's start with the most significant one, price. It's very important when we talk about long-term agreements, in which world will the particular technology produce, in a world where natural gas has a low price or a high price. This is a price risk, one of the greatest dilemmas that the partners have to deal with. The liquidity risk has to do with the ability of this product to be counterbalanced. Ms. Karakatsani also mentioned that we also have this risk involved with the hourly consumption rate of each consumer, because we have a different synchronization rate. So a partial feed from the RES market and the conventional market, and that translates to a specific cost for the aggregators. Another is the risk for price cannibalism. This is important because we have because storage does not have still a lot of penetration, so prices can be cannibalized when there's a lot of wind or whatever. That means that prices drop and the producers' profit drop. Another important cost tied to the balancing market, which is very complex, is the balancing cost. But as we see today, it's a cost that fluctuates a lot and can also create damages for those who actually benefit from it. Other than the classic financial costs, we also have the risk of payment, the risk of replacement. If, for example, a project that is tied to a PPA cannot be completed, there is a risk involved how to replace this project, if you are going to be able to replace the project, and who's going to pay for that replacement. The legal and financial risks are also very important, and I think that in a PPA of this sort, the risks cannot be handled as such. You only need to pose the terms with which you are going to attempt to deal with these changes, the legal and financial changes, that could greatly affect the sustainability of one part, the consumer, and the sustainability of the producer. The last but not least risk is the volume risk, the production volumes, specifically when a consumer is in a contract with a producer, but the consumer has to have, the producer has to have, the consumer needs some guarantee that the production will be there, a specific volume. The business of negotiating PPA is finding a fair price, and that leaves room for a lot of discussion. Very difficult to cover this in a panel. There's a lot to be said about it. But I do include this slide because it shows how a negotiation for such a PPA needs to be structured, and I will try to go through it briefly. Let's say we have a producer that will cover a base load. This producer is paid by the consumer and then has a base profit. At the same time, the producer has to cover some balancing costs or in order to synchronize the curve for production and consumption. And there are also risks that he faces within the 5 or 7 years of the PPA, the price risk, the volume risk, the cannibalizing price risk, the balancing market risk, and many other risks that can be detailed but perhaps are not so important. So in the end, there could be a negative development for all the risks or positive development, but in the end, you have to make the right hedging moves in order to have a stable final PPA. because in the end, that will be your ultimate profit from the transaction that you have done. Now, if that is the PPA, let's see what are the different ways you can structure it. If you have a classic, a typical PPA with a fixed price for a number of years, which benefits those who want to have a fully stable risk that they assume through the contract. If they are consumers, they want to have a very fixed consumption. Or if we are talking about different PPAs with a fluctuating price using a mathematical formula, using different indexes of the market as decided by the partners. The value here is that such products have thresholds, upper and lower thresholds, that ensure both parties. Another structure, another type of PPA is how energy is being paid. Is it paid as it is being generated? That's the most typical form, which is now becoming a thing of the past in Europe, but maybe we're going to start seeing it in Greece now as on the first phase. The producer produces, generates power, and consumers pay them at that time. That theoretically is good for producers who do not want to assume high risks. The other end is baseload PPA, that what I described before, that the producer says I'm going to cover a baseload and my consumption, the consumer, which means that the producer assumes a lot of risk tied to the market. And that, of course, defines the price of the PPA. The baseload PPA includes a lot of risk assumed by the producer, so the prices are higher there. But I want to mention some strategic axis of Mytilineos right now in terms of PPA. It's an organic part of our strategy. Our company has assumed commitments to minimize its carbon footprint and has committed to a zero carbon footprint in the RES and energy storage projects. We are trying to be a point of reference for green metallurgy and to lower our pollution rates. And we have very low targets for green energy that we produce. We continue to evaluate new proposals, and we want to cover a large part of our industrial needs from PPA with third parties, and that will make our company one of the most important partners in the domestic market. We're very happy, those of us who work in this sector, that we discuss with our colleagues from abroad, and they have a lot of experience from the PPAs that they have signed, and that's a great advantage for us. The domestic PPAs are serviced through the aggregator of the group. We have a portfolio of approximately 400 megawatts and contracts that are approaching 600 megawatts. We offer PPA solutions to consumers that want to stabilize their costs. We incorporate the construction cost of a new RES project, and we assume to cover the balancing cost from our aggregator. And something that's also worthwhile to discuss and to include in the agenda, as a company, we want to support the domestic RES producers now and in the future. Thank you for your presentation. As I have a background in mathematics, so your references were very appreciated as well. You have the floor for the next 8 minutes, Mr. Eleftheriadis. Ladies and gentlemen, I also want to thank you for the invitation. It's a very important and interesting topic. And I think our discussion today is very interesting to everyone. So we've heard some things about the technical characteristics, but I will try to be brief. I don't want to repeat what we already said. But what I can say is that as consultants, we see a little more the technical aspects of the PPAs. We're trying to be the intermediaries and find a solution between the two parties that will be beneficial economically to both. We try to model the financial flows that come out of a PPA so that the project can be financed, can be bankable. And we want to see all the terms from the side of the legal or the technical points and include all those terms in the PPA so that in the end parties will agree on it and conclude, sign it. So what is a PPA? In reality, it's a private agreement. It's a very a complex private agreement. So we're talking about a contract that has to define prices, has to define quantities and durations, which is very important. But since we said it's a complex agreement, in the end of the day, it also has to define where energy will be delivered, what charges are going to be paid by one party and what charges by the other. And we also need to define the mechanism for compensation when there's a breach of obligation from the one party or the other, as well as all the other clauses that has to be included in the agreement so that both parties enter and feel secure in a mutually beneficial agreement. We heard before, of course, depending on the type of PPA that will be selected, the risk involved is different, starting from the as produced, which there's no obligation to deliver a specific quantity at a specific time. This PPA has a lower risk, which affects the price. So one would expect a lower price, and it's very different compared to the baseload PPA, which requires specific quantity to be delivered at a specific price, and that entails a higher risk and in the end a higher price. So the risk that both parties will select in the end depends on their profile, depends on the price that they want to achieve, the price that they want to pay for, or the price they want to be paid. Of course, there are drivers from both sides that make PPAs widely acceptable and make them a good option for all participants in the market. From the side of the producers, we have projects that were not licensed in the last years. And if they are able to get tariffs through PPAs, they will be able to convert this to bankable projects. That's something that they want. And on the side of the consumers, they want two things: the lower energy cost, and sustainability, ESG, and generally green energy. So taking this first part, the marginal cost for many consumers has skyrocketed in the last months. So we could talk and not only about high voltage, but medium voltage as well. There are many medium voltage customers that are facing high energy costs, and it's an important element of their cost in general. So they want to see lower energy costs, and they want to enter into PPAs. Sustainability, ESG, is the second part that is important, because a lot of companies that are in the stock exchange or subsidiaries of large companies are trying to set their targets up to 2025 or 2030 in order to reduce their footprint, carbon footprint, and their emissions. So PPAs could be a one-way street in order to achieve those targets in a reasonable time frame. Next question, next page. Thank you. These are the reasons. This is what drives the requests for PPAs in the future. It's nothing different in Greece. Of course, the markets abroad are more mature in terms of PPA. There are countries such as Spain, England, or Sweden, Germany, where PPAs are very widely used. Each country has its own profile, its own characteristics, and they select different types of PPAs. For example, in Spain and in England, they mainly select solar PPAs, so photovoltaic energy, and the type is as produced, where Nordic countries select more the wind PPAs that have to do with monthly settlements, monthly baseloads that are determined according to the market prices. So what each country selects has to do with its characteristics, whether or not they have sun, they have wind, or whatever. Now coming to Greece, we see, and as we discussed with our consumers or with producers, we see that what is coming is a fourth-party scheme where the producer sells to the aggregator and the aggregator to the supplier and the supplier to the consumer. This scheme provides security to the entire transactions, it's security of supply, that in the end, whatever the load or the profiling, it will be covered and there will be no problems in offering the energy to the final consumer. So in this scheme, the aggregators play a very important role because they will be the balancing factor between the different parties. Of course, the scheme could be a three-party or two-party, but in the end of the day, it seems more likely that all these stages will be required in order to conclude the agreement, and everyone benefits in this stage. The producers are benefited by making their projects bankable. The banks have projects that they can now finance. The aggregators and providers increase their market share, and in the end, the consumers receive lower prices. Last, from our side, it's not as easy to move into a very speedy and easy transition from the state that we are in today to the PPAs, because there are certain obstacles that need to be surpassed. For example, consumers wish to have shorter periods. They are not happy with 10-year contracts. They are not used to such long-term contracts. On the other hand, perhaps it's the minimum time period that a bank can accept in order to make the projects bankable and have them financed. So there needs to be some middle ground, a cooperation with the banks and with the partner parties, and to review schemes that are being used abroad in order to make things work in Greece. The sooner the better. Another thing, consumers of course want low prices and fixed prices, but that's something that producers cannot easily offer. And when I say producers, I mean aggregators and suppliers, given that no one wants to assume the risk of all intermediate charges and the balancings and clearing. So consumers need to assume part of the risk in order for a PPA contract to proceed. So we also need to find some middle ground here. The other thing has to do with the legal terms, because as we said, the PPA is a very complex private agreement which creates caps, creates pros, includes derivatives, and all this has to be reflected in the legal test, has to be modeled so that all parties, or four parties, can understand what are the cash flows, and the bank knows what are the cash flows before it proceeds with financing. And last, the regulatory and storage. The regulatory framework is something that we expect will change. We expect it that will adopt some changes, but the delay in that creates a delay in the adoption of the PPAs. A lot of people expect that the regulatory framework will reduce prices, energy prices, but that's not the case. The regulatory framework will adopt regulation mechanisms for the operation of the market, or mechanisms to provide guarantees, but ways to normalize the operation, but not ways to lower pricing. So storage is another thing that we expect. we are waiting for. We want to see how it's going to be incorporated in the market. It should help PPAs a lot because it can increase the number of PPAs. It will help with the risk of balancing and reshaping. So we're going to move away from certain very important risks using storage. That's it from my side. Thank you very much. Your comments were very important. We are moving on to Mr. Andreas Politropouleas, the Energy Management Director of Elpedison. Well, thank you to the Energy Press for the invitation. Thank you, Mr. Karakatsanis, Mrs. Karakatsani. At this time, PPAs are a very hot topic that is being discussed. Many think that it's something easy, that it will be soon, should be over, but according to international experience, negotiations take 6 to 8 months. If someone thinks that PPAs will be over in a week or so, that's not the case. Also, we need to understand that we need to assume risks. Both sides need to assume risk. To this date, the contractors in Greece would not assume any risk. They had a guaranteed performance without any risk. So both parties, the seller and the purchaser, have to assume risks, and the banks as well. We need banks by our sides. They are going to finance, but they also have to assume a very small part of the risk in this entire process. What is a PPA? My colleagues before me said it very well, so we don't need to say a lot on this. What do we have here on this slide? We have the situation in Europe from 2013 to 2020. What we see is that in 2020 all records were broken. There were 4,000 megawatts of power. And the leader in these countries is Spain. Spain in 2020 closed 1.3 gigawatts. Now let's see the mix of these PPAs and the sectors that show the most interest. So in 2020, PPAs between wind and photovoltaic were almost the same. In 2021, wind are picking up more. They are going to be more than 4, that's the tendency. Now, in terms of the sectors, you see that the companies and the communication technology, Google, Microsoft, are closing PPAs. They're popular in this area, and heavy industries and transports. Now let's see something interesting. Let's see the prices. What are the prices in Europe? This is pricing from December 2020, and we're talking about energy prices, not balancing, no GOs, and no grid cost. The Nordic countries, they prefer wind PPAs. The rest of Europe prefers photovoltaic. You can see the difference. It's a black color and this pink color. Prices. Spain right now closed at 35.63. These are the prices that we see at this point. And let's not get overcarried by what we see in the day market today. At this point, there's an opportunistic game being played, or perhaps it can also be a deficit of natural gas. That's actually the case. But when we see this for 10 or 20 years, of course, you realize that we cannot be influenced by what we see right now before us. So the prices for the PPAs have nothing to do with the day-ahead market. It's long-term situation that we see ahead of us. Now, PPAs. anyone can do what they want. The two parties can sit between them and agree that whatever they like, whatever suits them. But of course, it has to be suitable for both parties. So the structure needs to be agreed between them. Of course, banks are also included in this negotiation. Banks have also to be satisfied because they're going to finance in the end. So in this circle, we have the main terms of a contract, and the center is the duration from 10, 15, or 20 years. Contractors want more than 10 years. The red line, the red circle is the pricing. We have fixed prices, index prices, or structured prices. We're going to talk about that in a while. Structured means that you can have a period of 5 years with a fixed price and then have it floating, for example. Then volumes. Pay as produced is the most popular and most secure on the side of the producer. Whatever they produce, they are paid for. So they assume very little risks. The only thing they have to do is keep their photovoltaic systems at a good condition so they can generate electricity. This is why it takes 6 to 8 months to negotiate a PPA, because there are a lot of terms. For example, the guaranteed performance, the guaranteed output of a generator, of a producer. The first thing are the physical PPAs with regard to physical deliveries. Look at the scheme at the bottom. You have an industrial consumer that closes a PPA with a producer. Then the consumer must have an energy service provider, a supplier. This supplier will take energy from the producer and sell it to their customer, to the industrial customer. Energy in the GAO. Of course, the supplier, other than the energy that they purchase from the photovoltaic for the PPA, they must also sell the rest, the balance. If the end consumer has closed photovoltaic, has an agreement for photovoltaic, the supplier must provide electricity for the whole day. So it's going to be a basket price, not one single price. And of course, the consumer will also pay a fee to the energy service provider. This green line that you see perhaps is not closed. It's not something that may not be agreed. So the energy service provider may agree with the producer, so that will pass on inside the basket price to ultimately offer a more attractive price. Now it's the virtual PPA. The virtual PPA, first of all, there's no natural, no physical delivery. So it's, in the end, it's a CFD, it's a derivative. And what do we do with the CFD? We have to agree on two things. First on the strike price and then on the reference price. The price, the exchange price where it will be, at which it will be paid, because let's say we have a photovoltaic in Italy and we say, let's agree on a PPA, let's sign a PPA. I sign with them and the party in Italy will say, I want to pay at the zone where, the clearance at the zone where my photovoltaic is, at northern Italy. So the consumer that has the virtual PPA in Greece assumes the risks of the Italian zones. And there's a different price in Italy between the north and the south. So virtual PPAs, either made if they're signed abroad from Greek companies with companies abroad. This has to be discussed in detail. It is very important. And in the end, you have to hedge on the differences between the two markets, which means that there's a lot of risk being assumed on virtual PPAs. It's a little bit more risky than the physical PPA. we need to move a little quick so we can have time for the rest of our speakers. So this is a multi-type PPA, but here we have a consortium of customers, not just one customer. This is the opposite case, many producers with one consumer. This is the pricing structure. We don't have the time to get into the details, but it's a very nice graph because we have the fixed price. The second graph is the fixed price for certain years, for example, for 5 years, and then we have a floating price. So like we said, it's a matter of agreement between the two parties. The third one is a floating price with a cap. If the price goes up, you cannot go over the cap. Then we have the floating price with a floor. So if the price drops below a certain level, there's compensation to be given. So there are a lot of details to iron out, but most producers prefer the fixed price. This is the volume structure, pay as produced or annual base load. Producers prefer obviously the pay as produced, no risk. Whatever I produce, I am paid for, and everything is fine. The annual base load is something that's good for the other side. Suppliers like us are happy with a baseload product. Now let's go to risks. We have a list just so you understand what we're talking about. It's not that we can get up and sign a PPA tomorrow. There are a lot of risks here. The price, the production shape, whether or not prices are going to increase, when you're going to go into operation, the duration, when the photovoltaic provides energy, all the others provide too. When I expect energy from the wind and I do not take it, I have to purchase from the system. The construction cost. With all these prices, all the iron prices are going up, everything is going up. But if you try to purchase something, if it's not hedged, the risk is very high. The managing cost is very high. Default, force majeure, equivalent availability. You have to have other options. Maintenance and damages. Maintenance. If you do not maintain your photovoltaic, what can you do? You expect them to produce a load fact that's significant, but they do not produce, and all that has to be included in the contract. Your points are valid and very important, but we need to have time for the rest of our speakers. So if you excuse me, but I will call to the stand Mr. Apostolos Panos. Let me just wrap up. So I only had one more slide, and apologize for taking too long. No, you had some interesting comments to make. So we have Mr. Apostolos Panos, the leader of Head of Energy Management at Elen Green Power Hellas.
Good afternoon. I would like to thank you for the invitation. We are here once again in this panel. So, continuing the discussion of this panel, I would like to give you another dimension of the RSPPS. We don't speak here about simple contracts. We have much more than this. Actually, this has to do with long-term cooperations where two companies partner in order to reach sustainable development goals. In recent years, we see many changes in the operation, in the corporate culture. The companies say that if it is the principle of the customers that want to protect the environment more and more, this is an important leverage for development and creation of value, especially due to the situation in the energy markets today. The quantification of the benefit from an RSPPA are obvious. The challenge for all of us is the long-term quantification of the benefit from sustainable development. Here we don't speak about an exchange, but rather cooperation, which will change the way the market functions. I would like to stress the antisonarity term here. This means that a consumer becomes an investor via long-term investment of a new RS project. This is a not capital cost, but a long-term investment. So let us see now the structures of the PPAs. They have been very nicely described by the previous speakers. The physical PPA is important, and we have different types of costing, invoicing. These are customized contracts after negotiations, and we also have to consider the benchmark, which is the commercial value. So here we speak about the bet that we have today in between the counterparties regarding the future values. This takes place because it is important to know how each party evaluates the continuation of its activity. For example, a producer of RAS today has to understand which is going to be the optimal value so that in a 10 years PPA will return the capital back, the investment back, and make it sustainable. At the same time, we will have to know which is a good, satisfactory cost for competitive products in the future. As regards the issues, the agenda, energy storage will become a catalytic dimension for RSPPAs. We'll see advantages in decreasing costs, lack of profit, or it is important to see how we can capture the prices of another time inside the day and profile reshaping and firming. So we are wanting to find financial alternatives that are going to be reliable. These contracts will be operated and functioned through aggregators that will represent the actual units. So these will lead to actual benefits, mitigating the risks and making the aggregators more sustainable for any types of loads. We do believe in green energy, and that's why we have more than 700 megawatts worldwide. We believe that if we combine storage, then RES become green distributable production units, which are the mechanical proportion or the mechanical corresponding unit of long-term projects. We already have 10 gigawatt contracts, more than 120 contracts in more than 8 countries. Our vision is to lead to a green transition in a fully sustainable energy future, always focusing on the creation of value for our customers and for the society and the environment. Thank you very much. You were very brief and very concise in your presentation. You have managed to convey so many messages in such a short time. Now, Mrs. Stella Zaharia, CEO of Optimus Energy, has now the floor. Good afternoon. I would like to thank Energy Press for this, for the invitation in this meeting that takes place every year. It is a critical era nowadays where the value of renewable energy sources is revealed. My co-panelists have described very well the situation. I'm going to speak about Optimus Energy, which is Interna Energiaki Group. In 2021 represents 1,272 megawatts of established power. 60% of this power is wind parks and the other 40 is PVs. Let me focus on the orange part of this graph, the 90 megawatts that we represent in the unsubsidized portfolio. This is a portfolio of projects that can provide the first mass of bilateral contracts. These projects sell directly to the market. In this graph, let me focus on the aggregator's role in a PPA, bilateral contract. In our example, this is a financial contract. We see the connection in between the RES producer and the consumer. The producer here, until now, took the risk of production, of the volume production. For the moment, they sell power-generated energy, exactly as we do in a representation contract, along with the aggregator, via the energy exchange. So the producer takes up the availability of their station. There is an agreement on the level of availability that the counterparty needs to guarantee. Of course, they do not undertake the balancing risk that still burdens the aggregator. So the aggregator executes a representation contract, sells the energy, and clears the contract with the enterprise or the company. This scheme can be 1 or 2 contracts, accordingly to the flexible needs of financing the project. In this specific example, the shaping is taken by the provider, the matching of production to consumption. Unfortunately, I don't have much time, so I'm going to show you just a couple of graphs. Here I'm showing you the variance of prices from the beginning of the target model period in relation to the primary price. This diagram shows the trend of shaping, namely the difference of the average price that the station captures in relation to the average price asked by market consumption. As you see, wind parks are lower, but the PVs, in some cases, are lower than the down price. We are going to wait for some time in order to see the changes, but I'm going to agree with my co-panelists that indeed in 10 years from now we expect important differences between the prices per technology. This is an important thing for both producers and the aggregators. So what about the balancing cost? I would like us to consider that when we speak about a PPA price, this price doesn't include the balancing cost. As most of you know, since you have active contracts, the balancing cost is too low today. However, as an aggregator, we need to follow this trend and see what happens. We follow this, and the TAPEP does, because in its monthly bulletin it mentions this cost, which is 3 to 4 euros per megawatt hour. Of course, every aggregator, according to their portfolio, has more or less of this amount. The wind parks have a higher cost than the PVs anyway, but what do we need to do? And that's the concluding remark from me. In order to adjust in the best way to the obligation of full compliance with the balancing rates tomorrow. The marketing reform plan in March 2022 will have the daily continuous transactions rate. In our opinion, we can't do a change overnight. We need to follow a gradual change. We can't transfer this cost to the consumers, for example. We need the dry rises in between. So the daily cannot be just continuous. It needs to have liquidity. So the traders have to enter the game. Demand response have to be considered. Today, we now have 1.5% of the pre-daily continuation. The state aid says that daily needs liquidity in order to reach balancing consequences. So the allocated portfolio will be determined in March 2022. We expect this to come. The rest have a lot to offer to the market, to the balancing market, and can have a gain from this. Also, as regards demand response, we expect this in March 22 as well. It is a given fact that the regulator should provide a comprehensive monitoring mechanism. So we need a gradual elimination of the upper limit of prices. This is a critical decision taken by the regulator in February 13th of 2021. If you see the graphs, this changed a lot the balancing cost. It is also very important to know that the regulator will provide access in a transparent manner so that we can all see the prices that will remain stable, not variable. We need this in order to organize our models and instruments better as regards our offers. To conclude, I'm showing you this graph in between down price and market price. This is from March onwards because the lines were very much fluctuating before. The difference is minus 100 to plus 100. A megawatt hour in day ahead prices might be 150 euros plus a 50 or 60 euros balancing cost for 1 megawatt hour. This is an important number. All these figures have to be normalized. We know that all the bodies, the ministry, the regulator, the aggregators, and the rest bodies are vigilant, and we all want to proceed into a smooth transition. In the rest of the world, we have seen, we have gone through many difficulties in very difficult conditions. I have finished here. I thank you very much for your time. You have managed to balance our time and our content for the panel. So I would like to thank you. All the panelists have proven that we all understand the terms in the same way. We also understand the risks that exist and in all the PPAs. All PPAs are a success, meaning that there is convergence of the expectation of all parties, both in national and international levels. This will help and aid towards successful contracts and agreements. Of course, the institutional framework wishes to support the necessary change into the particularities of the national markets. Already we see interest from foreign companies, and we expect that we'll soon have good results. Thank you to the organizers for this very important conference.
The project, the design, the implementation, our people, the competence, the know-how, the vision, the success, the pride. Indrakat, taking Greece to new heights.
Μου δίνεις... Συνεχίζουμε στην ίδια...
We would like to continue on the same section, the session with bilateral contracts, with a lecture.
Αφού ευχαριστήσουμε τους...
Having thanked the participants of the previous and speakers of the previous panel,
Αφού ευχαριστήσουμε τους συνομιλητές του...
So, having thanked the panelists of the previous session, we would like to, or rather the previous panel, we would like to continue along the same session with Mrs. Vasiliki Koupli, from Menexakis and Synagatis Law Firm, who will speak to us about bilateral contracts. Thank you very much, Mrs. Menexaki, for being here with us today. Good afternoon. Before I start on my brief presentation, I would like to congratulate Energy Press for this very interesting conference and the selection of subjects. As has already been said, the possibility to sign contracts, to go into contracts for the purchase of energy produced from renewable energy resources is expected to change the Greek market in the coming years. The target model this target model, is already implemented in Europe and is also implemented in Greece since the 1st of October 2020. The three target models in Europe: the tripartite model, the direct single connection unit, and the PPA model. In the first case, which is the rarest of all, the producer sells the totality of produced energy to the other contracting party. The second one, which is the most popular, there is a tripartite, connection: a producer, supplier and the consumer, and the third party is actually some kind of balancing factor between the producer and the consumer. So when the producer cannot supply the consumer, it is a supplier who takes over from him. The third type is more or less a financial derivative, and the transaction does not include the production of energy. There are cross-border PPAs which allow let's say correlation of renewable energy resource projects with consumptions in various countries. These models have actually three very favorable qualities. First of all, they enhance the predictability of the income both for the producer and for the seller, the supplier. They actually make enhanced profits, and also they promote the environmental commitments of all parties. But in order to make this work, and especially regarding the viability and sustainability of these companies in long term, the target model is not enough. The necessary regulatory and incentives, regulatory framework and incentives are required. An example of such a regulatory support is the Spanish mechanism, whereas we have already submitted for approval our own mechanism to the European Union. Most of these contracts are quite complex. They have quite a few terms because they want to provide for all the risk factors, such as, for example, variability and volatility of prices, flow, liquidity, changes in the regulatory framework that are sudden and unexpected. In addition to the beginning of each contract, these terms regulate the progress of the contract and the termination of the contract. And in order not to tire you more, a pre-agreement is usually made when the funding of such an RIS project is agreed. What is also important is that these models may provide security regarding the operation and funding of an RIS unit, and also regarding the risks and their anticipation, let's say. Also, the contract may contain terms regarding the termination of the contract, and also any terms that regulate potential bad debts, etc., or delayed payments. Although internationally the trend is the internalization of these contracts, the terms are individualized, and what is important in addition to the PPA is the funding contract of the PPA, its substance, and its securities and guarantees. PPA is a guarantee in itself regarding the progress and profits of RIS projects. The regulatory framework and structure of these contracts are expected to change, and it remains to be seen whether the benefits of the PPAs will surface at short term or at longer term. Thank you very much.
telling you who to believe they are. Well, we thought we'd tell you who we're not. Let's start here. We're not in shipping. We don't make lifts. Seriously, no lifts. We do this. We're good at this. And we make all of these. And even though you'll find us here and here, we don't make energy. We make you save it. And you'll be saving the environment too. Are we an internet company? Well, we connect and power just about everything around you, helping machines talk to each other and to you, making your world more personal. We're seeking out the big questions and answering them honestly. Like, how can we make the most of our energy and resources? Or can we make access to energy and digital basic human rights? We're real people, employees, developers, partners, investors, and inventors, all passionate about doing what's right. We're open, humans of all sorts from all over, learning from each other and about each other. We're not here to save the world. It'll go on with or without us. We're here to be your digital partner for sustainability and efficiency, to ensure life is on everywhere, for everyone, at every moment.
Λοιπόν, επανερχόμαστε, αγαπητές.
So we're back, and it seems that we have audience in the thousands. And I would like to invite, without further ado, Mr. Petmezan of Cosmoan. Cosmoan is the managing director of the company who organizes call for tenders for the regulatory authority for natural gas, and we would like to hear more about these new online call for tenders for renewable energy resources. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for inviting me. From a purely technical point of view, in recent years, we have had announcements in the digital press, but also in the printed press, regarding the change of call for tenders and the future. Cosmoan has a 20 years experience in tendering procedures, and has also undertaken to organize call for tenders and procurement procedures for the stock exchange, and mainly for natural gas. Being a steady, let's say, partner of the Independent Authority for Natural Gas since 2006, has a few things to say. First of all, we have had up to now approximately 18 digital content for tenders, 6 for wind farms, and another 6 for big solar panel installations, and another 6 for smaller such installations. So how does this work? Each of the candidates is registered in one of the platforms, visits the tendering platform, can download in PDF format the documents required for the tendering process, the tendering documents, then uploads his bid. The documents and bid are examined by the independent authority. Some of them are rejected or not admitted, and the rest are well examined, and of course the results are also uploaded on the whatever the independent authority platform. What have we succeeded with this process. First of all, the elimination of administrative burden, the transparency, and very fast results. First of all, the participation is huge. In the most recent tender, call for tenders, we have received 1,500 different documents that were uploaded into the system. So what is important is that one can manage these documents in full transparency. Then, since transparency is of the utmost importance, we have actually succeeded, and we actually have been we have actually been received, let's say, congratulations to the European Union. Then it is a competitive way to call for tenders. It is fully objective. It is very fast, since one can process up to 8 documents per second. The independent authority can see all the bids without the names of the candidates. Every time the quantity is well covered, and of course all the information is readily available, and naturally, of course, it is also very has a very good price to benefit ratio. Now, I have to say that in this graph you can see the most recent prices provided by each of the candidates for solar and for wind energy. You see that the orange dots, which were the best prices for wind energy, stopped 5 minutes after the beginning of the tender procedures, because they could not follow up, whereas the solar bids continued. What was the result? All the green, the quantities actually approved were solar, whereas all the red and orange were wind and some solar. What I want to say is there are projects which actually produce the same power. So what is our concerns? Should we organize neutral or separate bids? What new criteria should we impose? And should we have an exchange or a rotation of bids? Today, we have a Yankee type procedure. How does it go? Everyone begins from one single price. They start absorbing the available quantity, and when it is absorbed, the next one has to give a lower price, to bid for a lower price in order to go into and participate in the procedure. The auction stops when the price can go no lower, or when the time expires, the deadline expires. The deadline is approximately 30 minutes. At the end, we get the final results regarding the assigned quantities. Now, what is good about it is that all the participants can see at any time the available quantities, whether they're bidding or not, and the bidders that are on top. Usually, when equal quantities are offered, the lowest price is preferred, and when the quantity and price are equal, the decisive factor is time. we also have included a proxy bidding and automatic bidding, which means that any bidder can fix the lowest price and allow the system to bid it itself until this price is reached. So this scenario actually promotes strategic moves on behalf of the candidates. An alternative scenario is to use, instead of a falling price and descending price, a stable, fixed, let's say, low price. And at given intervals, allow the system to increase the price by a certain amount. So at a specific point in time, this price becomes profitable for certain parties who actually can bid and get a quantity. And of course, this allows anyone to bid, because if the quantities are committed from the first moment, there's no more reason. There's no more reason to participate in such a procedure. So this scenario is the only one which does not classify the offers. It takes it doesn't take the quantity into respect, but only the time and the offer. It is a very simple scenario, because one waits the appropriate moment, the appropriate price, therefore, to bid, and is quite suitable when we have huge numbers of participants. So such an auction can be, for example, organized for 2,000 participants for a specific solar project. And we're going to the third case, let's say. Both in this case and in the American model, we could use quotas, but this would not affect the competition at all, because each bidder, each participant actually sees his or her own quantity, and there are no big differences. The Japanese auction is an auction in cycles, in rounds. It has to be very well planned from the beginning. Actually, a number of rounds or cycles is determined from the beginning, and at the end of each round, a piece of information is extracted. For example, the classification, the prices, the classification and the prices and the bidders, and at the end of the final round, we have the final allocation of the quantity. Time is of no essence here, because the quantity is the same. The competition is, let's say, formulated depending on the available data, but the issue is that closed envelopes have to be submitted, and this may, let's say, may create circumstances that favor loss of transparency, or even not so legal procedures. Since time is not of the essence, this, let's say, bids have to also be, all bids have to be satisfied, even if there is no quantity. And if we go to the sealed bid, one bid by each candidate, a specific time they have to submit it, no information about the competition, and of course allocation and commitment is done at the end. Time is of no essence here too. There's also there's no need to classify depending on when each of the bids has been deposited. The process of the single sealed envelope has good and let's say less good qualities, pros and cons. One of the ways in which to proceed is by a draw, but it's not always easy to do that. So, to wrap it up, calls for tenders and procurement procedures are also based on science. The Nobel of Economy in 2020 was awarded to two university experts that developed actually a novel way to do calls for tenders and procurement procedures. They said actually that the procedures differ regarding the process and the type. The type is how many participants, how many offers, and when these offers or bids are renewed, and the way the winners are announced. So it's what they say is that offers are deposited on the basis of two things: the priming value, that is how much the price can go down depending on the value of the specific contract, and the value of how the value depending on how this value changes according to the others offers. The sealed bids actually have no such qualities, and therefore they are not procurement procedures based on these facts. Thank you.
Καλησπέρα σας και πάλι από το συνέδριο του Energy Press. Συνεχίζουμε με μια ενότητα που είναι αφιερωμένη στο ρόλο που θα παίξουν τα δίκτυα διανομής και μεταφοράς ηλεκτρικής ενέργειας στην ενεργειακή μετάβαση. Λέγομαι Κώστας Δελιγιάννης και μαζί μας βρίσκονται στελέχη των δύο διαχειριστών, πιο συγκεκριμένα ο κύριος Γιάννης Μάργαρης, αντιπρόεδρος του ΑΔΜΙΕ, και ο κύριος Δημήτρης Παζαΐτης, Γενικός Διευθυντής Στρατηγικής και Μετασχηματισμού του ΔΔΕ. Επίσης, στο παρόν δίνουν δύο εκπρόσωποι διεθνών εταιριών του κλάδου, με παρουσία σε δεκάδες χώρες σε όλο τον κόσμο. Στο πάνελ συμμετέχουν ο κύριος Φίλιππος Κούντζε, Managing Director της BayWa RE, ενώ προς το τέλος της ενότητας ο κύριος Μιγγέλ Οτσόα Χιμένεθ, Global Grid Technology Director της Huawei Digital Power, θα μας κάνει μια επίσης ενδιαφέρουσα παρουσίαση. Να σας καλησπερίσω όλους, να σας ευχαριστήσουμε για τη συμμετοχή σας και χωρίς να χάσουμε χρόνο, ας περάσουμε στη σύντομη παρουσίαση του κυρίου Κούντζε, η οποία έχει θέμα τις δυνατότητες της Ελλάδας να γίνει πρωταθλήτρια Ευρώπης στην εξαγωγή πράσινης ενέργειας. Κύριε Κούντζε, ο λόγος σε εσάς.
Σας ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ και ευχαριστώ πολύ στην Energy Press για το πολύ ωραίο συνάδριο εδώ. Όταν δεν σας πειράζει, θα μιλήσω αγγλικά, που είναι λίγο πιο εύκολο για μένα.
Ευχαριστώ όλους, ευχαριστώ για την πρόσκληση. Θα μιλήσουμε για το μέλλον στην Ελλάδα και στην Ευρώπη. Πριν μπούμε στο μέλλον, θα μιλήσω λίγο για τη μελέτη την οποία έχουμε διενεργήσει. Μιλήσαμε λίγο ήδη το πρωί για το πόσο σημαντική είναι η ανάπτυξη των δικτύων στην αγορά ενέργειας. Ξεκινώ λοιπόν με την παρουσίασή μου. Πρόσφατα στη Γερμανία ανακοινώθηκε μια σημαντική έρευνα από ένα σημαντικό Ινστιτούτο για τα σενάρια τα οποία αφορούν το μέλλον της ανανεώσιμης ενέργειας. Το ένα σενάριο ήταν για τους συνδετικούς άνθρακες, το άλλο για το υδρογόνο, το άλλο για την ηλεκτροκίνηση. Η ηλεκτροκίνηση με λίγο υδρογόνο ήταν το σενάριο το οποίο υπερήχε από τα άλλα, από την άποψη του κόστους. Άρα λοιπόν ήταν το προτινόμενο στην μελέτη. Αυτό που βρέθηκε σε σχέση με την κατάσταση στην Ελλάδα είναι ότι η έρευνα ανέλυσε την εξαγωγή των ροών σε διάφορες ευρωπαϊκές χώρες. Εδώ βλέπετε τις διάφορες ηλεκτροροές και φαίνεται ότι η Ελλάδα έχει τη δυνατότητα να γίνει πολύ μεγάλος εξαγωγέας ηλεκτρικής ενέργειας. Κατά κεφαλήν μπορεί να γίνει ο μεγαλύτερος εξαγωγέας από φωτοβολταϊκά ή από ανεμογεννήτριες. Νομίζω ότι αυτό θα μπορούσε να είναι ένα κίνητρο για όλους να προχωρήσουμε με την πράσινη μετάβαση στην Ελλάδα, όχι μόνο για την εγχώρια αγορά, αλλά και για την διεθνή. Βλέπετε εδώ κατά κεφαλήν τις εξαγωγές που θα μπορούσαν να φτάσουν το τριπλάσιο της Γαλλίας ή της Ισπανίας, που είναι ένα πάρα πολύ μεγάλο νούμερο. Έκανα κάποια έρευνα και είδα ότι η φυστάμενη κατάσταση το 2019 με 12 ώρες εισαγωγές, σε συνάρτηση με την παρουσίαση του πρωινού για το μέλλον, το 3% το 2040, θεωρώ ότι αυτό δεν χρειάζεται να το επιτύχουμε, αλλά νομίζω ότι μπορούμε να το αναστρέψουμε και να βρούμε μάλλον μια κατάσταση όπου η Ελλάδα θα είναι εξαγωγέας ηλεκτρικής ενέργειας από ανανεώσιμες. Στο σενάριό μας θα βλέπαμε ότι από το έλλειμμα των 700.000 ευρώ, όπως φαίνεται στο γράφημα, που έχει μεγάλη βάση αυτή τη στιγμή στο ντίζελ, θα μπορούσαμε να γυρίσουμε σε ένα πλεόνασμα 1,5 δις. Και ο τουρισμός και οι θαλάσσιες μεταφορές είναι μεγάλα κεφάλαια στο ελληνικό ΑΕΠ. Το τρίτο κεφάλαιο θα μπορούσε να γίνει οι ανανεώσιμες πηγές ενέργειας. Αυτό φυσικά απαιτεί πολλή δουλειά από την ελληνική πλευρά μέσα στην Ελλάδα για να μπορέσει να γίνει η μεταφορά μέσα στην χώρα των φορτίων, αλλά και διακρατικά, γιατί για παράδειγμα χρειαζόμαστε διασυνοριακές γραμμές προς τα Βαλκάνια, Βουλγαρία, Ρουμανία, Ιταλία, και η μελέτη προβλέπει 2 με 2,6 γιγαβάτ με γραμμές προς αυτές τις χώρες. Το πλάνο προχωρά και στην ανάπτυξή του και στο σχεδιασμό του δικτύου και βεβαίως την πλευρά των πολιτικών. Χρειαζόμαστε επίσης οι ΑΠΕ να έχουν πρόσβαση στα δίκτυα τα οποία μεταδίδουν ενέργεια σε άλλες χώρες και χρειάζεται να διευκολύνουμε αυτές τις εξαγωγές. Κάτι καινούριο στην αγορά είναι το εξής. Και να μιλήσω για την αγορά μας, για την εταιρεία μας. Είναι μεγάλος παίκτης στη Γερμανία και σε όλο τον κόσμο. Ιδρυθήκαμε ως αγροτική κοοπερατίβα το 1993, οπότε είμαστε πάρα πολύ κοντά στον αγροτικό τομέα. Η ΜΠΑΡΕ, έχουμε μεγάλο τζίρο και 28 χώρες, κύκλο εργασιών σε 28 χώρες και 116 περίπου εκατομμύρια ευρώ κέρδη. Εδώ στην Ελλάδα μπήκαμε στην αγορά με μια απόκτηση το 2013 και έχουμε τώρα 1,2 γιγαβάτ σε όλη την Ελλάδα και λίγα εκτός Ελλάδας. Η βάση μας είναι στη Λάρισα με ηλιακά από το 2018 και τώρα έχουμε 1,6 γιγαβάτ συνολικά και θέλουμε να επεκταθούμε περαιτέρω. Έχουμε 1,1 σταθερά tracker projects και στα floating projects έχουμε τα υπόλοιπα. Στα αιωλικά έχουμε περίπου 3 ΜΒ, τα οποία αναπτύσσουμε σε όλη την επικράτεια. Τέλος, πιστεύουμε ότι η αντίληψή μας για την ενέργεια αλλάζει και θεωρούμε ότι προωθούμε τις έννοιες της οικολογίας στην Ελλάδα. Κυρίως στα floating φωτοβολταϊκά έχουμε φτάσει στα 2 ΜΒ στην Ολλανδία. Επίσης έχουμε τα offshore αιωλικά, τα οποία μπορούμε επίσης να αναπτύξουμε στην Ελλάδα και θέλουμε να φτάσουμε σε αυτά τα νούμερα που σας δείχνω στα γραφήματα, παντρεύοντας διάφορες εφαρμογές και τεχνολογίες μεταξύ τους. Ιδίως προχωρώντας στον αγροδιατροφικό τομέα, που μπορούμε να το παντρέψουμε με τα αιωλικά και τα φωτοβολταϊκά. Τέλος, να πω ότι έχουμε μεγάλη εμπειρία στην αποθήκευση και στα υπηρετικά συστήματα τα τελευταία 2 χρόνια και εθνικά και παγκοσμίως. Σας αφήνω εδώ. Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ για την ευκαιρία που μου δώσατε και δίνω το λόγο στο πάνελ.
Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ τον κύριο Κούντζε.
Thank you, Mr. Kunze, for this very interesting presentation. As regards the prospects of Greece to become a green hub for the area, and let's now go to give the floor to the aggregators. Let's start with Mr. Margaris from ADMIE. The projects of ADMIE are going to create space that covers 2 gigawatts. It covers the targets. Is there any point of synchronization with coordination of this with investors? Thank you very much for the invitation this year as well. As you very well say, indeed, the 10-year development program that is going on sees that until 2030 we will have created the space in order to cover more than the target. But which are these targets? We have to know them. We follow the discussions in the market and we follow your conference, and we can say that today in Greece we have approximately 11 megawatts of RES considering the hydroelectric, the big plants, they are 3.4. So it means that we have RES 8 gigawatts in the country. The target for 2030 is to have approximately 19 gigawatts instead of 11, thus to add 8 RES gigawatts. Obviously, as you correctly say, this 10-year program considers for the grid a lot of parameters, short-term and long-term, as for example load, stability of the grid, etc. And it is a fact that these dimensions, namely the investment's interest in RES that select projects based on the capacity or the price of land, is an objective that they cannot go hand by hand all the time. So it is important to see how we can, as we discussed the last year, we can have tenders with a geographical criteria. To be sincere then, though, at the moment, the rate of annual expansion and the applications to enter the grid is so high that we can't get a snapshot of what happens today and say that that's the situation in every local town or region. Number two, until 2030 as a country, we need to add 8 gigawatts, as we said, and let's say that we could reach 9 or 10 if the target is reviewed. The last 1 year in ADMIE, we had 8.6 RES applications in the system. Of course, we're not going to get all of this, but this shows that within 1 year, we had demand for the full target of 2030. So the market seems ready to implement it. Already the market has 4.5 gigawatts in connections. So 4.5 from the 9 that we need until 2030. These are under development now. So the question is, or the issue is, to finish the implementation of these projects because we have valuable resources. We cannot commit them. And I can say that it is positive that the rate of the expansion of the market is very positive. It's too good, but it is true. This, of course, doesn't mean that the concern of the investors is unreal. Obviously, we're doing whatever we can, expanding the system, and the market knows our investment scheme in historical areas like Peloponnese, etc., or the islands that need the interconnection, etc., and our remaining systems. Or how can we improve the rates to respond to the market for access to the system, decreasing bureaucratic administration? For the moment, technically, as an administration, we want to control that the project to be connected on the grid will be reliably operating. It's not to us to know that the legislating documents, etc., are as they should be. There is a discussion now ongoing with the ministry to minimize the folders and dossiers that have to be moved around so as to increase to accelerate this whole procedure. But nevertheless, even through the pandemic, we gave 160 connection offers, which is 2.5 gigawatts. So in 18 months, we provided 2.5 gigawatts. So we can reach 6 or 8 gigawatts in short time. So the target for RES can be reached as long as all the other dimensions and parameters, financial readiness, etc., the market issues that we discussed since this morning will be positive. Okay, I'll come back to this. Let me give now the floor to Mr. Pazaitis and ask him. The DE plays an important role in the decentralized electricity production. How is this depicted in investments by the operator? I would like to thank you for the invitation. It is a fact that there are many challenges The interpreter apologizes, but the speaker doesn't have his microphone on. We invest we try to invest in natural materials. We try to introduce new mechanism. We increase the capacity of what we have. And at the same time, we invest in smart solutions so as to have the best picture of the introduction of the introduction of storage systems. We invest in research, in new technologies. We try to meet the challenges. We work with the whole ecosystem to have better results. So we invest, we increase numbers, we hire people, we train them, and we give them whatever they need so that they can respond to their role. Thank you very much. Let us now give the floor to Mr. Margaris again and speak about the applications for connection on the grid. What about the annual number of applications or group applications? Where do we stand now? You spoke about the simplification of the procedures in order to accelerate the evaluation and assessment of the applications. I am asking you, do we need to ensure that the projects that commit electrical space are going to be implemented in the end? Do we need a safeguard there?
Indeed, and I think that this has been discussed. We have heard the opinions of various parties. Well, the criteria should be announced regarding the way in which the market has to have access to the grid. Obviously, both the regulator and the regulating authority and the government will have to decide about them. For example, in the countries in which access to the market is tendered. What we believe is that there should be ways in which to ensure that the space does not remain committed without any projects being realized for years. We should take measures in order to avoid any ineffective procedures, because what we're interested in is that all the components that ensure sufficiency for our system are there. On the one hand, we have to develop fast and a system, a network, and then give access to the market. On the other hand, we have to find a way and to decide in full knowledge and in full responsibility whether the country is self-sufficient or not. So we have to decide how much storage we will have for 20s and for 30s, because there's a very subtle balance in between, and how to plan new units. In 2020, as I said, we have had demands for approximately 4 gigawatt of RIS. Now in this year we have much much increased, that is, by 1 more gigawatt demand. So at the end of this 2-year period, we are going to have demands for approximately 8.5 gigawatts of RIS. So the first parameter, let's say, which is necessary is the reliability of the market, but also reliable transfer capabilities and transportation capabilities. We cannot have a fast-tracked investment framework, for example, fast-track for wind farms, and it's true, we need that, but we cannot but without a fast-track process for the licensing of these of the infrastructures that are required to create these projects. A fast track to issue, let's say, permissions to create wind farms is no use if we don't have another fast track to create infrastructures. As a country, we have not yet found a way in which to run the process of licensing and permits faster than it already is. The answer is to follow the same process for these projects as is followed all over the country for other projects, for all other projects. Use the same resources. So I think that this, in this respect, this conference here is a good step forward, because we hope that the market will help us to find a way to, a reliable way to move forward. Because this transition is a difficult transition, is a costly transition, and it's a risky transition. So the main prerequisite is the network, and therefore this prerequisite has to be fulfilled as soon as possible. A transfer line which is absolutely necessary for an installation at any point in the country is required. This for us is crucial. Regarding projects, I think that our company has already proven its expertise and capabilities, and also our interconnection capability. We have actually already been very active in the transportation and transfer network, but the decisive factor is licensing, permits issuance. We have seen today and we have heard today that the framework already for Megalopoli and Macedonia is being discussed. Let us use a fast-track model in order to channel investments fast in these areas in order to move as fast as possible. The same should go for or should be implemented for wind farms. We should publicly discuss all the projects at hand. These have to be discussed at all levels of local and central government, and decisions have to be made. The system has to be developed in order to avoid the non-synchronization, the asynchronous development, let's say, problem. What do you think about and in what way do you think some of the obstacles can be taken away, especially the let's say judicial obstacles? Personally, I believe that we should be able, using our designs, to find evidence for these projects. Up to now, all studies were based on a heavily burdened system. All the remaining information that were contained in the folders and which were painstakingly gathered were useless. When a company has, whether a company has the appropriate balance between the stakeholders, whether let's say plots and land where he says its installations lie or owned by it or not, etc., is of no use. But despite that, all this information has to be gathered and submitted, and this, of course, causes delays. Something also I would like to add very fast is that if a civil engineer gives a certificate, issues a certificate regarding the genuinity and originality of the information provided in a specific folder, is of course adequate for us. Naturally, sample checks can be performed by a commission, a specially established commission. And of course, any discrepancies will of course lead to the rejection of the bids of or the non-participation at the call for tenders. The remaining, however, the remaining candidates and the whole procedure will go forward much faster, without us needing to spend time and know-how in useless things, such as, for example, these enormously and extremely garnished folders. How do you think the operational organization of the DIE covers the direct response of the authority? Based on what Mr. Margaris said regarding the common challenges we all face, we act on two levels: the institutional level and statutory level, where we work together with all other stakeholders and with the authorities in order to simplify the whole thing. This is the difficult part. The other part is easy. We need to exploit technology. We need to exploit good practices from other countries in order to take out all the red tape, all the delays, and work in a fruitful and constructive way. Regarding other issues, I must say that we have reinforced our network development and grid development methods. We also used outsourcing, but we have reinforced these sectors in every region. In recent years, especially during the last 2 years, we have made bold steps forward. We have increased the evaluation and assessment methods. We have reduced our deadlines to 8 months, and we expect that they will be even further shortened. And from what we have already approved, I must say that we have already achieved this target. Our ultimate target is to import with safety and reliability. And it has already been mentioned, the total amount of renewable energy resources. Our part is 6%. The total is 9%, and the requests are constantly increasing. But we have issues which unfortunately are keeping us back from advancing. what can you tell us about the long-term design of the transfer system? This is a very important issue. It is a decisive issue, not only with respect to adequacy, but also with regard to individual issues such as, for example, storage. There are some basic assumptions concerning the way in which energy will be stored in batteries or in other storage facilities. Approximately 1.1 or 1.2 is the storage capability of batteries, but since we have not yet formulated the framework which is necessary for the investors to take decisions, and this of course might require a few months. We will actually we have to still examine storage as part of the system and of the grid. We do have technical issues, and to the degree that technical units are being withdrawn, not only in Greece but also in Europe, this will continue. However, if one has differentiated resources, one can have various options. So having a number of options available is very important. Because if you depend on only one option, then you face much higher risks as far as production is concerned. All this, therefore, can really open up new vistas and also enable the achievement of the targets we have already spoken about. In Greece, according to some of our assessments, it seems that there is potential for 7 to 8 megawatts until 2050, which would allow, of course, renewable energy resources to be viable, sustainable. Until 2030, we could achieve 1 to 2 megawatts, especially of offshore produced energy. That is why we focus on offshore and are lobbying the state in order to be able to be awarded the design of the equipment used in offshore production, which could become, of course, part of an extensive transfer distribution network in future. This would allow us to altogether develop approximately up to 20%, whereas if each of the developers undertook to develop its own part, this would have taken much more time and would be much more difficult. So until 2030, we could have an important contribution from renewable energy resources, and especially learn a lot of things that would prove useful in future. Do you believe that certain projects have to be realized in order for us to learn things? Yes, pilot projects are a possibility. We do have in Greece big depths. which would allow us to use that technology also. Smaller depths are appropriate for the so-called floating platforms. Now, whether we need pilot or not, I think that I'm not well competent to answer this question. I think that people from the ministry that are knowledgeable in environmental issues could be more competent. We are talking about an important amount of megawatts. We're talking about projects that could be placed, realized near areas of the grid that require enhancement, but also about projects that require resources, funding, and a lot of time. I think that our positions have already been adopted by the market. And as I said before, what is crucial in the implementation of this project is licensing. If resources are available, then we can actually, we should be able to proceed as fast as possible. I think that we have already discussed the capability of ATMIE to actually implement its projects, and whether there are other entities that would implement it faster, would implement the projects faster. I think that this does not matter. What matters is for us to be honest as far as our target and strategy is concerned. In the last year, we have gone above 400 million, which of course is a very important number. And which ensures that we are, let's say, accepted, looked up to by the market in general. Mr. Pazaidis, along the same terms, the entrance to the grid of RIS units, how would this influence the remaining investments planned by the DE? Naturally, our investments are influenced by the reliable and efficient introduction of such projects, because infrastructures are required. So investments in RIS do not stand alone. They are accompanied by a number of strategic projects that, in addition to the environment, regard smart, let's say, smart methods, high-tech technology, etc. And of course, in that respect, we introduce best practices not only in science, but also in the procedure. And we work with excellent centers or in this respect all over Europe, in order to ensure the safe, effective and efficient penetration of RIS. And now we would like to invite Mr. Jimenez from Huawei, who will tell us a few things about PV and ESS paves the way for future renewable energy world. Mr. Jimenez, you have the floor.
I want to thank the organization for the invitation.
Θα ήθελα να ευχαριστήσω για την πρόσκληση να βρεθώ σήμερα εδώ μαζί σας. Είναι μεγάλη μου τιμή. Μαζί με τον κύριο Μάνο και τον Μύριο Μάρκαρη στο ίδιο πάνελ. Θα ήθελα καταρχάς με την ευκαιρία να πω ότι υπάρχουν διάφορες προκλήσεις τις οποίες θέλουμε να αντιμετωπίσουμε και πρέπει να δούμε πώς μπορούμε να αντιμετωπίσουμε όλα αυτά τα ζητήματα. Όπως γνωρίζετε, όλος ο κόσμος ακολουθεί μια στρατηγική μετασχηματισμού, προσπαθεί τις ανανεώσιμες πηγές ενέργειας να τις κάνει ως το πρώτο, το βασικότερο σύστημα παροχής ενέργειας του κόσμου. Σε αυτή την κατεύθυνση κινούνται όλες οι κυβερνήσεις, προσπαθώντας να προσδιορίσουν στόχους μείωσης άνθρακα στο μέλλον, κάτι το οποίο θα έχει ως αποτέλεσμα την ενσωμάτωση πολλών ΑΠΕ στο σύστημα ενέργειας, όπως είδαμε όλο το πρωί. Βεβαίως αυτό είναι πολύ καλό για μας, αλλά παράγει αρκετά ζητήματα, όπως έχουμε δει. Τα συνοψίζω όλα εδώ. Βλέπετε ότι θα έχουμε μείωση στην ισχύ του συστήματος, επίσης την αδράνεια του δικτύου, καθώς και στρεβλώσεις στο δίκτυο και θα δούμε ίσως και χαμηλότερες συχνότητες εναλλαγής. Επίσης, η διακοπτόμενη παραγωγή θα βάλει και αυτή μια πρόκληση στο σύστημα παραγωγής ενέργειας. Το θεσμικό πλαίσιο γίνεται όλο και πιο αυστηρό, αλλά και πιο ευέλικτο, προσπαθώντας να επιτρέψει τις νέες τεχνολογίες να εισέλθουν στο σύστημα για να μπορέσουν να το βοηθήσουν να γίνει πιο αξιόπιστο. Από τις πιο πολλά υποσχόμενες τεχνολογίες που έχουμε μπροστά μας είναι αυτές οι συσκευές οι οποίες θα βοηθήσουν την ενίσχυση του συστήματος. Ξέρετε ότι με αυτές τις συσκευές μπορεί να υπάρχει καλύτερος έλεγχος της τάσης του συστήματος και καλύτερη απομόνωση. Αυτό είναι καλό και για τα αιωλικά πάρκα και για τα ηλιακά φωτοβολταϊκά πάρκα. Χρησιμοποιούνται κυρίως όμως ως πρωτογενείς πηγές. Θα δούμε λοιπόν πώς τα συστήματα αυτά μπορούν να λειτουργήσουν. Βεβαίως αυτό δεν είναι μόνο θετικό, υπάρχουν πολλά ζητήματα. Υπάρχουν ζητήματα εξομοίωσης της δυναμικότητας, καθώς και παραμετροποίησης, αξιολόγηση της ποιότητας των υπηρεσιών. Βεβαίως, μπορούμε μέσα στα δίκτυα να παράσχουμε αυτού του είδους τις υπηρεσίες, την αποσυμφόρηση των δικτύων, την αναβάθμιση της δυναμικότητας κτλ. Εδώ βλέπετε τους χρόνους φόρτισης και αποφόρτισης των μπαταριών, των συστημάτων αποθήκευσης, καθώς και τα μεγέθη τους. Θα πρέπει βεβαίως να επιλέξουμε και τα κατάλληλα υλικά. Υπάρχουν αρκετές επιλογές εδώ, αλλά αυτή τη στιγμή φαίνεται ότι οι μπαταρίες είναι η συνηθισμένη πρόταση, ακριβώς επειδή οι είναι αρκετά διαθέσιμες και έχουν μικρό χρόνο φόρτισης και αποφόρτισης. Άρα είναι το σημαντικότερο πλάνο. Αλλά δεν είναι το μόνο. Πρέπει να υπολογίσουμε και διάφορες εναλλακτικές περιπτώσεις, όπως για παράδειγμα άλλα συστήματα αποθήκευσης. Μια τεχνολογία είναι αυτή εδώ, στην οποία πρέπει να είμαστε πολύ προσεκτικοί όμως με τα ζητήματα ασφάλειας. Δεύτερο θέμα είναι το μικρό φορτίο της αποθηκευόμενης ενέργειας. Πρέπει να βρούμε έναν τρόπο να εκμεταλλευτούμε όλο το κομμάτι, όλο το χώρο της ενέργειας. Ο τρίτος παράγοντας είναι ο χρόνος. Πρέπει να είμαστε βέβαιοι ότι μπορούμε να κρατάμε την μπαταρία μεγάλες χρονικές περιόδους. Και η τελευταία παράμετρος είναι το κόστος για την διατήρηση και την συντήρηση της μπαταρίας. Αυτό έχει σχέση και με την βιωσιμότητα του συστήματος. πολλοί παραγωγοί που δίνουν όλες τις υπηρεσίες με μικροδιαφορές μεταξύ τους θα δουν πώς μπορούν οι κατασκευαστές να επιλέξουν την βέλτιστη λύση. Αυτό είναι απλώς ένα παράδειγμα του πώς θα επιλέξουμε την λύση. Εδώ βλέπουμε τις επιλογές λιθίου, οι οποίες φαίνονται να είναι οι προτιμόμενες σε αυτή τη στιγμή. Επιπλέον, είναι πολύ σημαντικό να ενσωματώσουμε συστήματα πραγματικού χρόνου, ώστε να προβλέπουμε την εξέλιξη του ενεργειακού φορτίου μέσα στο σύστημα, για να ξέρουμε ότι δεν έχει φτάσει το σημείο υποβάθμισης της ποιότητας της ενέργειας που δίνει η μπαταρία. Δεύτερον, όσον αφορά τη βέλτιστη χρήση της ενέργειας, είναι πολύ σημαντικό να μπορέσουμε να χρησιμοποιήσουμε τεχνολογία ώστε να βελτιστοποιήσουμε την ενέργεια η οποία χρησιμοποιείται όχι μόνο σε επίπεδο αποθηκευτικού κυτάρου, αλλά και γενικά. Για να μπορέσουμε λοιπόν να ενσωματώσουμε τα διάφορα αυτά στοιχεία, πρέπει να μπορέσουμε να παραδώσουμε μπαταρίες λειτουργικά 100%. Και με συμβατότητα μεταξύ των υπολείπων. Τώρα, όσον αφορά το χρόνο ζωής της μπαταρίας, ξέρουμε ότι είναι και ένα άλλο μεγάλο ζήτημα. Έχει μεγάλη μεταβλητότητα, ανακατασκευαστεί, οπότε θα πρέπει να δούμε πώς θα μπορέσουμε να δώσουμε ψυκτικά συστήματα, τα οποία θα ενδιασιαλίζουν την μακρά ζωή των μπαταριών. Τέλος, όσον αφορά την συντήρηση των συστημάτων αυτών, είναι πάρα πολύ σημαντικό το κλειδί δηλαδή εδώ είναι να βρούμε μια αρχιτεκτονική η οποία θα είναι αρθρωτή, modular και θα μπορέσει να δίνει μια δομή που θα συνεργάζεται, μάλλον στην οποία θα μπορούμε να εργαζόμαστε σε επίπεδο μικρού τμήματος του συστήματος και όχι με το πλήρες σύστημα. Αυτό θα μας δίνει τη δυνατότητα να μπορούμε να αναβαθμίζουμε μόνο μέρη του συστήματος στα οποία υποβαθμίζονται. Αυτά είχα να πω. Σας ευχαριστώ πολύ. Αν έχετε κάποια ερώτηση, θα είμαι στη διάθεσή σας.
Κύριε Χιμένεθ, αναφέρατε ότι ένα σύστημα αποθήκης...
Mr. Jimenez, you said that a storage system can offer a lot of services. Which way can the same system provide auxiliary and primary storage services? Ναι, βεβαίως, το είπα αυτό και πραγματικά όλες οι υπηρεσίες μπορούν να δοθούν παράλληλα την ίδια στιγμή, ταυτοχρόνως. Η ιδέα είναι, αν θέλεις ας πούμε, να δώσεις σταθερή δυναμικότητα μαζί με ρύθμιση της συχνότητας, είναι πολύ σημαντικό να έχεις το καταλληλότερο μέγεθος για τις μπαταρίες, για τις μονάδες αποθήκευσης. Ας πούμε τώρα μπορείς να δώσεις ένα C που θα είναι επαρκές για τέτοιου είδους υπηρεσίες, αλλά αυτό δεν σημαίνει ότι δεν μπορείς να δώσεις μια ρύθμιση της συχνότητας. Γιατί ο ρυθμιστής συχνότητας μπορεί να χρησιμοποιήσει ένα μέρος μόνο της μπαταρίας, όχι ολόκληρο το δυναμικό της, που σημαίνει ότι φτύρεις μόνο το μέρος της μπαταρίας και όχι ολόκληρο το σύστημα. Και μπορείς να το χρησιμοποιήσεις για ένα συγκεκριμένο χρονικό διάστημα. Αυτό θα έχει ένα ισοδύναμο 3 ή 4C ως συνολικό αποτέλεσμα της χρήσης του συστήματος αποθήκευσης. Επίσης, κάτι άλλο που μπορούμε να πούμε είναι ότι σημαντικό είναι να δούμε πώς μπορούμε να διαχειριστούμε τα διάφορα κομμάτια των συστημάτων αποθήκευσης. Εδώ η τεχνολογία EMS είναι πολύ σημαντική. Θα δούμε ότι αυτές οι συσκευές μπορούν να υλοποιηθούν σε τέτοιου είδους controllers, που σημαίνει ότι αυτοί οι αλγόριθμοι μπορούν να ενσωματωθούν πάνω στους controller των συστημάτων αποθήκευσης. Άρα και τις δύο υπηρεσίες παράλληλα. So, you're speaking about a flexibility. So what does this flexibility mean for the producer? For the producer or the owner? Ναι, βεβαίως. Να σας πω, οι υπηρεσίες αυτές μπορούν να δώσουν καλύτερο έλεγχο της δυναμικότητας, που σημαίνει ένα μεγάλο κομμάτι ενέργειας μπορεί να αποθηκεύεται όταν είναι χαμηλά η τιμή και να βγαίνει στην αγορά όταν είναι ψηλή η αγορά. Αυτό σημαίνει καλύτερη διαχείριση του κόστους, του δυνατοτήτων κέρδους. Επίσης, δίνει τη δυνατότητα στον παραγωγό να παρέχει τις εναλλακτικές βοηθητικές ενέργειες με μεγαλύτερη ευελιξία. And one more question. How can the grid-formed systems influence the grid, and what other advantages do these devices have? Το grid forming έχει να κάνει κυρίως με την ισχύ του δικτύου. Αυτές οι συσκευές μπορούν να αυξήσουν την αναλογία της ζωής της ενέργειας στο δίκτυο, δηλαδή να βελτιώσει την διαθέσιμη δυναμικότητα ουσιαστικά. Αυτό σημαίνει ότι σύμφωνα με τους ορισμούς του NSOE, το δίκτυο δεν προσδιορίζεται μόνο ως προς την ισχύ του, αλλά και ως προς την ικανότητά του να διατηρεί την ενέργειά του και την αδράνειά του. Έχουμε κάνει κάποια μελέτη και δίδαμε ότι μπορούμε να αυξήσουμε 60% τη δυναμικότητα της σύνθεσης με αυτές τις συσκευές. Αυτό είναι πολύ ενδιαφέρον γιατί, για παράδειγμα, στην Ισπανία το TSO κάνει προσομοιώσεις ώστε να προσδιορίσει σε κάθε κόμβο ποια είναι η μέγιστη δυναμικότητα που μπορεί να αποθηκευτεί με διάφορα κριτήρια, ώστε να δούνε ποιο είναι το πιο αυστηρό κριτήριο και να χρησιμοποιήσουν. Δηλαδή δυναμικά κριτήρια και τις αναλογίες που είπαμε τελευταίες. Όλες αυτές τις συσκευές φαίνεται ότι χρησιμοποιούν κυρίως αυτή τη δυνατότητα. Thank you very much, Mr. Jimena, for your answers. We are finishing this specific panel now. As regards the role of the grids in energy transition, we would like to thank all the panelists for their valuable comments and observations as regards the plans they have. Admire, Didier, and Mr. Jimenez as well. It was very good to hear that we can have a green map for Greece. The next panel regards the preconditions for a smooth development of the RES in Greece.
For more than a century, Hitachi ABB Power Grids has been innovating the world's power grids. Now, we're taking the next step to securing grid stability for the future. Our common quest to reverse climate change continues. Renewables are replacing fossil fuel generators at an accelerated pace. But what about our power grids? Are they up to the challenge? A massive rollout of renewables puts a strain on power grids. Our STATCOM SPC Lite has long provided reactive power compensation and 40% lower carbon footprint compared to traditional solutions. Now, we are adding active power to provide inertia contribution and system strength support. Allowing the network operators and utilities to manage tomorrow's low inertia grids. Stabilizing voltage and frequency using only one solution. Eliminating grid instability before it happens. SPC Lite Enhanced Next Generation Grid Stabilizing Technology from Hitachi ABB Power Grids.
At BayWa RE, we rethink energy. Renewable energy, wind power, bioenergy and solar energy are leading the way worldwide. BayWa RE, renewable energy. Since 1995, Vestas has been on a journey to make offshore wind more accessible, driving down the cost of sustainable energy. As industry pioneers, we remain true to this commitment. With a proven offshore track record, we know what it takes. Innovative and reliable technology, continuously optimizing reliability, availability, and power output. More than 25 years experience and the ability to put it to use. Together with our trusted partners, we install turbines better, faster, and more safely. Fleet-wide service you can trust, backed by unmatched experience and data insights, ensuring our service turbines perform at their best. From Tuno Knob in 1995, the oldest commercial offshore wind farm in operation, to our latest turbine, V236 15.0 megawatts, designed to deliver industry-leading park performance globally. Vestas remains the leader in sustainable energy solutions, driving change and setting new industry standards on our journey to a fossil-free world.
Καλησπέρα σε όλους.
Good afternoon. We're already in our fourth session of the first energy of renewable energy storage forum. This is a round table on the prerequisites for a smooth development of the RAS sector and storage, and of course always in relation to the national targets and also the European targets. Today in our panel we have distinguished guests, the most appropriate people to have a discussion with on this subject. I will present it to you briefly. I will not introduce each of them separately, but I will begin directly by giving the floor to Mr. Dimitris Psalemis, the General Manager of, or the General Director of Energy of the Ministry of Development. Having heard the Ministry and the General Secretary on a
Η πιθανώς της αποθήκευσης θα βοηθήσει σίγουρα.
Renewable energy resources and the way in which to boost storage, at least in the medium term, in order to reduce the end user cost, will be well, having heard of them, I suppose that we would like your opinion on this subject. So with this short introduction, I would like to give you the floor for 5 to 10 minutes so that then we have the time to have a discussion with the rest of the participants. Good afternoon. Thank you very much. I would like to thank the organizers for this invitation. I'm very happy to be able to participate, especially at this panel, with so distinguished guests. As Mr. Andrisopoulos said at the beginning, the conjecture of the green transition, the 55 kit, which unfortunately has been published at a difficult period with sharp price increases. and which of course makes its acceptance difficult, since the two issues can be correlated or connected closely by the public opinion, resulting in a delay in the results. So to speak, we needed to deal with the prices increase very decisively and very fast. Let me tell you a few things about what we're doing at the ministry right now, and then during the discussion I suppose that we will have the opportunity to provide details. As I said, we have the 50-55 package, which whose main factor, whose main element is the revision of a deal and the revision on energy efficiency. From 32% we go to 40% renewable energy resources, and penetration of renewable energy resources in all sectors, increase of the share in transport and industry, and more penetration in end users. Regarding the Energy Efficiency Directive, each revision entails a proposal by the Commission to increase the targets and a number of political targets regarding energy efficiency. The Commission, especially on these 2 points, has proposed the ETS system implementation in transportation and in buildings, in construction. Naturally, it is quite important to speed up this transition, because this will improve the issue of prices. It is going to be a big change, and as every big change, it has to agree with society, it has to be embraced by society and by all the stakeholders. This is the big challenge, especially in view of the sharp increases in energy prices. More specifically, in the ministry, we are working very hard right now to create a stable and favorable environment for the development of RAS, for storage and also for energy efficiency. The choice of let's say empowering development is a few years back, in view of the recent developments, has been proven to be a wise choice, especially the storage facilities on which we are going to discuss today are one of the most important issues of an upfront development. Naturally, the market has responded very well as far as projects are concerned, and since this very good acceptance has been is reflected by the number of projects that already have been submitted. I was telling you what we were doing at the ministry. Very, very briefly, we we have begun a process of simplification of the procedures for licensing, for project licensing, including the entire spectrum of projects. So our aim is to speed up the maturation of the projects, and our philosophy is to promote projects where we have commitments on behalf of the let's say owners that they will be implemented. At the end of the day, we know what creates big delays, and that is why we have decided to impose very strict deadlines on all sides. We expect to be very soon able to table this new act bill that will include in the second phase the conditions for a licensing of the production stations. Regarding the occupation of electrical space, we also have some criteria. For example, we plan to connect electrical space with the respect of specific criteria without permanent commitment as far as the electrical space is concerned. Naturally, we know that every time there are problems, there are also interventions. Almost all of the ministries, energy and environment and energy ministry bill is raising reactions, but we are ready, we are documented, and we are ready to intervene every time to resolve any issues. What is important for 2021, and that is gradually becoming even more important and will become more important at the end of the year, is the completion of all the process within the year, and especially of the negotiation we are now having with the Ministry of Competition in order to resolve the issues of hybrid projects, especially in non-interconnected islands. Having already let's say a guarantee that these projects will be approved, we hope that we will speed up these procedures of licensing by the end of the year. Also, we have already put on track the procedure of licensing of certain other processes. In view of the reduction of emissions by 55% and in view of decisions regarding environmental neutrality, especially the 2030 targets, we needed to actually set intermediate targets, especially for the period 2050, since 2030 is just 10 years away, 9 years away. And to close, I would like to refer to a number of ministerial decisions, especially concerning EU projects, such as, for example, the project of Astypalea, or programs such as the solar panel projects. We do need some more, let's say, support in this respect. We expect that it will be approved. The relevant bill will be deposited soon, submitted soon to the competent Parliament committee. I have forgotten to mention the very important issue of renewable energy sources in order to monitor the issue and to make sure that legislative measures are in agreement with the central framework. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You have given us a full review of what's happening in terms of the legislation and what we expect to see. An important part at the heart of our discussion is storage. So the best person to talk about that is Mr. Papathanasiou, professor at the NTUA, responsible for the sector of storages, and we're talking about storages on the islands and on the continental Greece as well. And we're going to see what the support framework for that is, maybe in the production of electricity or in the energy being stored on the capex level or operating expenses level. It's rather complex, but definitely a one-way street for Greek reality, especially because of the number of islands that we have and because our grid on the continental Greece, I mean, requires immediately a certain support, a certain enhancement in order to play the role that the new plan for energy and the climate has in store for it. So I will give the floor to you. Good afternoon. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you to the Energy Press. Already, Mr. Tsalemis has talked about the state of play in our country in terms of energy storage, but it's important to stress the fact that within a year, and I'm saying a year because this is around the time of the year that is an anniversary for a big boom in our country in terms of energy storage. We had the first projects with batteries last year. We have gone a long way in terms of legislation, but the degree of understanding of the question that is storage has, we have done a lot to that. We do know what storage means, what it means to combine it with RES, what it means for the RES, how we can license such projects. There are many views, perhaps they don't all coincide, but there's also some maturity, so we can actually see the law, the legislative framework following. We also have answer the questions about what it means to have storage participate in the market. Last year, we knew very little about that. We also have projects, candidate projects. That's very important. We have a lot more, perhaps, than we actually need. We have 15,000 of megawatts regarding storage plants. That's very different than the situation we had a year ago. We have support schemes, sustainability for these investments, and these are rather mature, I would say, and at a stage that has progressed a lot in terms of the negotiation with the European Commission. So we can tell that we will have support mechanisms for these storage projects that will allow the implementation of investments that will be ensured against the uncertainty that typifies such long-term projects. It's important to know that such a project will be financed based on studies and forecasts. If those support schemes are to proceed, this degree of uncertainty will be eliminated to a great extent. I would say that perhaps the weakest link in this chain of preconditions in order to ensure that projects are implemented on time is the matter of the access to the grid in connection to the saturation problems or saturation phenomena that our grid is facing. And it's critical to provide an answer for two reasons. First, because there are tenders, eminent tenders that have specific deadlines for the RF, that as per the ministry, we will have these tenders taking place within 2022. So that calls for an immediate need for a significant number of projects so that there is competition in those tenders. And these are, it's reasonable to expect that they will be actually implemented. But this cannot we cannot only work with the saturated grid as it is. We have to develop parts that are to be saturated or are close to being saturated. So this is important, to have storage plants there, facilities that will be able to help decongest the grid, so we can increase the usage of RES in those areas. These are not easy problems to solve, and how to prioritize storage in relation to RES and access to the grid is a critical question at this time. In order to promote storage projects and perhaps decongest the saturated grids, we need to clarify that storage is not in competition with RES. What does that mean? It means that in a grid that is saturated due to increased production of RES, it's not rational to have a storage plant also providing energy. So we need to ensure with the right operating limitations that this does not happen. So in cooperation with the operators, we have to establish the right limitations, dynamic or static, that will ensure this operability, and that will make it possible to install plants in saturated areas. The second thing is, after these plants are there, we need to establish a mechanism that these plants will be able to provide services for decongestion. So they need not make congestion worse, but actually alleviate it. So we need absorption of energy when we have an export congestion. So these are things that it's easy to say and easy to understand as a concept, but it's very difficult to implement them. We have a large number of studies, of original studies, that need to be prepared and finalized. We have to find which are the areas of the grid that are saturated. We need to understand which are the limits for RES, which are the limits, what is the margin for installing storage plants, and how much additional margin could be created under these limitations, how the decongestion services will be paid, what is the cost-benefit ratio, because decongestion may come through storage, but not the only way you can achieve it. There are other projects as well, and we need to find the best way to do it. We have to quantify all these things, and we need to find a way to correlate these issues with the way the projects acquire access and how that reflects on the pricing, how contracts are being signed, and how this operability can be combined with the operation of the projects in the market. That's a very complex network of requirements and studies that we need to clarify in a manner of months, perhaps. If you were to ask me, I would say that the first thing is to ensure the priority access to storage for the grid. Otherwise, there won't be any projects for the tenders. And after we ensure that in the saturated areas, we need to develop the framework for providing decongestion services. Lastly, I want to say that this discussion about the access to the grid does not only involve storage. It's a question equally important and perhaps even more intense for RES, and there are equal questions there. And there are also specific suggestions, proposals that are included in the findings of the work of the storage team. And just to give you an example, we need to differentiate the maximum power of the plants based not on the installed power of the RES plants, but based, but also in saturated areas, this cannot be in the hands of the producer only. The maximum power must always be less than installed power so that we ensure that the megawatts, the margin megawatts are being used to the best degree possible for the management of RES energy. Thirdly, this obligation to reduce the maximum power below the installed power and the stated power from the producer must be recognized as the ability to provide access to storage plants that can desynchronize the production to different times of the day, so that can actually use the availability of the network. There could be limitations, not 24/7 all around the year, but on certain periods of the day or the year where you have saturation. It's a very complex issue that has to do with how to best utilize the available margin. And on the side of the operators, there must be an effort to maximize this margin. For example, when the margin for receiving RES are determined by the resilience of the grid, for conditions that may occur only once every 5 years, it could be best if we can manage this overloading when this happens, instead of providing restrictions preemptively. That would liberate a great margin that we, of course, would need to utilize afterwards. I wanted most of all to convey the problem, our concerns. We all feel, all of us who work in storage, that the most immediate and difficult challenge is access to the grid. Perhaps it sounds ordinary, but that's one of the biggest problems. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Papathanasiou. That's a very fine point and very critical point, to achieve the goals and see all those investments and plans become a reality, be implemented. And hopefully we will see in practice how we can achieve that, this compromise between what is the buffer that the operator may want to leave with what the grid can actually take. We didn't speak about hybrid plants. Perhaps we can ask as a question later. Mr. Spiros Kiadzis, Director of New Technologies and Alternative Energy Sources at Hellenic Oils. We will now give the floor to the investor, if you will, in our discussion. From designing the strategy, what we would like to see as a country, and see how Hellenic Oils enter into this picture and what you do in terms of investment with regard to RES and storage, of course, and anything else, anything other alternative technology. Thank you very much, Kostas. Thank you to the organizers for inviting us to the conference. Perhaps it's an oxymoron that we as a company are talking about renewable energy sources, about storage, but we are now repositioning our group, and our immediate goal is to reduce our carbon footprint. We have very simple and measurable goals that in 2030 we want to reduce by 50% our carbon footprint, either with an increase of the energy performance of our refineries and other activities. We want to install green hydrogen or blue hydrogen in order to reduce our carbon footprint. That's 30%. The other 20% will come
from our investment activity in renewable energy sources, our goal is up until 2030 to develop 2 gigawatts. We already have a portfolio at different stages, different development stages. But until 2030, we want to have 2 gigawatts in operation with for renewable energy sources. In addition to that, in order to proceed even further, we will have raw materials at our refineries that will also drive this reduction of our carbon footprint, because we are going to use the philosophy of the green economy, either using recycling or using technologies that are more advanced. In terms of our raw material, we will achieve to create new products that will be sustainable. In terms of storage, we already are making a big effort to support RES. We invest in RES through the photovoltaic and wind farms, and also regarding the stability of the grid. We have submitted to RAE about 750 megawatt hours for storage, a proposal, and our goal is to proceed cautiously towards this technology of storage of electricity, so we can contribute to the grid and to our facilities, our installations. Another part, something else that I wanted to talk about, was the part of electric mobility, using our refineries and especially our facilities for quick charging. We look at storage on a macro level, where we need megawatt hours, a lot of them, but think that the weakness of the grid is not only limited to the 450 kilovolt, it's also part of the low voltage grid. There are delays in licensing due to the increase in power that is required for charging stations. And we could even use batteries in conjunction with RES for such points. It's something that we see in action. We have not installed anything like that, but think that this accumulation of energy, storage has a lot of applications. So if you want to be realistic, and we invest, because that's our job, to invest and create projects. The state has, the role of the state is to create legislation. We are here to make projects. So if we want to invest in this storage, unfortunately, it wouldn't be easy to find batteries, significant numbers of batteries, because there is a deficit in the market. Think that there's a delay in all the supply chains because of all the problems that we're facing lately. Let me also remind you that raw materials, and the price has increased, and many investments become unsustainable due to that. Batteries, lithium-ion batteries have fallen to, the price is at 1/7 what it used to be, but even that drop makes such an investment very difficult. So we need to invest more to research and development and innovation to find alternatives in Europe as well. We need to find alternatives, and we need to see what we can do with metals that are being used in batteries. I can say that right now 70% of photovoltaics are being produced in China, a great percentage of electric cars as well, and the largest part
of the materials used in batteries are also produced in China. So is it the butterfly effect that flies in China and creates a storm in the United States? We cannot have a continuous supply chain. Right now, the chain has broken, which means fluctuation and problems in the market, from the photovoltaic panels up to batteries and other things. And that should teach us something, because the point is not only to deal with the energy costs or how to develop the grid or everything that has to do with this last category, but we also need to look at the entire picture, the great picture, how and technology is being produced, what's happening with the raw materials, and what we are going to be facing in the end as investors in order to have sustainable investments. I would say that the essence of this thing is to reduce the investment risk. Not because as investors we are afraid of the risk. Investment risks, there are cases that it can be affected by outside factors, such as the matter of supply of raw materials or whatever from other countries, from internal issues that are regulatory issues about how fast we are able to have the legislation, for example, from the state in order to invest to offshore wind farms, for example, or how we can combine our onshore and offshore production when in the end we are able to invest there in order to have a stable grid and be able to provide the renewable energy that we produce to our consumers. And then it has to do with the general investment environment in our country. Perhaps the most important thing would be to take quick decisions, to have less bureaucracy, less red tape, and of course, everyone here, I think, as an energy group, we would like to invest in that area. Costa. Thank you, Mr. Kertzis. I will now give the floor to Mr. Yannis Karidas, the CEO of Renewable Energy Storage of the Copelouzos Group. Mr. Karidas, what are the challenges that you see? You have many years of experience in the area, in the field. You're developers, you are investing in projects for decades now. So your comments will be valuable. What do you see has changed in our country in the last years? And how you see storage, what we were discussing earlier, how you see storage helping the entire RES industry. Thank you very much, Kostas. Good afternoon, everyone. And let me also thank the organizers for the invite. Your question is very interesting, and what we're discussing here in this panel, because as you know, RES is a one-way street for achieving our national goals and for dealing with the climate change, especially in order to deal with the phenomenon that we are seeing today, this increase in the prices of electricity. And I think no one will disagree that for whatever reason this increase is happening, the only way to deal with it is to invest quickly in RES projects. For us, they go hand in hand with the implementation of storage plants that will allow, as Mr. Papathanassiou explained, to have a system that's stable and self-sufficient. We also need to upgrade the operators so that we can accelerate the penetration of RES. We think, of course, Kostas, the market is not like it used to be 10, 15 years ago. As Copelouzos Group, we have been investing in RES since the end of 1990. We have materialized hundreds of megawatts in photovoltaic parks and wind farms. We talked about we have seen ahead of time the need for storage plants, and today we have licensed or soon to be licensed storage plants more than 3,000 megawatt hours. But we believe that the challenge ahead of us, not only as investors, but as a country as well, in order to achieve our goals, we need to address this challenge with different measures. I will just mention some of the pillars of the axis, that are important in order to ensure quick and smooth penetration of the RES. One has to do with licensing. I think everyone agrees that we need to have licensing should be quicker. We need to have deadlines for the services and for the administration to finalize some requests, answer some requests from the investors, and we also need to standardize the procedures and the requests for the documents, because now it's the rule, I would say, that the same authorities request different documents in different areas of the country. So we need to have a standardized procedure. Another thing is the legal framework. There has to be a degree of predictability for the investors. They need to know that the specific framework with the specific limitations will help them implement their project. There is a very strict spatial framework. We think that should not be stricter, and it should not contradict any special planning requirements that the local governments need to draft. The legal framework is very important because, and should be both. We have different sizes, for example, for the wind farms, for turbines, different heights, different sizes of blades. So the legal framework has to be modernized as well. Another axis, like Mr. Tselemi said, Mr. Papanasiou said, it's the grid. The grid goes hand in hand with storage for us. We expect the new legal framework for this market, and we believe that it should ensure the sustainability of the storage plants. Of course, the grids must very quickly be upgraded and expanded and digitized. The third axis is new technologies. As a group, we invest in the RES technologies, the onshore parks and photovoltaics, but we were among the first that had issued licenses for offshore wind farms over a decade ago. So we expect the administration, we expect the government to finalize the new legal framework for offshore wind farms. We believe there's great potential in the Greek seas. And in order to quickly develop the RES project, licensing, the existing licenses should be respected, and the existing licenses will be able to produce projects very fast, a lot faster than any new licensing that will be granted. We invest also into newer technologies such as green hydrogen. Already 3 years ago, we have established a department in our group, and we are planning for projects considering that green hydrogen will be shortly a safe fuel for many sectors of the economy, globally and in Greece as well. The next axis that we expect quick reaction is the financial axis, credit axis. The market has changed. We don't have fixed contracts for 20 years. We have a new market. Everything goes into the energy exchange, or we are signing bilateral PPAs. So the financing sector should create the tools, design and create them to support this process. We are talking about smooth development of RES, and I think perhaps the most important thing to ensure the social cohesion and social acceptance and the smooth development is to inform the public in the right way. Unfortunately, we have a lot of misinformation being spread and a lot of misconceptions, and that creates a resistance towards the development of RES plants or wind farms. We believe that our administration should use the right tools to present the right message, that the only way to deal with climate change, the only way to deal with the greenhouse effect are RES projects, photovoltaic solar panels, wind farms, etc. Of course, there are interventions in the environment, but these interventions are minuscule compared to the benefits for society, both for the environment and for the economy. It's very important that the state should take the right measures and inform the public. Of course, RES investments will create new job positions, so that we should prepare the human resources for these new jobs. As Copelouzo's group, we invest for over 20 years now to green energy, and we will continue to do so, always respecting the environment and local economies. We take advantage of the local resources, talking about human resources or suppliers, subcontractors, etc. We have the experience from implementing large-scale RES projects in the past. We invest and we will continue to invest in offshore projects as well. We have, like I said before, one of the 2 licenses that have already been issued, and we will invest in storage units as well. And we hope in the future to also work with green hydrogen. Thank you, Kostas. Thank you, Mr. Karidas.
And now we'll go straight to Mr. Dimitris Varlamis, Vice President of CEF and President from Jinko Solar. We are talking about a smooth development of RIS. Having entered a framework of very low pricing regarding the support of RIS, I have noticed that these parameters have been increasing in recent months, and I would like to know what you make of it as a big provider in the market concerning the cost of material, because we are talking about many gigawatts of solar panels that have to be installed in Greece. We're talking about personal let's say companies. So first of all, thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you very much, and I would like to particularly congratulate the organizers for the initiative and to bring us all together so we can exchange views at a time when the market is from many different points of view at a very critical point. Before I answer your question, I would like to say that the Hellenic Association of Photovoltaic Companies has to harmonize, has to adjust to harmonize with the European targets. The solar energy is the cheapest RIS by far, and also solar panel projects can be implemented very fast, which means that they can provide cheap energy also very fast. They are so the most expedient solution for the provision of cheap energy. I think that I know we are at 7.7 megawatts and we need to exceed 15 megawatts. The Representative General said that according to studies, Greece could become the biggest exporter of RIS and generally energy in Europe, which means that talking about needs, current needs, actually has nothing to do with our plans for tomorrow. Especially when we should take in consideration parameters such as, for example, electric cars and the use of hydrogen. Let us first of all abide by the targets for 2030. To do that, we need first to comply with a number of conditions, the first one of which, and the most important, are the networks, the grids. We should, for example, be aware of which permits is ADMIE willing and prepared to grant, because investors, in order to be persuaded to give bank guarantees or to invest important sums, have to be let's say, relatively certain of what will be done. So ADMIE may be already aware of the strategy to follow, but the market should be made aware of it also. This said, we should not distinguish between investors and give a priority to a certain category to the detriment of others. We should welcome all kinds of investors, small investors, medium investors, foreign investors, domestic investors. And local communities, local authorities, and especially local authorities that are not very knowledgeable and are scared of the unknown, because we are all scared of the unknown, should be made aware that there are no excuses for them not knowing exactly what the stakes are and why the government is forced to take a number of decisions. We are talking about a climatic crisis, an environmental crisis. And we need to take measures and take decisions in view of that crisis. So we have to speed up the processes and procedures. Local communities and local authorities have to assist us in that. Naturally, we need to lend a willing ear to their problems, but they should not create horizontal hurdles to stop renewable energy resources just because they are renewable energy resources. Because if renewable energy resources did not exist, the next option would be for us to be without energy, or to import energy, or to end up with other types of energy that are even less welcome. And last but not least, we need to give incentives to small systems such as self-consumption, such as self-production, co-production. This is an important market which is quite developed in Europe, whereas in Greece it is still very much an unexplored country. And storage is also another dimension of the same problem, whose solution will improve things even further with regard to renewable energy resources. In big systems, because of scale economies, the systems become more and more competitive, but small systems require the support of the government. For example, in Italy we have the so-called super bonus, whereas, which in 5 years actually provides a return on the investment that that individuals have made to create small production, small systems. Self-consumption and self-storage systems have to be promoted. Right now in China, and we should not forget that China, whether we want it or not, is the main supplier of equipment for storage and production. Right now in China, the situation is such that there is an upper limit in consumption in order to first of all to actually make let's say keep its own targets in view, since the production of energy from lignite and fossil fuels has been reduced. So right now we have a fall in production all over China, and a huge crisis on our hands, both in the sector of raw materials and in the sector of logistics. For solar panels, prices also are an issue, especially in the framework of call to tenders. But I still think that according to what we learned from Europe, the biggest energy players in Europe intend to have their projects implemented as fast as possible. And they're not interested in cost, because what they're interested in is to provide cheap energy, to keep the price of energy low, even if the price of production increases by 10%. Anyway, the difference remains enormous. Let me give you a few numbers. Right now, a solar panel project which produces at 50 euro per megawatt hour cannot be compared with the price for natural gas that exceeds 200 euros per megawatt hour. The situation is really critical, and all parameters have to be taken into consideration. Thank you very much, Mr. Varlamis, and now I will go to the last speaker, Mr. Christos Petrochilos. Mr. Petrochilos comes from Kiefer. He's the chairman of Kiefer, and he's also the chairman of SPEV. you have been one of the main participants, main candidates of the latest call for tenders, and you have managed to be win, to be assigned a number of projects. Could you please tell us a few things about the superiority of solar panels as renewable energy resources? Unfortunately, says the speaker, I would like to tell a few things to the people regarding biogas. Biogas comes from a waste which destroys the environment. By turning waste into biogas, we actually rid the environment of waste that is noxious for it and provide clean energy. The remaining material can be used in hot houses and further improve, let's say, the environment. The environmental management, and I'm saying so because in 2021 only 40 megawatts produced from biogas have been let's say registered. Is it our target to pay I don't know how many euros per megawatt hour for Russian natural gas when we have the possibility to produce biogas and that is much cheaper and will also create at least 40 jobs in our country. I'm saying that and I'm reiterating that because biogas is not being favored, is not being at all supported by the ministry. I know that storage is a huge issue, but right now the first that should actually be concerning us is the necessary framework. We know that we have a huge crisis in our hands, and this is bound to get worse in coming years if we do not take measures. Biogas plants can operate 24 hours, 365 days per year. They can operate when other forms of renewable energy resources cannot operate. Should maybe we give a priority to biogas? Should we produce biogas from waste and at the same time rid the environment of noxious waste? What I would like to say as a manufacturer, I don't think that we can compare a 500 megawatt project with a 20 megawatt project. So our small projects are sustainable. They are more sustainable than small projects while involving other renewable energy resources whose cost of energy is much higher than ours, and especially for our country. So at the same time as the lack of networks, we are right now paying the cost of the inertia, of the unwillingness of the administrators. If this does not change, things will become even worse. right now the network cannot support the weight of a speed chargers. Another proposal regarding biogas is that the state should actually provide more support and should also do so because we have an increase in the price of equipment, which means that my plant for the first time in 7 years is not sustainable anymore. So we need support in order to be able also to ensure to secure electrical space. Thank you very much, Mr. Petrochilos. What you have, all the issues you have actually put on the table are quite important. Now, I would like to to address you, Mr. Tsalemis, for a second round. What does your ministry think about providing support to specific renewable energy resources, biogas, solar panels, etc.? It is true that there's a deficit
in the use of biogas, but not for electricity, but the fact is that the support of the ministry and the framework is more than favorable, and there's pricing, there's priority in the grid, there's a repowering option which is very favorable. It's been recently established in the law because we found that this was a way the use of biogas was helping the use of electricity generation, and it had a very favorable environmental footprint because otherwise this biogas would be released in the atmosphere. But for me, what needs to happen, because in electricity production there are many interested parties with economies of scale here. Mr. Petrochilos said about half a megawatt, we couldn't go any higher than that, but there are larger players and we need to transform it into methane and use it through the fuel pipes, and that's something that we are examining. We have the Committee for Hydrogen and other gases, so this is where we are starting to deal with this. Even though biogas and biomethane is a technology that's been used for many years, perhaps it's also a European direction, a European way to move forward to use biogas in the biomethane methane system, something that we need to see ahead of us. Yes, there are many benefits and many ways to promote this idea. Spiros, you are also part of the Hydrogen Committee. You participate in the White Dragon project. How do you see it in terms of the technology, in terms, as a potential investor, whether we're talking about hydrogen or green gas or biogas? It's an important part. However, it's a technology that even financially speaking is not mature yet. And in terms of its mechanics, in terms of the science, there are problems that need to be overcome right now, talking about hydrogen. When we look at this green hydrogen for consumption at our refineries, because you know that the largest consumers of hydrogen are refineries. So it's something that we can use, and you don't really need any extensive grids to networks to use it. However, the electrolyzers, the way to produce hydrogen, are very small compared to the hundreds of megawatts that are needed to cover the needs of a refinery. What's more, for the rest of the gases, the green gases, where we do look at them in the context of the new technologies, the potential to manage or to produce them. To date, we are not at the point to have the raw material on the one side, because it is important to have the raw material to produce any type of biogas. So if it's of biological origin, it's difficult to transport it. It's not available in large quantities. You cannot have large production plants. You have to have small decentralized ones. And on the other hand, you have to overcome problems when you are dealing with large quantities. However, there are solutions other than injecting it into the natural gas network. You can use it to feed transports. But talking about hydrogen, which might appear a bit exotic right now, it's something that if we invest as a country, we're going to win a lot of things. On the side of innovation, the hydrogen part of it has a lot of potential to develop in the future. And the White Dragon, which is a very innovative project, and almost the entire energy industry participates in it. And we're trying to develop what benefits we have, but also it gives the opportunity to young researchers, to young engineers, to engineering firms to develop and move past all the problems that we're facing right now, either individually or working with European programs. We are promoting the R&D community right now through these projects. Mr. Petrochilos, the design, in terms of raw material, could we have 500 megawatts of natural gas, of biogas? No, at this point, no. Of course, the question is, biogas comes from the industry, the Greek industry, so you have to create waste in order to get it. If we had such waste, perhaps biogas could be a solution. We could predict 300 megawatts of power, decentralized, of course, or small-scale, different small-scale production units. We had a large project that has fallen behind, and it could create 20 megawatts of power. But we do have problems, like we said, the reactions of the local people, the lack of information, the lack of information regarding REIs creates such reactions. So we could have bio projects decentralized on islands as well. I cannot forget the case of the island of Naxos. They produce great cheese. We tried to use biogas, but there was a tremendous reaction. But if you think in the end, the entire plant might shut down because biogas did not happen, because right now the European Union says that you need to have carbon neutral facility, and without the biogas you cannot achieve it. After the comment on Naxos, let me ask Mr. Papathanasiou, the part of the plants on the islands. Can you tell us a bit more about how you see things and how they can progress? Yes, of course. It's a pending matter starting from 2016 and forward. We don't have a support scheme for hybrid plants on the islands. The model of 3468, that model was did not was not successful. And in the last 5 years, as a country, we are looking for a new support scheme. I think that this new support scheme will soon be approved, and it will provide for tenders per insular complex and per hybrid station, meaning a combination of RES and storage. They will work as a virtual power plant. The logic behind this new scheme is on the basis of the produced RES energy, not recycling of energy through the grid, and the right to develop such projects will come at the lower price, the lowest price of energy being produced. And it is important to say that in view of the interconnections of the islands, we have an open question, because it is a project that is being developed in an environment of non-interconnected islands. And how can you move into an interconnected environment? That's the open question. The logic with these projects is to have the legislative framework and the rational approach to say that the support that the plant is receiving through the tender, because the framework for the operation of the hybrid plants is not ideal right now, but this station can either transform into an RES and storage system plant, or if the RES and the storage unit are installed in different parts and connected to different parts of the grid, it could be converted into a portfolio of RES and storage, as all the portfolios that we visualize will have in the future. So many open questions from what you say. For example, how can an investor make a decision knowing the plan for the interconnection of certain islands, but not being certain how fast this plan is going to be implemented? Another question has to do with the cost for maintaining such plants, because it's easy to say that they can be maintained, but we have not tried them in practice. And seeing the experience from abroad, we see that you need to have maintenance, you need to have visits from specialized personnel, which is not going to be available on such small islands. You are correct in everything that you say. First, it would be critical. The time of the interconnection would be critical if after the interconnection the price is not the same. But if the price remains the same, then it's not so critical to know when interconnection is going to take place. The second question, if you do tenders that are separate per system, then you resolve this problem. The same technology, when it's being implemented on an island, it has a different cost depending on the size and on the insular complex. So tenders need to be separate. Another issue, the cost beyond the initial investment is something that needs to be considered by the investor at the time when they enter the tender, and of course you cannot resolve it up front. I have two questions now. Which investor would be interested in a 200 kilowatt system at a remote island in order to participate in a tender and compete in a tender? Just to look at it realistically, it's not easy, I say, answering my own question. It's not easy to open this market if we don't have support. It's more of a social work than an investor decision, unless I'm mistaken, please let me know. I will let Mr. Karidas answer by saying that, and I will only say this, that the interest of the investor shows that despite those concerns, this is something viable. We need to establish the conditions, as Mr. Risopoulos said, so that the projects can be sustainable. Otherwise, it will be fictitious, the investor's interest, and that has a negative impact on the market, on society as well. In order to implement any size of a project, either 200 megawatt or on an island, on the mainland, or 200 kilowatt on an island, the conditions must reassure the investor that sooner or later they will get the return they are looking for. The other thing is that we know that in the past, the condition of the market was such that promoted a specific procedure for licensing, or it was a situation that we had delays, and right now we have many licenses that have been approved on the islands or for offshore projects. What is happening? How do you see things happening on the with regard to the tenders regarding the islands? Will only some players will participate, or those players that already have licenses from the past, or maybe they have some investments on the islands as well? How do you see it? Will the tenders be open to everyone? I would say Mr. Tsalems should answer this question. Yeah, it's an open question for everyone because we don't really have a lot of time left. I would say I can only pose one rule. Seeing the investment interest and how mature it is in each case. If, for example, in an insular complex, there is no investor interest, there are no eligible projects, then what can we ask for? Should we let things progress? No, we need from the start, at a non-mature stage, to have a tender, and whoever wins, they can proceed. But if we have a stage where projects are already mature, then we need to progress with those. It doesn't make any sense to have another tender and someone else wins the tender, but they don't have the license to proceed. So there's no one single answer to this question. I agree. Our group has a license for an offshore project 10 years now. We have made some surveys, some studies. We expect a new legislative framework. But if we want to have fast penetration of the RAS, we need to look at mature projects and see if they can be implemented faster than going through, again, the initial stages for new projects. So since we don't have a lot of time, maybe Mr. Petrochilos, Mr. Varlamis, Mr. Kiadzis, if you have something else to add. Practically speaking, the nominal power right now for the photovoltaic parks is on the DC part. This has to change. We need changes like that. We need to move to AC. Also, a park that has the field, the available field, or the area to establish the photovoltaic park, maybe 100 megawatts or 300 megawatts. Perhaps in the future they will be able to add the storage plant and be more productive. Yes, 100 megawatts from 8 in the morning to 8 in the evening, because I have a storage facility as well, and with a lower construction cost. These are changes that can take place tomorrow and will help the market accelerate things because they can be easily implemented. We need to rationalize the legislation because there's going to be a lot of reaction regarding the grid and who gets the power. So it may be more fair to distribute it to smaller investments and larger investments, so there's some kind of uniformity. this is something that we're going to deal with in the next year. Thank you everyone very much. I hope that our discussion was fruitful and has added something to our concerns and to what we are talking about. And I hope to see all these developments shortly before us. Thank you again to the Energy Press for the invitation and for the very interesting discussion with our panelists. Thank you.
Since 1995, Vestas has been on a journey to make offshore wind more accessible, driving down the cost of sustainable energy. As industry pioneers, we remain true to this commitment. With a proven offshore track record, we know what it takes. Innovative and reliable technology, continuously optimizing reliability, availability, and power output. More than 25 years experience and the ability to put it to use. Together with our trusted partners, we install turbines better, faster, and more safely. Fleet-wide service you can trust, backed by unmatched experience and data insights, ensuring our service turbines perform at their best. From Tuno Knob in 1995, the oldest commercial offshore wind farm in operation, to our latest turbine, V236 15.0 megawatts, designed to deliver industry-leading park performance globally. Vestas remains the leader in sustainable energy solutions, driving change and setting new industry standards on our journey to a fossil-free world.
Λέγομαι Ιόλη Χριστοπούλου.
Hello, my name is Ioli Christopoulou. I'm the director of the Green Tank. I'm very happy to be here today. I'd like to thank the organizers of the Renewable Energy and Storage Forum, the Energy Press, for inviting us and giving me the honorary role of being the moderator for this discussion that has the title RES and Social Acceptance. I would also like to welcome the few people that are here with us, and of course all of you that are watching us from your screens remotely, and of course my fellow panelists that we're going to have an interesting discussion with. I will start with a few words as an introduction, and then we will have our discussion. So, climate change is accelerating. We are moving to climate chaos. We have launched a war against nature. These are just few of the expressions that the UN Secretary, Mr. Antonio Guterres, is using to describe the situation that we are going through. It's based on the science evidence, and they are calling the science community to react. And in his speeches, he clearly says what needs to happen. We need to move away from lignite and carbon until 2030, 2040 for the rest of the countries, not the developed ones. And then transition not to any fossil fuels, but to green energy sources, RES sources. This green energy transition is now supported more and more by different institutions, and I'm not just referring to the European Union, that we know is a leader in terms of the climate and environmental issues. Today, we have the new report of the World Energy Outlook, where we see a new energy being described, which is a new economy, which is cleaner, more environmentally friendly, more resilient, and more fair. In his words, the executive secretary and director of the organization, he was very straightforward, and he essentially called the countries and the leaders that will participate in the climate convention to increase their commitment so that we can keep the temperature increase to 1.5 degrees centigrade and give a clear message to investors and to the markets. And of course, the World Energy Organization was not one of the most progressive institutions, or at least that was the case until recently. It's a good thing that our country participated in this green energy transition. After the decision to move away from lignite, we can say that we have a new deadline of 2025 and new targets for the penetration of RES in the energy mix, 61%, but this target that was established in 2099 is now also being revised. Mr. Skrekas mentioned it in the morning, and we are moving towards percentage participation of 70%. Of course, the targets are being set, but there are challenges. In order to achieve them, we cannot discuss every challenge in this session. We're talking about two dimensions. One has to do with the impact on biodiversity, and the other on the social reactions that come up against RES and the penetration of RES. We will have a presentation to start with, and then we are going to have a discussion. We will also discuss the results of a poll. Let's see now first about the impact on biodiversity. We will have a presentation by Mr. Orfanos. It is true that RES is a clean source of energy, at least in terms of greenhouse gas emissions, but there is it is a plant, an energy plant, and this has an impact. And perhaps the most widely known is the fact that birds collide with wind turbines, and as a result there's injury or maybe deaths of migratory birds or birds that are protected or are being threatened as species. There are many years of efforts now to resolve this with monitoring centers, and we have the involvement of technology now, using cameras, using radars, and today we are going to hear about a new system, the Envy Bird, which, as I understand, is innovative and recognized by the European Union as such. Mr. Afanas is going to present. He's a special consultant of the Envisionist, the company Envisionist, and the floor is yours. First of all, thank you for the time that you are giving to me and for allowing me the opportunity to tell you how technology can help towards the development of wind power and RES power in general. Mr. Dixon, the CEO of Wind Europe, today talked about systems to protect birds and systems about the technological support that can be provided to wind power. And that because 1 month ago at the technology workshop that was to take place in Italy, but in the end was a remote hybrid conference, our system was evaluated and was found the most innovative one, because it adds value to wind power right now, and we're going to see why. Envisionist is a company, an IT company. We're not a technological company, but we became that in order to develop the system. We create innovative services in the RES sector, and we contribute to the quality of life. And our flagship product is the EnvyBird. It's a comprehensive system to protect rare birds from wind turbines. And we hope that it becomes a point of reference for the protection of birds from airplanes or wind turbines. And for this reason, we have two sectors, the airport and the wind farm. They are based on the same system, but with a different functionality. I'm going to show you a video that I'm going to explain. So what we show you here is a wind farm with the wind turbine. We install 4 systems approximately at a radius of 10 meters from the wind turbine. We have cameras and sound systems. There are detectors, sensors which can detect whether they're seeing people or airplanes or birds. And these sensors identify the birds as they approach. They analyze them, and they identify the fact that this specific bird needs to be protected. And then it takes some measures to using the speakerphones to divert the bird, to send it away. So they send the birds away, but perhaps a bird continues to fly towards the wind turbine, and then we give the command to the wind turbine to stop. The bird flies through, and when we see that it has passed, the wind turbine starts again. As you saw in the video, only one wind turbine stops, not all of them. This is why Mr. Dixon says that technology helps wind energy. So we started as an IT company and developed an IT system. The EnvyBird system is at the very innovative. We try to send birds away and also increase the productivity by reducing the shutdown time of the wind turbines. We had systems that were easy to be bypassed, but this system does not need to be bypassed. So we use technology also in the software of the system. We use machine learning and we use artificial intelligence. So there are 4 phases in the system. First, we detect the detection phase. We identify the fact that it's a bird and not something else. The second phase is the identification phase. After the system is trained based on the data available on the specific park, then it's the deterrence phase where the birds we try to send them away. And if the bird continues, we go to the shutdown phase where the wind turbine shuts down so that it doesn't hurt the bird. So machine learning, which is the heart of the system, we slow down the wind, the blades, so they don't hurt the bird. We don't really need to stop it completely. So using machine learning and artificial intelligence, we train the system on a specific wind farm to recognize, identify the birds that need to be protected. The more time passes, the more the information that the system collects, and the better trained it becomes. We did a survey, a study, in a wind turbine where our system was installed, and the population were vultures, large birds, and we had the result. Out of 1,400 detections, there were only 14 mistakes. So, only 40 mistakes. So, very successful system. Now we're going to see how technology is helping the available wind farm system. We have a motion detection sensors. These sensors work at on the background of the system, and you can see that you need to mask a camera so that it doesn't detect motion, but that was what was happening in the past. The cameras that were being used in the past were masked up to 70%, but because we have an IT company, we are not using this. We are not using masking anymore because we can better identify exactly what we're seeing. Now we're going to see other advantages that the system has compared to previous technologies. So we have the minimum amount of false detections. We maximize production because we minimize the shutdown time. We don't have sound pollution because that's an important thing, an important aspect as well. We don't use second or third rows of speakers because one is sufficient. We have a 360-degree speaker, so there are not many external points to the turbine. No masking, like we say. It can work 24/7, the system. What we have externally, what we add is a very robust system. We use strobo lights where noise is not allowed. And of course, we have a system that helps the companies produce reports to provide to the local authorities. This is a table that shows our competition compared to the competition. You see the bullets, and our system is ahead of anything else. that's in the market. We are not here to create a system that we install on wind turbines and then leave it be. And this is what this slide shows us. It's an investment program with a 60-month duration that will cost more than 500,000 euro. And we do that to maximize the benefits of the technology in terms of wind power. Now let's see about the external system. This is the system as you see it. We have 3 cameras, 1 security and 2 thermal and a night camera, and a speaker. These are connected with metal straps. You see another innovation, huge innovation. The speaker, as we say, are exposed to the elements, and there can be a power failure, but this system has been studied and it's very robust. We have a special rubber that does not slip on the surface of the, it's impossible for it to slip from the surface of the wind turbine. And you don't need to take it out. Whatever the damage, if you need to correct something, you just take it out and replace it, and that's it. Here are some solutions from other companies. You see that they connected using straps, and you see that they have 2 and 3 rows of speakers. That's a main problem, that's a main issue, because the systems can be put out of order because of the weather conditions. That's another installation that was damaged and destroyed because of the weather. This is another Spanish company. See how they connect their system. It's no use. Just to show you the installation process. I don't know if it's interesting for you, or I can move forward perhaps, because I told you these things. And this is the third innovation that we introduced, that we don't need to have 2 or 3 speakers. This is the one speaker that we have, and it doesn't require a lot of service or support maintenance. These are all the ways that we support this installation, the after-sales service, our guarantees. We provide environmental monitoring, and it's and also a very flexible service level agreement. These are the evaluations from different operators or different organizations. We have received 3 awards, 3 Byte Awards. You see all in the slides, and a Platinum Award for the entire thing. And we were the only Greek company, I would say, and the only company that had such a system. And there was a great response from the manufacturers, from the constructors, from Vestas, from Siemens Wind, from everyone. This is a paper. This is what we submitted. These are the exhibitions. We want to make it a global system. We don't want to stay in Greece only. May I ask, how do we know that the system actually works? If it is effective, how can we guarantee that the system works? I showed you before the slide where we make a survey. We use specialized people that monitor the system from a vantage point and monitor the flight paths using radars. And they note using a tablet when a bird approaches. And then they compare the data from the system with the data from the specialist, the bird specialist. this is why I say we have this percentage, the 97.3%, the effectiveness of our system. So yes, we check, we verify. We are working close to all the specialists and the scientists, and we believe we're going to have a system that is completely accurate and correct. Thank you very much. I need to interrupt you now. I don't know if you have a conclusion that you'd like to share with us, because you mentioned the fact that monitoring is required. From our experience and the study that took place, that lasted 10 years, there is no standard way to treat things, to treat the situation all over Greece. Different agencies, different authorities say different things. There was a wind farm that required one specific Spanish system. And then after we questioned them about it, they realized that they don't need the specific system. They need something that does the job of the system. But we have moved past that level of the services being offered in the past. We're offering more now. So another big issue is what you said. How do we know that these systems are installed and operable? Because someone can install them and then bypass them, shut them down. So there needs to be some monitoring, some verification, and our system provides the opportunity. It has reporting capabilities. It can be verified that it works, that it can provide evidence on that. We also offer monitoring service for 2 or 3 years. We also provide the carcass. Birds are being killed, so the problem is that on some wind farms, on some parks, systems are installed on some of the wind turbines, not all of them. So you do have birds being killed. You do have the carcasses to prove it. So very interesting what you presented to us. Of course, we need to see how we can use this technology. It is part of the solution. I think you mentioned a study that we also worked with as a green tank, and we saw how the environmental terms are different from project to project. And this is why we also propose that monitoring needs to take place when we have installations of wind farms, and also the research about the carcasses, the victims, the birds that are being killed. We saw a first aspect of this, the development of RES, the impact on biodiversity, and we're going to discuss about it. Now we're moving on to the matter of social reactions. We're going to hear from Mr. Zoupis, who is responsible for the opinion, from opinion poll. He's going to present the results of a survey and give us the basis for the discussion that we're going to have with our panelists. Now, our panelists are Mr. Konomou, Dimitris Konomou, who is a professor at the University of Thessaly and former Deputy Minister of Environment and Energy. Welcome. We have Mr. Giannis Mitsopoulos, General Director of the Organization of Natural Environment and Climate Change. Then Mr. Nikos Chrysogelos, member of the Council of the Greens, former member of the European Parliament, and regional consultant South Aegean. And then Mr. Vasilis Tsolakidis, a bioarchitect, consultant of bioclimatic development, and former president of the RES Center of Renewable Energy Sources. And then Mr. Panagiotis Papastamatiu, General Director of LETN. And I'm going to give the floor to him, to Mr. Zacharias Zoupis, who is director of polls at Opinion Poll. You have made a poll a few months ago in the context of a research project where NTUA also participates, and we are very excited to hear the results of that poll. So we give the floor to you to tell us how the citizens, how the public views RES and how they view the climate change and RES as an answer to climate change.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. It was indeed an important opportunity for us to cooperate with the Polytechnic School of Athens to do this research. I have approximately 45 slides and 10 minutes to present them, but my research is available for anyone who wishes to study it more closely and more in detail. This research was performed in cooperation with the Polytechnic School of Athens. The professor in charge was Mr. Doukas. The assumption was whether we consider climatic change to be an important problem, an important issue for the planet. The answers were 98 yes and 2% no. I think that in the detailed analysis you can find the detailed picture of who has answered per gender, per region, etc. And 98% also has responded that the needs of tackling the climatic change have increased also in our country. I present them together, these two slides, because I think it is important. 20 years ago, we wouldn't have even discussed this issue. This issue did not even exist. So the question is not whether the climatic crisis is important, the climatic change is important, but whether we are already in a stage of climatic crisis. What is the role of energy resources in the climatic crisis? Please allow me to clarify a bit in order to make this picture more simple. I know that too many colors can be confusing. I put together very little and a little, a bit, and 77% thinks a lot or extremely much. Only 14% has an opposite opinion. Hydraulic energy believes that very little effect is negatively affects the environment, while against about 9%. This is how our citizens see the effects of energy resources on climatic change. Allow me to say that nuclear energy, 9% says very little, says little and very little, and 76% says a lot and too much. carbon and lignite for little and very little, 82% much and very much. I think it's a big problem, lignite on the country, and petroleum, it is 9 and 82%. So you see that this is a zone. There's a zone in between where we have geothermy, where 47% says little and very little, and 14% is a lot and much and very much. But 1 in 4 doesn't know what geothermy is. The same findings go for biomass. Little, very little, 22%, and much and very much, 24%, but 33.1%, that is 1 in 3, doesn't know what biomass is. And there's also gasoline and gas, 50% little, very little, and 14.1% much and very much. I think that these statistics are very useful to understand the perception of energy by the Greek citizens, the Greek public opinion. Let us see in practice what is happening. Do you know what the priorities of energy planning in Greece are? The answer is showing that we have a problem. 29% says yes, 67% says no. And allow me to say that this also relates to participation, and not only do I have heard or I have read. I would like to underline that there are areas, such as, for example, Eastern Macedonia, where 100% says no, continental Greece, where 97% says no, and Ionian Islands, 81.3%. So the numbers are much higher than the average. Which of the following sources of energy do you think are good investments for our country in view of the climatic crisis and of the Greek priorities? So where do we have to invest as a country? You see that this more or less is in harmony with the others. 84% is solar energy, 59 is wind energy, 31.7% is 37% is solar panels. 28.7% we have biomass, biogas, and other sources of energy. Then we have, with less, smaller percentages, lignite, carbon, etc. Do you agree with the renting of sea areas, marine lots to wind farm energies, wind farm companies? It seems that an important part does not agree. This research, however, if it was done 10 years ago, would have met with a much larger percentage of agreement. Do you agree with the creation of sea wind farms? 12% does not respond, 59% says, 69% yes. And we have asked about the use of hydrogen. Which sectors would you like to see hydrogen used in our country in the future? Here you see similar percentages, 47% transportation, climate, air conditioning 49% and 34% others. What is what damage does any of these types of energy cause? I will only read you the little or very little. Solar percent 85.1%, little or very little. Hydroelectric 71.8%, wind energy 33.8%. The same goes for geothermy, because while 49.7% believes that it has no damage, doesn't damage the environment, 1 in 4 doesn't know what geothermy is. So, do you believe that the COVID-19 pandemic is closely related? Only 58% answers no. To what degree do you think that the return from the pandemic crisis has to be correlated to measures to deal with the crisis? 30 little, 58% exclusively and very much, and 30% of the people has a, let's say, reserved attitude or even negative attitude vis-a-vis these measures. I think that I will close with this slide. We have actually prioritized 5 of the top issues and asked the people to actually prioritize them also. Unemployment, much and very much, economy, and 91.5% and 95.5%, much and very much, respectively. Imagine that despite this fact, crisis, the climatic crisis comes third with 90.1%. Allow me to say that the summer has played an important role to increase this percentage of the climatic crisis. These were the responses we got, and we hope that they can be useful to you. And now we're ready to give the floor directly to Mr. Papastamatiu. This opinion poll shows that there is a percentage of the population that understands and supports the use of renewable energy resources. Probably influenced also by the increase in energy prices. What do you think? What do you think are the challenges, and where do you see what importance do you give to public opinion reactions? Well, it seems that the public in general agrees regarding the political line that the country should follow in the area of energy. Most of the major parties have already embraced this policy. Both the current government and the opposition government have expressed a firm opinion on this in this respect. But the main issue is the issue of interconnection, so that we can actually export green energy, which is of course a vision for the future. the issue of local public acceptance is also important. Based on what we have heard, we have the problem of Janus, the Roman double-faced god. And this gap must be filled both by the country and by the government, and by by other measures. It seems that there are very strong minorities that react against renewable energy resources. These reactions have to be tackled in the framework of a democratic public dialogue. There is an issue of public acceptance, which, however, must be seen as an issue of corporate responsibility and generally ethical responsibility of the company of the companies vis-a-vis the public. The companies therefore need to contact the local authorities, the local communities, and hear them out. When an entity comes to me to do something that concerns me, I am right to demand that I be heard and that my concerns are respected. Decisions, however, are taken by the government and should be implemented. This framework of agreement could work. Thank you very much, Mr. Papastamatiu. We are going to go straight to Mr. Tsolakidis. Mr. Tsolakidis, as it has been said, there are many arguments and many different positions and views, especially with regard to local reactions to renewable energy resources. I would like you to tell us a few words about these arguments. Do you believe that they are founded, they are documented? Thank you very much for the invitation. I will continue along the same lines as the previous speaker to say that in our country, more than in other countries, the citizens agree with the energy targets of Greece and of the world in general, because our public opinion understands the stakes. As Mr. Zupis said, if this opinion poll that he presented had been done a few years back, we wouldn't have had these results. Also, the environmental movement has actually done a lot of very good work. We were considered a few years back only as a marginal movement, but we have done good work, and we have managed to actually prepare the citizens, change their mentality, and resist the resisted and opposed themselves to the uncontrolled trends or development trends that do not take into consideration the people or the environment. Renewable energy resources have certain advantages compared to conservative energy resources. For certain countries, even without the climatic change, it would be in their interest to develop renewable energy resources in order to be rid of their dependency on imported fossil fuel, which endanger not only the environment but also their national, let's say, and territorial independence, and also our economy. So, very few reactions are unfounded. One could mention, for example, as an example, the absurd assumption that renewable energy resources do not produce energy. Most of them are founded, and they are founded for three reasons. First, because citizens care for the protection of the environment and for the quality of their lives, and also to protect, for example, archaeological sites. Because citizens worry that renewable energy resources might negatively influence tourism or other aspects of their daily livelihood. And thirdly, renewable energy resources, citizens worry that renewable energy resources do not provide adequate added value to local communities. I think that the previous speakers also agree that citizens have to actually that we have to help the citizens see what is best for them, understand the advantages of renewable energy resources as a way to deal with climatic change, but also as profitable investments. Thank you very much. Well, we're going to go now.
Since you mentioned the question about nature and the fact that there is an impact on biodiversity, I'd like to ask Mr. Mitsopoulos if those reactions are justified, the reactions that have to do with the impact on nature, the impact of RES on nature and biodiversity, how significant are those impacts, and what's the basis for the reaction? There's no single answer to this question. Our country has a large biodiversity, one of the first countries in a number of endangered birds and species. So we have established a program that we have a program that establishes the areas where we have such endangered species in order to protect them. And these areas, of course, are not a glass bowl that you cannot do anything with them. We are encouraging actions and projects to take place to the extent that they don't endanger those species. So they can be areas of development. That's now to the question of whether or not RES has an impact. Well, it depends. It depends on the RES type, and it depends on the size. For example, in an area, in a Natura area, a wind farm or a photovoltaic park may be installed for a specific number of panels or wind turbines, because from a certain degree it starts to affect the species and the habitats. It also depends on the area, which Natura area it is being installed. A wind farm cannot have an impact in an area where we are protecting a lake or a river. But if the area is there to protect species of birds, the vultures, like we said before, of course the wind farm can have an impact. So we need to look at where each project, each RES plant is being installed. So the critical question here is to know that to have all the scientific facts at hand, and the licensing of such projects has to be based on scientific knowledge. So the entire procedure follows the same logic in order to protect biodiversity. Otherwise, we will come to the point of saying, okay, we encourage wind energy, but then we destroy nature, which is, well, that's the main reason for going after RES, to protect the environment. So I will now go back to Mr. I wanted to hear from Mr. Mitsopoulou, but we see that a lot of reaction comes from the environmentalists, but it's a success. It was a success. The fact that we're promoting now renewable energy sources was a win for the Greens, but now it seems like we have a green battle. But it's a little more complicated than that. I would say that, first of all, we are very late right now. The average temperature has already increased 1.1 or 1.2 centigrades. So in order, we are not talking about a climate change, we are talking about the climate crisis. So our reaction needs to be different. You see how things have changed. So we need to have answers, and those answers have to be cohesive. Climate policy and biodiversity, these things have to be cohesive. The policy about energy has to be cohesive with the policy about economy. If we deal these things simply as a matter of technology, that creates a lot of reaction. And this is something that I've dealt extensively with. First of all, we need to have a spatial planning that says this project can be installed here, but not in another area, for example, like they do in Germany, like they do in other countries. Here, everyone, and we need to hear from all the local players in order to address that. We used to receive projects for approval, and the local people were not aware of what was to happen, did not really know whether a wind turbine would be installed or whatever. And that creates problems, obviously, because people feel that decisions are being taken without them being involved. Also, these projects have to be funded. The investment in these projects should not come only from large companies. It should come from the public as well, from the people. So we need to look at all those things, and there are many criteria to select, but a company, for example, would say that I want a maximum return, but the local community would say I want to preserve the environment. So in order to have a cohesive position, we need to discuss, all the players need to discuss between them and reach an agreement. If someone is headstrong and says that I'm going to get the license even if the local community does not want the project, well, that obviously creates a reaction. The local communities are do not always see the return on these projects. If they were involved in the investment, however, that would change. And if we look at different surveys, the reaction has to do with the fact that the public does not, local people do not participate in the investments and are not consulted before the decisions. But if we do not invest in nature, we will see a lot of destruction. We have already seen it during the summer with the fires and everything, or the extreme weather conditions. Biodiversity will continue to change if the climate change continues as such. On the other hand, spatial planning needs to consider the habitat. So we need to be the bridge between these things. We need to protect biodiversity, but we also need to promote RES, and there are tools to do that. We need rational solutions. I think you have given us a great opportunity here. Yes, just one last comment. I used to be in the I used to have this discussion before this massive reactions on the climate have actually taken place, and we tried to find a model in order to create a consensus. We didn't want to force investments. We want to promote them, but some preconditions must exist. Of course, obviously, spatial planning is, Mr. Economou is a very important factor in these discussions, and it's something that we hear a lot when you hear the reactions, negative reactions. We are expecting this spatial framework since many years now, but what would be the content of such planning in order to alleviate all those reactions? Okay. We will fix the clock. First of all, just the fact that we're going to have a spatial framework, that we do have it, is a factor that creates, that regularizes the whole thing. The framework means that there are rules, there are regulations, so it is a positive thing. Of course, these rules have to be correct, and they have to be relevant to here and now. I think that this framework will be complete in about a year's time, but I will give you some of my views about what should be the axis of this special planning. And my understanding is that they are going to be the main axis of this of the new framework as well. The first thing is to review the rules that apply to date about two categories, the small islands and the high mountains. These have not been addressed in the past as special cases in the framework that we have today, but the new framework will address these topics, these areas that require some special handling. That in terms of the wind turbines, wind energy. The second thing, the special framework of 2009 that was actually prepared 15 years ago was based on the hypothesis of a standard wind turbine with standard height of the time. Today, the largest wind farm, wind turbine, is twice the size of that previous. So we have the fact that we have different size for the blade, that changes the data on which the new framework is based. That means that we need to change the minimum distances between the wind turbines. And we also that also means that we need to review what we have to this date. The second point has to do with the licensing for the producers, RES producers. That is a problematic stage because it does not consider the spatial rules. Some requests, some applications are being accepted and approved, but that creates confusion, and to a large extent it creates the reaction of the local communities, and of course it creates a wrong impression of an overabundance of offer that is not true. The other point is that will reduce the pressure on onshore wind farms when we promote floating offshore wind parks. The other thing is that we are reviewing the rules regarding the landscape of the wind turbines. There are specific rules, but they are not right at this point. Now we have more experience and we're going to correct them. And we're going to have similar rules for the solar panels as well. When the framework was first established, we didn't know that photovoltaic panels would have such penetration, but this is the case now, so the new framework will reflect that. The entire spatial framework for the photovoltaics will be enhanced. Two new points. First, a regulatory framework for batteries for large storage stations. We didn't have that. That was a non-issue then. Now it is a hot topic. And also the hydrogen. We are going to include this in the spatial framework as well. Because of storage, because of transport, it's perhaps the future of energy, so we need to include it. Do I have 3 minutes? Or maybe 30 seconds. The first, we're going to incorporate the cumulative effect from different plants, whether photovoltaic or wind parks. This cumulative effect was not taken into consideration, and that will create certain safeguards for more flexibility. So it has to be more rigid, but also more flexible at the same time. That's two things at once. And then the transport network, of course, and in the past, the regulatory frameworks were very, very rigid with their numbers, with the figures that they included. This new framework will give the opportunity to use new tools for planning and differentiate the figures, the rules posed by the framework within certain limits, of course. And that will help communities to make their decisions. You have given us an idea. Of course, you seem to have a better understanding of what's going to take place, so that was all useful. I will now ask again Mr. Mitsopoulos, because special planning does cover the entire country, but there is a special challenge that has to do with protected areas, Natura areas, that cover about 1/3 of the area of the country. Based on the regulatory framework that we do have right now, how are RES going to be treated in terms of these areas? With regard to licensing of RES projects, of course, RES cannot be treated differently than any other project that is proposed to take place in such areas. about a year and a half ago with Mr. Hatzidakis, the law from Mr. Hatzidakis and Mr. Economou. It was established, we established the Organization for the Environment and Climate Change. This organization, its main goal is to manage the Natura 2000 areas and implement their special plans. But one of its responsibilities is to provide an opinion on whether or not the proposed project can actually take place in a Natura area or not. Why did this happen? And why did we establish this solution and this organization? It was said a little while back that, Mrs. Christopoulou, it's not possible to approve a project in a Natura area and then not approve another project. It's not possible to have monitoring projects that are monitoring programs that are different in protected areas. So we wanted to have an organization that will be fully operational in a couple of months, and this organization will have 200 employees all over Greece to provide opinions, which means that we save time in approving the proposals, and finally with providing licenses, because investors cannot wait for 2 or 3 years to get an opinion. We are preparing the human resources to do that. We provide scientific knowledge to the personnel. We are training them. On November 30, we conclude the training on a decision support system tool that will help to provide an opinion on such areas. And we think that by by addressing the issue as such, we're going to make all the reactions soften things, because people are going to understand that decisions are taken based on scientific information, scientific data. They are rational, and that will help us overcome all those negative reactions. It's good that you mentioned this new organization. Hopefully you will have the managing plans shortly and the environmental impact studies, so you can use this tool along with the new spatial planning framework. Yes, these are all very important things. Mr. Chrysogelos, we talked about the role of the state, but when you concluded your last comment, you talked about the role of the citizens, of the public in the development. And I wanted to ask you if you can say a few words more, how you see it's a way to alleviate all these reactions, and how can we do that? How can we use the citizens to do that? Let's say that about a decade ago, in the midst of the crisis, there were a lot of conspiracy theories that were trying to get that we could use the oil and hydrocarbons and become rich, and like Saudi Arabia and whatever. That myth continues to be alive because of the government saying that we are giving away 1/3 of the country in order to do mining and such like that. And we are also talking about how we can cover, how we can transition to RES by using natural gas. So we need to provide a clear message to society that we are going to this new era, the green era, without using any fossil fuels. We cannot stop the funding of natural gas, continue the funding of natural gas projects, and then at the same time make plans for investments in RES when we are actually promoting natural gas to the public. We need to anything that is related to fossil fuel, we should shut it down. Otherwise, we are giving mixed signals to the public. The other thing is that people are now spectators, but we want them to become producers, and that requires new models in the city. We are talking about blockchain, we're talking about flexible schemes that can produce electricity in buildings, in companies. I know that from my experience, that if you are proposing innovative solutions, then you're excluded from all the subsidy programs. So that all these subsidy programs should give motives to the people. In order to achieve the transition, we need to take everyone with us. So we need a different concept, all society together, not leaving anyone behind. We need to move towards the green transition, give them the opportunity to reduce their electricity bills, for example, and give them the opportunity to participate in large schemes, large vehicles, give them the opportunity to participate in producing energy at their own building. These are not new models that we create, the Greens create, imagine. These are models that are being implemented in associations, different associations. In Belgium, for example, one of them has a capital of 55 million euro, and they don't need any banking, any financing from banks. This kind of initiative is going to change how people think about RES. Because right now, what do they think? Citizens think that they come these large companies that used to deal with petroleum and gas, and now they want to make money out of the sun and out of the wind. Okay, they understand that we need to move towards a greener economy, but they don't want to pay for that. And now, in the midst of this crisis, we have an increase in the energy cost, and people do not understand why they need to pay 3 times as much. We need to provide financial tools, democratic tools, investment tools, so that everywhere, these investments can take place everywhere. Thank you, Mr. Chrysogelos and Mr. Tsolakidis. And let's say that the Greens are going to have a discussion with the General Secretary to discuss the new special planning. And each region in Greece should produce the share of the energy that their share of the energy. So each region should have a specific target. So I'm sure that we are going to hear more about that. Mr. Tsolakidis, how do you see the role of the state in enhancing the energy transition?
I think I will agree with Mr. Chrysogelos. The environmental movement has done its work. It has persuaded the society regarding the tools that are necessary to tackle the environmental crisis and the climatic crisis, and of course continues to table proposals to the government in order to enable it to play its role to persuade the people that these tools, these methods are transparent, reliable, and that they protect both the environment and the people, the citizens. The reasons that have imposed the use of RIS tackle the climatic crisis, the same reasons are the same that impose on us to invest in renewable energy resources, and any reactions are more or less similar. So we have to find ways to persuade the people that these investments will be in favor of the environment and not against it. This is therefore what is needed today. In any case, these reactions, even if they are not even if they are not understandable, if they are not based on evidence, and they are irrational, and we are going to hear more about them, are there. And the biggest problem is not these reactions, but the lack of networks and infrastructures. Do you know that we have a number of small investments in line, waiting, thousands all over the country, with under 1 megawatt production, which all in all might even be of the order of 4 gigawatt. That are waiting for infrastructure. For example, we have 6 million houses. Imagine that each of these houses, individual properties, uses one single solar panel. We are not only see our needs covered, but also make money out of it. So please, and we insist on that the government should take measures, transparent, reliable and efficient measures, and I agree fully with Mr. Christodoulos. Each local authority needs to have its own program for the production and consumption of energy, and especially of renewable energy. We have heard a lot about wind energy. It is not one of the most mature types of energy, but we are already using it. We have seen a number of problems. What do you think about the reactions? What can we do? What do you propose to avoid the involvement of police, the blocking of roads, etc.? First of all, wind energy is friendly for the environment. It's environmentally friendly because it also contributes to tackling the environmental crisis, the climatic crisis. If any project having been examined proves to be bad for the environment, then it is not it is not realized. It is we can forget it. But the problem is simplification, and simplification of the rules and procedures is closely linked to a public reaction. When we request that all decisions are taken within 2 years, we have a reason to do so. There are investment plans that have been lagging around for decades. This is not possible. And because it is necessary to see any project that is tabled for approval in its current framework, and of course, without the use of maps that actually create a lot of misunderstandings. The inhabitants of the islands do not need to know technical or details. When we had last measured certain parameters, we had found specific numbers. Why should they increase now? Then there is an issue of politics, and the issue of political responsibility is not should not allow us or should not promote the non-acceptance of personal responsibility by the public. Let us not forget that any effects that wind energy might have are local reactions, are local effects, and well known. A wind farm, in addition to enabling the local community to have very low energy cost for years or even decades, has certain predictable effects. The third thing that I would like to mention is participation. This discussion is difficult because participation is related to cost. A low cost and low production cost and low consumption cost ensures the so-called scale economy. There is an issue of participation, and my opinion is that this is not related so much to the cost of energy, but to the citizens not having understood anything about the economies of scale that these forms of energy provide. And the reason is that the production is right now very low and very ineffective, and forces these companies to increase the end cost to the consumer in order to be able to survive. And a last comment, again regarding participation. It is true that investment participation is very important, but there are also other benefits. There are now small, rural, isolated communities which will be warmed and also supplied with power thanks to the 1% of renewable energy produced by wind farms. We should not forget that. It is easy to discuss or agree in principle, but the hot issues, the hot potatoes, are on the field. Very frequently we hear that people do not want big wind farms. We want a farm that covers the needs of the place, the needs of the community. For example, I have installed a wind farm on Naxos, which was welcomed by 7 villages, but the city of Naxos itself did not want it there. So it all relates to priorities. So this and this of course does not this of course relates to all these reactions. A last question to Mr. Economo, and I would like to ask him to be very brief. We have we are planning to a new land plan, but what would that plan need to be acceptable? First of all, it has to correspond and satisfy the needs of the local communities and of all the users. A favorable factor for the acceptance of this new land plan is that land use plan is that many of the opinions expressed at local level have already been taken into consideration in the design of the land use plan. We also believe that we need a permanent, extended commission that will meet from time to time to discuss issues of interest. I have tried to establish such a commission, but I have not achieved, so I'm tabling this proposal again. I think that such a commission with the participation of the investors, of the producers, of the public and of the state and other stakeholders would be able to study and discuss and propose solutions not only once a year or every 3 months, but on a permanent basis. You understand that talking about renewable energy sources and speaking about their contribution to protecting the environment and quantifying it and saying it's 40%, it's completely mad, it's completely crazy, it's completely absurd. And I'm afraid that there is a misunderstanding. A permanent extensive committee to discuss these issues might be a very positive step to understanding renewable energy resources and their potential. I think that we should actually note this proposal about the land uses bill. I think that it will be done, and because we have been very consistent as far as our political targets are, and we have a political commitment of the responsible authorities. So I hope that this will proceed, this will go forward. We would like to close at this point. I would like to thank you, especially for the time that I took, the overtime. It's entirely my responsibility, but you should understand that we had a lot of pending issues, very hot issues. So I would like to thank Mr. Zoupis, Mr. Econom, Mr. Mitsopoulos, Mr. Papastamateou, Mr. Chrysogelos, Mr. Tsolatakis and Mr. Orthanos, and wish you good evening and see you tomorrow.
Και όσο φωτογραφίζονται οι εκλεκτοί συνομιλητές του τελευταίου πάνελ, για το οποίο πραγματικά προσωπικά είμαι πολύ ενθουσιασμένος, θα έλεγα, από το γεγονός ότι ήταν τόσο ποιοτικό, τόσο καλά όλη η διαδικασία. Πραγματικά ήταν ένα εξαιρετικό πάνελ.
It was an excellent panel, an excellent discussion. And we can say that we had 20% more people in this last panel. So that bodes well. It was a very interesting discussion. So just to close our work for the day, thank you for being with us. We will pick up tomorrow morning. Good evening.